Summary. After unlocking a forgotten Dojutsu long thought lost by the Uzumaki that would put the Sharingan and Byakugan to shame, watch and see Naruto become the ultimate shinobi. Chapter 1. Uzumaki Naruto was a 7-year-old boy, but to most, he was the demon child. Naruto never understood why the villagers couldn't treat him with kindness. They always gave him hateful glares or even stoop as low to try and harm him. It was October 10th, 7 years after the Kyuubi no Yoko's defeat. More importantly, it was our young blonde hero's birthday, his 7th birthday. And that is where we are. Ichiraku's here I come, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto stood at 4 feet 2 inches. He wore a baggy orange jumpsuit that covered his body frame. He had 6 noticeable whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. He had blonde hair and the bluest cerulean eyes you'll ever see. Naruto was on his way to his favorite place to eat, Ichiraku's ramen. The only place in Kanehegakure is no Sato that doesn't kick him out. It was his birthday, and he wasn't going to stay cooped up in his apartment all day. Naruto was going to celebrate it with the people he considers his special people. Toechi and I am Ichiraku, the father and daughter duo who own Ichiraku. When he was on his way there, 2 Chunin shinobi with Konoha Hitayatesh on approached Naruto. "Hey Naruto," one of the Chunin said. Sorry, but do I know?" asked Naruto with a confused look on his face. "Oh, how rude of me. My name is Fusen, and my friend here is Hataru," the now-named Fusen said. Fusen was average in height, standing at 5 feet 8 inches and had a slightly muscular frame. He had long black hair and pitch-black eyes with his forehead protector tied to his left bicep. He wore the standard green Chunin flak jacket with a black dark long-sleeved shirt underneath. He wore black umbu pants that were slightly baggy and black shinobi sandals. Fusen was in his early to mid-20s. "Nice to meet you," said Naruto with his foxy grin. "Good. Now that we introduced ourselves, the reason we came over is because we had a surprise for you," said Fusen. "We heard it was your birthday today, so we decided to help teach you a new powerful ninjutsu for your birthday," said Fusen with an innocent smile, which piqued the blonde's interest. "Really? You both wanted to do that for me? What type of jutsu would you teach me?" Naruto asked quizzically. "Come with us to one of the training grounds and we will teach it to you there. You won't be disappointed. We can assure you of that," said Hataru, making himself known. Hataru was in his late teens or early 20s. He was slightly taller than Fusen, standing at 5 feet 10 inches. He had short brown hair with hazel eyes, and his forehead protector was tied in a bandana style. He wore the same thing as Fusen. The only difference was he wore a blue long-sleeved shirt. "Okay, let's go," said Naruto, thinking nothing of it. He was just excited to be learning a powerful ninjutsu and couldn't wait to see what it was. Fusen and Hataru started walking with Naruto in tow. But what Naruto didn't know were the ill intentions the 2 Chunin had in store for our young hero. They were planning on killing our favorite blonde, thinking they would be seen as heroes for finishing what the Yandame Hokage, 4th Hokage, started. But what they didn't know was that an umbu with silver hair and a kitsune mask on saw the interaction between the 3. 15 minutes later, Fusen and Hataru lead Naruto to Training Ground 44, also named the Forest of Death. Naruto narrowed his eyes a little and saw that they were leading him to one of the various gates. Beyond the gates were massive trees that looked almost prehistoric. "Where are we going?" asked Naruto, eyes still narrowed. "We have to go a little further into the forest. The type of ninjutsu that we planned on teaching you is a little destructive, and we don't want anybody getting caught in the crossfire," said Hataru in an irritated voice that Naruto didn't pick up on. Naruto shrugged and kept following them. 30 minutes later, Fusen and Hataru were leading Naruto until they came to an abrupt stop in the middle of the wooden area. "Hey, why did we stop? Is this where y'all are gonna teach me?" a confused Naruto asked. "Yes, we are here," Fusen said with a smirk on his face. "Okay, so what type of ninjutsu are you gonna teach me? Is it some big fireball that I can breathe out of my mouth? Or a big water dragon that can crush boulders?" asked an impatient Naruto, barely being able to contain his excitement. "Ha ha ha, why would we do that?" asked Hataru mockingly. "Because you said you were going to teach me a powerful ninjutsu for my birthday," asked Naruto as he had a sinking feeling in his gut. "Oh right, that dash." Before Hataru finished, he charged at Naruto and punched him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto flew back from the force of the blow, and he impacted with a tree, breaking a couple of ribs in the process with said tree. Ninjutsu, finished Hataru with a menacing grin plastered on his face. Naruto got up shakingly and glared at the two smirking chunins. What the hell was that for? Asked Naruto as he wiped a bit of blood from his mouth. What for? Asked Hataru mockingly. Quit playing games with me. Why did you bring me out here? Demanded Naruto. Why did we bring you out here? To kill you, of course. Ha ha ha! Roared Fusen with a menacing laugh. What? Asked Naruto as he took a step back. Why? Ha 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 ha. He doesn't know why. I'll tell you why, demon, said Hataru with hate-filled eyes. Because you killed our parents, our family, and almost destroyed Konoha, you demon. That's why. Finished Fusen and saw a confused Naruto. Haha, he doesn't know why everybody hates him. You would think he would figure it out by now. Pathetic, said Fusen in a mocking tone. Find out about what? A confused Naruto asked as he looked around but didn't see any escape route that he could take without getting caught by the two. Well, since you're about to die, it's only common courtesy to tell you, Hataru started. Do you remember how our beloved Yondaime, fourth, defeated and killed the Kyuubi no Yoko 7 years ago? Naruto nodded, not knowing how this had anything to do with why they wanted to kill him. Well, that was a lie. He couldn't kill the Kyuubi, so he had to do the next best thing. He sealed it away inside a newborn baby. He sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko inside you. Demon, you're the Kyuubi reborn. After hearing this, Naruto just stood there in a shocked state. You're lying. That's not true. Ha 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 ha. Why do you think people treat you the way that they do, demon? Ha ha ha, said Fusen as he cackled maniacally. He's right, thought Naruto as he looked down. The way they look at me, treat me, and even try to hurt me. But I'm not the Kyuubi. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Enough procrastinating. Time to die, demon, said Hataru. Naruto tried to get away from the two chunins, but to no avail. As Naruto turned to run, he was intercepted by Fusen. Fusen kneed Naruto in the face and broke his nose in the process and was skyrocketed back in the opposite direction. Naruto skipped to a stop. He tried to get up. Keyword tried. The two chunin jumped into action, making their way to the down Naruto. Entrance of Training Ground 44. The Umbu who saw the interaction made his way up to the gate that Naruto and the two chunin went through not that long ago. He wore a gray sleeveless jumpsuit with Umbu armor with a red Umbu tattoo on his right shoulder. There were white wraps on his upper arms, a blue scarf, black strappy boots. I'm pretty sure I saw them come this way. But would they lead him here? Unless Naruto, the kitsune masked Umbu thought before dashing into the trees at a fast pace to try and locate our blonde hero before anything bad happened to him. Back with Naruto. Naruto was leaning against a tree, panting heavily. I can't move, Naruto thought. I think I broke a couple of ribs from impacting into that tree earlier. I can hardly breathe. Fusen and Hataru looked at each other and nodded to one another. They dashed to Naruto and started to beat him with no remorse. While Naruto was getting beaten, he started to feel a power rising inside of himself. But once he felt it, it was gone. Then, there was a burning sensation in his eyes. Naruto started to scream in agony from the pain in his eyes, and getting beaten by the two chunins wasn't helping either. The chunins stopped their assault on Naruto to see what was happening. A few seconds after Naruto's screaming started, it subsided with Naruto panting hard until he was breathing calmly. Fusen and Hataru shrugged and were about to continue their assault on our favorite blonde when a pulse of chakra came from Naruto, powerful enough to make the chunins be blown back by the force of his chakra. What the hell was that? Exclaimed Hataru as he tried to get his bearings back. I don't know. Maybe it's another one of the demon's tricks? Said Fusen as he stood up. They both turned their attention towards Naruto. Naruto was standing there with his bangs shadowing over his eyes. They stood there in shock as they saw Naruto's cuts and bruises started sizzling away as if they were never there. Naruto reached up to his nose and with a loud sickening pop, he resetted his nose. Fusen and Hataru were horrified of what they had just saw. Naruto raised his head slowly and showed his eyes. Gone were the cerulean blue eyes, replaced by red eyes with black swirls that looked like whirlpools, and for his pupils were 3 connected tomos. Fusen and Hataru could feel the power radiating from Naruto's eyes. What the hell are you? Fusen foolishly asked. Naruto turned his attention towards Fusen, and Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Oh, but don't you already know who I am?" asked Naruto mockingly. "You say that I am a demon, but I am not. You called me the Kyuubi, but I am not. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Remember it!" exclaimed Naruto as he disappeared in a show of speed. Where did he dash? Fusen didn't get to finish as he was sent flying back by a kick to his face. Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind Hataru, elbowing him in the back of his head, sending him to the bliss of unconsciousness. "Die, demon!" Fusen yelled with a kunai in hand. Fusen launched the kunai towards Naruto. Naruto smirked and caught the kunai and threw it back at Fusen that embedded into his right shoulder. Fusen fell to the ground in pain. Naruto started to walk towards him with a blank expression on his face as he made his way towards the downed Fusen. "Stay back, demon. Get away from me," said Fusen as he started crawling away of the approaching Kyuubi Jinchuriki. "Stand up and fight, coward," Naruto ordered. Fusen shakily got up and took the bloody kunai out of his shoulder. Naruto smirked as he disappeared again and kneed Fusen in the face, successfully breaking his nose. Fusen cried in agony as blood started to flow freely down his nose. "Not so funny when it's your nose, now is it?" asked Naruto mockingly. Fusen gritted his teeth as he tried to swipe at Naruto with his bloody kunai. Keyword tried. Naruto dodged and punched him in the gut, effectively knocking the air out of his lungs. As Fusen was gasping for air, Naruto had enough and knocked him out with a chop behind the back of his neck. Up in the trees, the Umbu arrived just in time to see the tail end of what happened. He saw Naruto, and there was a distinct difference in his eyes. He saw the swirl and the 3 intersecting tomos in his eyes. "Is that a new jujutsu? I've never seen one like that," the kitsune-masked Umbu thought to himself. But that didn't matter at this point. He was just happy that Naruto was going to be okay. He was kicking himself for allowing this to happen on his watch. He promised to himself that something like this would never happen again and he would make sure of it. He was brought out of his thoughts when a woman appeared next to him. She was an average-sized young woman who had a slender frame. She had light brown, pupilless eyes. She had black with a blue tint hair styled in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. She was wearing a custom-made outfit that was crafted of thin metal mesh to fit the curves of her body, which covered her from neck to thigh. Over this, she wore a tan overcoat with a purple inseam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt, and pale gray shin guards, and a snake-fanged necklace. "What's up, Kakashi?" said the woman to the now-named silver-headed Umbu. "Anko, what are you doing here? Did you see what happened?" Kakashi asked with concern in his voice, something that Anko picked up on. "I heard some commotion over here, so I came over, and when I got here, he blew back those scum and started beating the hell out of them," she replied in a disgusted tone. Granted, she was a little twisted, but to do that to a child is despicable. "But it seems the Gaki didn't need our help after all," said Anko as she looked where Kakashi was and saw that he was gone. Back with Naruto. After the fight, Naruto started walking towards a nearby tree to lean against, but he didn't make it. Naruto's eyes switched back to his cerulean blue eyes, and Naruto lost consciousness only for Kakashi to catch him on his back, lifting Naruto up piggyback style. "Yo, Anko," Kakashi called out. The snake mistress jumped down from where she was to Kakashi's side. "Hey, I was talking to you, you baka. But yeah, what's up? Take those 2 traitors to Hokage-sama and tell him what had happened. Tell him if he needs me, I'll be with Naruto at my apartment," said Kakashi and received a nod in return. "Rest now, Naruto. You and me both know you need it," Kakashi thought as he took to the trees with Naruto sleeping soundly on his back. Kakashi was dashing tree to tree and couldn't help but frown. Granted, he did watch Naruto single-handedly defeat 2 Chunin by himself at the age of 7 and possibly activated a new Dojutsu. But he couldn't believe that Shinobi of Konoha would stoop as low to try and kill a 7-year-old child. JE would make sure something like that never happened again as he continued his way to his apartment. 10 minutes later, Kakashi had just reached his apartment with Naruto sleeping peacefully on his back. His apartment was a single-bedroom apartment with 1 bathroom and kitchen. The living room was slightly smaller than the bedroom but nice. Kakashi walked into the living room and laid Naruto on his couch, and waited for Naruto to gain consciousness. Kakashi sighed. He knew he was going to get an earful from the Sandaime Hokage soon. just as he thought that there was a knock at his door. He sighed again, knowing who it was. Kakashi answered the door and showed the aged Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a below-average stature with gray spiky hair and a gray goatee. Hiruzen was in his early 60s, but don't let his age fool you. Hiruzen wasn't named God of Shinobi for nothing. Hiruzen wore the standard attire of red and white Hokage robes consisting of the Hokage's hat with the kanji for third on it, and a red and white haori. "Hello, Kakashi-san," the aged Hokage greeted. "Yo, so what brings you to my humble abode, Hokage-sama?" asked Kakashi with his traditional eye smile. "Quit playing games, Kakashi-san. Where is Naruto-kun?" asked an irritated Hiruzen. "Oh, he is sleeping right now on the couch. Would you like to come in?" asked Kakashi, receiving a nod in return from the aged Hokage. Hiruzen smiled to see Naruto sleeping peacefully on the couch without a care in the world. He was happy that he could sleep so peacefully with the past day of events. Hiruzen took a seat in a chair next to the couch Naruto was sleeping on. "So out of all places, why did you bring him here? I told you not to make contact with him until you became his Jounin sensei when he graduated from the academy. If my calculations are correct, it's early, 6 years early, Kakashi," exclaimed an irritated Hiruzen as he gave the Jounin a stern look. "Well, he's been treated like a demon for his first 7 years of life, and the villagers tried numerous times to hurt the boy, just like the past day of events where two Chunin tried to kill him. I'm going to take Naruto under my wing so this will never happen again. Hokage-sama, it would be more than this village has ever done for him, and sure enough, more than you have ever done for him," Kakashi fired back. "What is that supposed to mean, Kakashi?" roared Hiruzen as he stood up after that comment. "What I mean is, Naruto has been fending for himself since he was born. He was kicked out of the orphanage by the age of 5 to live on the streets for months. He has been kicked out of stores because people think he is a demon. And what have you done to prevent these things? Nothing. The Yondaime and Kushina would have been ashamed of this village. If they were still alive, they would have finished what the Kyuubi started and destroyed the village for harming and mistreating their son. You could have prevented this, but you're too soft now and can't stick up for yourself against the damn villagers and council," yelled Kakashi, losing his cool for the first time in a long time. Hiruzen, for the first time in his life, he was speechless. He didn't know what to say. What Kakashi said was true. He knew it, Kakashi knew it, hell, the whole village knew it. Maybe what Kakashi said had some merit. He looked down at the floor in defeat and sighed. "Hokage-sama, I'm sorry I didn't dash." Hiruzen raised his hand to stop him. "It's all right, Kakashi. You're right. I guess I'm just getting too old for this. I could have done a better job of protecting Naruto. And out of the first act, I will allow you to help train Naruto. But he's going to need to know why you're going to train him. The real reason why," stated Hiruzen with his traditional grandfathery smile. Kakashi grinned ear to ear, but not that you could tell with his face mask covering half his face. "Understood, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied. Curiosity getting the best of him, Hiruzen asked, "So what is this jujitsu that Anko told me about Naruto possibly unlocking? I've never seen it before until today. I think it's related to the Uzumaki from how it looks," replied Kakashi. "What do you mean, Kakashi?" asked an interested Hiruzen. "Well, from how it looks, just like this insignia on the back of my Jounin vest. But the only difference is the 3 connected tomos he has in the middle like a pupil. At least from what I remember, I only got a glance at it when I saw it," explained Kakashi. "Really? So from what Anko told me, Naruto defeated the two Chunin single-handedly. Was that just a side effect from activating this so-called dojutsu?" Hiruzen asked. "Maybe, because from what I know, Naruto was never that fast or skilled before. His visual prowess increased significantly, his speed and strength." Hiruzen debated for a minute or two and stood up to leave. "I'll be back in an hour. I have some things to look into." With that, Hiruzen left with a sealless shunshin. Kakashi sat down in the chair. Hiruzen was in and closed his eyes and fell into the bliss of unconsciousness, exhausted from the past day of events. About an hour and a half later, Kakashi was sleeping until he heard a knock at the door. Kakashi stretched his muscles and stood up. Kakashi answered, and it was the aged Hokage again. "So, did you find what you were looking for?" asked Kakashi as he let the aged Hokage in. "No, not a thing. There were no records of Naruto's Dojutsu in our records. So maybe there might be some information in Uzushiogakure no Sato on Naruto's Dojutsu seeming if it came from the Uzumaki. Exclaimed Hiruzen with a thoughtful look. Kakashi cocked his eyebrow on hearing that. But isn't Uzushiogakure in ruins? Asked Kakashi. Well, yes, but that doesn't mean all of their records went down with Uzushiogakure no Sato all those years ago. Later, I'll send you and Naruto out to find out what you can of this mysterious Dojutsu, said Hiruzen. And when will that be, Hokage-sama? Asked an interested Kakashi. It all depends when you think he is ready, replied Hiruzen with a smile. Yon ready for what, Gigi? Naruto asked sleepily as he leaned up off the couch in a sitting position. Oh, look, who is finally awake. Are you feeling all right, Naruto? Asked the aged Hokage as he gave Naruto a grandfatherly smile. Never better. But I'm really sore for some reason. And where am I? Naruto said as he stretched his muscles out some. Kakashi was the one to answer that, well, after you defeated those two Chunin, I took it upon myself to bring you back to my place so you can rest. What are you talking about? Asked a confused Naruto until it suddenly hit him. The past day of events was when the two Chunin purposely tricked and led him into a dark and scary forest to kill him. Them explaining why the village hates him and don't want anything to do with him, and being the container of the Kyuubi no Yoko was the cause of it. Is it true, what they said? Am I the Kyuubi? Saying the last part above a whisper, but both Hiruzen and Kakashi heard him. It is true that you are the container of the Kyuubi but not the Kyuubi itself, Naruto. You can't let what they said affect you, Naruto, because it is not true. They are weak-minded fools if they can't tell a boy from the Kyuubi. And Naruto, you don't have to worry about them anymore either. Finished Kakashi as he put a hand on his shoulder. How do you know me, and how do you know that? Asked Naruto with a confused look. Well, you know me as Kitsune when I was in Umbu, but my friends call me Kakashi. Kakashi said with his traditional eye smile. Naruto examined Kakashi for a minute. Spiky gray-silverish hair. Check. Lazy demeanor. Check. Kitsune mask on the table. Check. Yep, that's Kitsune, all right. Okay, but how do you know that they won't try anything else or even the villagers? Asked Naruto with a scared look in his eyes. Well, because I am going to take you under my wing and train you in the shinobi ways. Isn't that right, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi with his eye smile, never leaving his face. The aged Hokage sighed and felt another headache threatening to split his head for the 100th time that day. Yes, that is true. So what do you say, Naruto? That would be awesome, but why? Why would you want to train me? Asked Naruto questionably. Kakashi looked over to the aged Hokage and received a nod answering his question before he could ask. Well, I promised your. Kakashi hesitated before Naruto asked. Who did you promise? Naruto's curiosity was getting the best of him. Your parents. I promised your parents I would help protect you. Finished Kakashi. My parents, he knew my parents thought a shocked Naruto. Naruto just sat there debating if he heard him correctly. My parents? Who were they? Kakashi just stood there and looked over at Hiruzen again. Hiruzen nodded for him to continue. Kakashi took a deep breath and said, Your mother was Uzumaki Kushina. She was one of the most fearsome kunoichi, also known as the red hot-blooded habanero. Her and your father loved you so much. Naruto genuinely smiled, not the fake one he had plastered on his face. He showed the village but a true genuine smile. And what of my father? He asked. Your father was Namake's Minato, but you know him as the Yondaime 4th Hokage. With that said, Kakashi dug in his pocket and revealed a picture of a blonde male and a red-headed woman who was pregnant looking she was ready to pop any minute. It was the Yondaime Hokage with the biggest smile, and his hand was on the beautiful red-headed woman's stomach who also had the biggest smile plastered on her face. Naruto grabbed the picture out of his hand and looked at it. There were so many emotions running through him that he didn't know what to feel. He was happy that he finally knew who his parents were but was angry for what his hero, his role model, and his own father sealed away inside him and made his life what it was today. Tears started to threaten to fall from Naruto's eyes as he asked, Why? Why would he choose me? Why would he use his own son to seal away the Kyuubi? It has made my life miserable. Minato loved you, Naruto, and so did your mother. They loved you with all of their heart. And I know it hurt Minato's heart to seal the Kyuubi away inside of you. It was his only choice at the time, and it was the only way to protect the village. Minato wanted you to be seen as a hero of the village, but the villagers were so consumed by fear they saw you as the total opposite. If Minato or Kushina were still alive, they would have made this village pay for what they have done to you, Naruto. Hiruzen said with a soft smile as he looked at Naruto with concern in his eyes. Naruto just sat there and let the tears roll down his face. Letting all his emotions out, he let stay cooped up inside himself for so long. After a few minutes, Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes as he sat there with a blank face. Naruto, maybe this will help answer some of your questions, said Hiruzen as he pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. Naruto just sat there with the unopened letter in his hands. I need some time to myself right now, said Naruto as he stood up to leave. Naruto, if you want to be trained by me, meet me at Training Ground 9 at noon in 2 days, said Kakashi, but Naruto didn't give an answer as he left Kakashi's apartment, leaving Kakashi and the aged Hokage. That could have gone better, said Kakashi. Well, it wasn't going to be easy. At least he knows now, said Hiruzen as he pulled out his trusty pipe and packed it with tobacco and lighting it with a low-level Keton Jutsu. Do you think Naruto will be all right? Asked a slightly concerned Kakashi. Yes. He just needs some time to himself for right now, but in time he should come around, said Hiruzen to Kingna puff out of his pipe. I have a question, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi, gaining the old Hokage's attention. And what would that be, Kakashi? How would you react if you were in Naruto's position? Asked Kakashi. I don't know, Kakashi. I can honestly say I don't know. It's just like you said, Naruto lived a tough life and this just added fuel to the fire. Naruto may not look it, but he is a very mature child for his age. This is just another obstacle he has to overcome emotionally. But in time, he will overcome it. The aged Hokage answered. So where do you think he went? Asked Kakashi. The aged man sighed. Where he usually goes to when he tries to clear his mind. And that would be? The Hokage Mountain. With Naruto. Naruto was sitting on the Yandame's head with the letter still unopened in his hand. Naruto sighed. He should be happy to finally know who his parents were. But he wasn't. He understood why his father did what he did but felt sad that he didn't have his mother or father to love him. That's all he ever wanted, a family. Naruto looked at the letter that was still in his hand and decided to open it. The letter said, Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then your mother and I have passed on. I'm truly sorry that we weren't there for you. I'm sorry if you had a rough life without us. We loved you with all of our heart and couldn't wait for you to be born. I wish we were there for you to love you, train you, and watch you grow into a man. But some things don't play out that way. I just hope you can find a way to forgive me for what I'm about to do. Naruto, I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. Go to the fourth head and there is a seal. Pour some of your chakra into it and you will be transferred inside. There you have everything you need. All of my notes, all of my jutsu at your disposal. Use them well. There was a man who wanted to bring peace to this world, and maybe you would meet him one day. He asked me to bring peace to this world, but I failed. That's why I want to entrust you to bring peace to this hate-filled world. An unbreakable peace. Not by making people fear you, but to show them love and compassion, sometimes even to your enemies. You can do it, I know you can, because you're my son. I love you, Naruto. Make us proud. Your father, Namake's Minato. Naruto teared up after reading the letter. He folded it up and put it in his pocket. Naruto stood from where he was sitting and took a deep breath of the cool night air. Thank you for believing in me, Tusan. I will make you and Ka-chan proud. 2 days passed, and Naruto was on his way towards Training Ground 9 to meet Kakashi. He was walking through the village and received the normal glares he would usually receive. It angered him slightly more than it usually did after learning who his parents were. They worshipped his father as if he were Kami himself. But in time, he would prove to them that he wasn't the Kyuubi, but Uzumaki Naruto. One day, he would be seen as the greatest Hokage, even greater than his father. 15 minutes later, Naruto just reached Training Ground 9 and saw he was the only one there. He walked over to a nearby tree and leaned against it. It was 15 minutes till noon, so he had some time to spare. He was excited to begin his training, so he left earlier than he needed to. Naruto was there for another 15 minutes before Kakashi had arrived. Naruto could see Kakashi walking with an orange book in hand that he was engrossed in, with a backpack swinged over his shoulder occupied by his other hand. Naruto's sweat dropped after he heard Kakashi giggled like a schoolgirl. Great. I have a pervert as a sensei. Just my luck. Naruto thought as he stood up from the tree he was leaning against. Kakashi saw Naruto and put his book away in his kunai pouch. Yo! Greeted Kakashi. Kakashi was happy that Naruto took his offer in training him and excited to be training his sensei's son. I have a question that's been bothering me since you told me who my parents were a couple of days ago, Naruto said. And what would that be? Do I have any other family that's still alive? Asked Naruto, hope-filled in his cerulean blue eyes. By blood, no. At least none that I'm aware of at the moment. Once Naruto heard that all hope left his eyes. But, Kakashi continued, you do have a godfather that is still alive. Naruto looked up at Kakashi and asked, who and where is he? Kakashi sighed and replied, his name is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and your father's sensei. And where? He is the village's spy master and gathers important intel for our village. He wanted to take you with him knowing what the village would do to you, but he couldn't because it would be too dangerous for the both of you. So he asked me to look after you and I did from the shadows and made sure no harm would come to you. Naruto nodded and contemplated for a minute or two before sighing and asked, do you know when he will be back? Kakashi shook his head negatively and said, he never said, but you will meet him one day, that I promise. Now, before we start, I have a question. What do you remember from your fight with those Chunins? Naruto thought back to the incident and replied, I remember the Chunins leading me to that forest and telling me why they brought me there, then they attacked me and then I woke up in your apartment. That's all I remember. Kakashi nodded. Well, that's not all that happened. Kakashi relayed what else that happened with the two Chunins. Naruto was shocked from what Kakashi told him and asked, I did all those things? And received a nod from Kakashi. Whoa, was Naruto's response. We also think you activated a new jujutsu to Naruto. What? Like what the Hyuga and Uchiha clan have? Asked a baffled Naruto. Kakashi nodded and asked, do you know how to access into your chakra? And received a nod from Naruto. Okay, I want you to channel some chakra into your eyes, alright? The one-eyed Jounin said with an intrigued eye. Naruto did as he was told and started to channel his chakra towards his eyes. A few seconds went by, and Naruto's cerulean blue eyes changed into red eyes with black swirls that looked like whirlpools, and for his pupils were 3 connected tomos. Kakashi pulled out a kunai so he could see his reflection. Wow! This is amazing! My eyes look awesome. I can also see your chakra, Kakashi-sensei. This is awesome. I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage, exclaimed Naruto as he hopped around Kakashi, and he could only smile or eye-smile at Naruto's antics. Okay, Naruto, calm down. During your training, I will teach you how to control your chakra, and I will try to help you use your jujutsu as best as I can. Then later, I'll teach you some jutsu once your chakra control is adequate enough, alright? Any questions before we begin? Yeah, what do you mean you'll try and help me with my jujutsu? Asked a confused Naruto. Well, Hokage-sama and I have no idea what it does. There were no records for your jujutsu. Later, though, you and I will go on a mission and try and figure out what your mysterious jujutsu does. But in the meantime, we will be strengthening your eyes by keeping them activated while we train. The more you use them, the less strain they will cause to your eyes. I hope, said Kakashi but muttered that last part to himself. Okay, the first thing I'll teach you is the tree walking exercise, which he got a confused look from our orange-clad hero. Let me explain, said Kakashi as he walked over to a tree and started to walk up it as if it was an everyday thing. And Kakashi continued, this training involves in focusing a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of your feet and using that amount to climb the tree and keep channeling that fixed amount to stick to the tree. If you use too little, you'll lose your footing and slip off, but if… Kakashi was cut off when Naruto dashed to a tree and tried to run up it. Keyword tried. Naruto only put one foot on the tree and was blasted off and sent in the opposite direction of said tree and landed in a nearby pond. Kakashi's sweat dropped as he watched the scene play out. Just like his mother, thought Kakashi. Kakashi saw Naruto get out of the pond drenched head to toe. And that's what happens when you channel too much chakra to your feet, he said as he eye-smiled and received a tick mark in return from our favorite orange-clad hero. Why didn't you say that in the first place before I did that? Exclaimed and irritated Naruto. Kakashi sighed and replied, "Well, if you didn't rush into things and would have let me finish, you would have known." Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said a simple sorry, and stood up. "Now Naruto, focus your eyes to the soles of my feet and see how much chakra I am channeling to stick to the tree," said Kakashi as he pulled out his orange book again and started to read it. Naruto nodded and focused on his feet and saw he was channeling not too much or too little, just enough to stick to the tree. Before Naruto started to run to the tree, a kunai landed about a foot away from his right foot. "Use that to mark the tree, and we will see how you progressed at the end of the day. I want you to be at least halfway up the tree by sunset. Begin," Kakashi said as he jumped over to a nearby tree and sat on a tree branch pulling out his favorite orange book. Naruto picked up, said kunai, and darted towards the tree. He got up about 5 feet before he started to slip and mark the tree. "This is going to be a lot harder than I thought," said Naruto. Naruto continued this for the rest of the day. On each attempt he made, it was better than the last, even if it was only an inch. The sun started to set, and Naruto made it past the halfway point. Kakashi was pleased with this and decided to call it a day and told Naruto to be back at the same time tomorrow. Kakashi left in a swirl of leaves, leaving a worn-out Naruto to his thoughts. "I'm getting closer and closer to becoming Hokage," Naruto thought happily and made his way back to the village. There was something else he had to check before he went home. 30 minutes later, on top of the Hokage mountain, Naruto was standing on the fourth's head and was looking for a specific seal. Naruto couldn't find the seal after 10 minutes of searching. He had the same problem last night after reading his Tusan's letter. He subconsciously channeled chakra towards his eyes, and Naruto saw the kanji for seal that was glowing blue at the center of the fourth's head. He walked up to the seal and channeled chakra into the seal. Naruto vanished from the fourth's head as if he was never there. With Naruto, "Where am I?" asked Naruto to no one in particular. He looked up and was amazed by what he saw. "This is amazing," said a shocked Naruto and couldn't help but grin ear to ear. In the room Naruto was in, there were shelves upon shelves filled with scrolls and books, ranging from basics on chakra control, fuinjutsu, history of all the hidden villages, taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, kenjutsu, and the list goes on and on. "To think Tusan would hide this under everybody's noses, heh heh ha 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 ha," said Naruto as he started to cackle maniacally. Naruto started looking around the room and just couldn't believe what he was seeing. Everything was in chronological order. That would make things much easier for himself. After looking around, something caught Naruto's attention at the back of the room. He made his way there, and it was a slip of paper attached to the wall with the kanji for blood seal written on it. "Blood seal, huh? Well, here goes nothing." Naruto cut his finger with the kunai Kakashi gave him and swiped his blood and added some chakra on the seal. It glowed for a couple of seconds and it opened. Inside there were a lot of papers, probably his father's notes, but what caught his attention was a sword and some rather strange tri-pronged kunai with some kanji written on it. It was a katana approximately 27 inches long, and the hilt of the blade was another 10 inches in length. The sheath was blood red with black and red swirls near the hilt on each side, UZUMAKI insignia. The hilt was also blood red with 2 dragons, one black and one white intersecting with each other on both sides. The blade was a magnificent work of art. Naruto removed the sword from the sheath and showed the sword in all of its glory. The steel of the sword was pitch black with a red sword on each side of the blade. Naruto couldn't help but gasp from the sight of the sword. Whoever had crafted the sword put a lot of time and effort into this work of art. Naruto was shocked at how light the blade was. It felt as if it was a couple of pounds at most. Naruto was flabbergasted. This had to be one of the best crafted swords in all of Fire Country. Naruto put the katana back in its sheath and placed it back. He resealed the contents and decided it was time to go. "I think I should take a couple of books or scrolls with me," Naruto said as he grinned ear to ear. The next day, mid-afternoon, Naruto was on his back, trying to catch his breath from doing the tree walking exercise still. Naruto was about 3/4 of the way up the tree. "I will get this down by the end of the day," exclaimed Naruto and dashed towards the tree that had at least over 100 cuts engraved in said tree. Naruto passed his old mark and continued up about another 5 or so feet before he started to lose his footing and swiped at the tree. Naruto managed a smirk and said, "Huff, huff, progress, huff, huff." Kakashi smiled from the tree he was leaning against. Just like his father, he thought. He could see the same determination in his eyes, just like he used to see in his father's when he was still alive. He's like both you, Minato-sensei, Kushina-senpai. The will of fire burns the strongest in him. You'd both be proud. Hey Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, gaining the one-eyed Jounin's attention. Yeah, Naruto, said Kakashi as he looked up from his book. What were my parents like? Asked Naruto. Kakashi put his book away and gathered his thoughts and replied, Your mother, from what I remember, she was a loving and caring individual. She would go out of her way and help those in need and risk her life in doing so. She was well-known Kunoichi for her Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu. She also earned the name the red-hot-blooded habanero. She also had a temper, too, when she wanted to, and from what your father also told me when she came to live here, her first day at the academy, she proclaimed she would be the first female Hokage hihi. She also loved ramen and pranking, so I see where you get it from. Naruto couldn't help but grin ear to ear after hearing that. Your father was always calm, collected, and highly perceptive. He was also loving and caring, and if anyone tried to harm any of the people he cares for, especially Kushina, he would show no remorse. You resemble your father more than your mother, well excluding your whisker marks. If you grow out your two side bangs more, you could be mistaken for twins. Your father, as you know, was a powerful shinobi and would do anything to protect his home, said Kakashi as he saw Naruto look down from the last comment he said. After my father died and I became a genin, Minato was like a father figure to me. I looked up to your father and wanted to be just like him. I know you must be angry with your father for what he did, but you have to understand that he and Kushina loved you. They counted down the days until you were born. Your father smiled every single day, knowing he would become a father. I know it killed Minato inside for what he did. Finished Kakashi. I'm not angry with my father, Kakashi-sensei. I love both of my parents. He did what he had to do and protect the village. If I was in his shoes and it was the only way to protect the village, I would do the same thing, Naruto said as he gave Kakashi a huge grin. Well, that's very mature of you, Naruto. Hey, if you finish the tree walking exercise, I'll get you something to eat, anything you want, my treat, said Kakashi. He obviously didn't know what he was getting himself into. Deal! Exclaimed Naruto and dashed towards the tree he was practicing on with renewed vigor. Later that day, Naruto was chowing down on his 10th bowl of ramen and showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Hey Naruto, do you think you had enough yet? Asked a baffled Kakashi as he watched Naruto scarf down bowl after bowl as if he had never eaten before. Was Naruto's intelligent response. Kakashi couldn't help but sweat drop. What did I get myself into, he thought. I still can't believe you finished that exercise I gave you, said Kakashi as he watched Naruto finishing up another bowl of ramen. Well, you slurp, burp, know how to inspire somebody, hee. Naruto said as he was handed another bowl from Ichiraka Tuchi. Tuchi was a kind man. He treated Naruto as if he were his grandson. He is often seen smiling and treats Naruto as well and considers him as their best customer. Thanks, old man. And keep them coming, Naruto exclaimed as he dug into his new bowl of ramen. By the time Naruto was done eating, there were 26 empty bowls in front of him. Tuchi was smiling as if he hit the jackpot, and Kakashi, well, he was crying anime tears with his now empty wallet in hand. Ah, now that hit the spot. I'll see you tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he made his way back to his apartment. Yeah. See you tomorrow, replied Kakashi, putting his wallet back into his pocket. Well, there goes all of my money, sigh. Just like Kushina-senpai, said Kakashi as he left in a swirl of leaves. 1 year later, day before academy begins. It was nightfall. Naruto was sitting on top of the fourth's head, looking over the village on the Hokage mountain. Naruto had progressed a lot over the year with the tutelage of his new sensei, Hatake Kakashi. During the past year of Kakashi's teachings and his father's mini-library, Naruto excelled exponentially. Naruto couldn't help but smile of thinking back at how strong he has gotten over the past year. During the first 2 months, Kakashi trained Naruto specifically in chakra control until he thought Naruto's control was adequate enough. The next month he taught Naruto the 3 basic academy jutsus consisting of the henge, kawarimi, substitution, and bunshin, clone. Naruto learned the henge and kawarimi within the first 2 weeks. The bushin, not so much. For 2 weeks Naruto tried and failed every time to make a bushin. The bushin would come out the same every time. The bushin would be pale, very pale, and looked as if it had a deathly disease that couldn't even stand upright. That infuriated Naruto beyond belief that he couldn't make a simple bushin. So Kakashi found another alternative route and taught him the Kage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow clone. The result? Well, you could say afterwards Kakashi had to pick up his jaw off the ground. Literally. Flashback 9 months. Kakashi was watching Naruto attempt the Bushin for the 100th time that day and was praying to Kami he would get it right this time. But Kami didn't hear his prayer because Naruto failed. Again. "Hey Naruto, come over here," said Kakashi as Naruto nodded and made his way over to his sensei. "Okay, I'm going to teach you a more advanced Bushin. It is called Kage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique," said Kakashi and received an irritated look from Naruto. "Another Bushin? How can I do a more advanced one if I can't even do the simplest Bushin?" exclaimed Naruto as he tried to get his anger under control but was failing miserably. Kakashi sighed and replied, "Because the Kage Bushin uses more chakra than the regular Bushin. Like I told you before, you have large chakra reserves for one so young. You are an Uzumaki. Uzumakis have naturally large chakra reserves. You also contain the Kyubi no Yoko. With the seal your father used to seal the Kyubi within you, your reserves grow daily. You already have low to mid-jounin level reserves at the age of 7. Naruto. So I've concluded that it would be impossible for you to learn the regular Bushin. That's why I'm going to teach you the Kage Bushin no Jutsu." "Fine," said Naruto. "Good. But there is some things you need to know about the Kage Bushin. 1. This is a forbidden jutsu because it can potentially be dangerous. The Kage Bushins you make are given an equal amount of chakra directly from you. 2. Do not overexert yourself with this technique. If you do, you could possibly die. Do you understand?" stated Kakashi seriously. "Hi!" exclaimed Naruto. "Oh, and another thing about the Kage Bushin is that whatever memories or experiences it had gained, after being dispelled you will gain its past memories or experiences. So this can help with your training as well later on." Kakashi showed Naruto the cross seal and said, "Go ahead and try it out." Naruto nodded and shouted, "Kage Bushin no Jutsu." What happened next made Kakashi's jaw hit the ground, and surprisingly enough, his face mask stayed on. What stood in front of Kakashi were at least 100 solid clones of orange-clad, moppy blonde hair, and cerulean blue-eyed Narutos who each had shit-eating grins plastered on their faces. "Well, this changes things," thought Kakashi as he picked his jaw off the ground. End of flashback. And changed it did. For the next 9 months, Kakashi taught Naruto the basic academy taijutsu, shurikenjutsu, speed and physical endurance training. Naruto excelled beyond Kakashi's expectations during the first year, and this was only the beginning. Kakashi thought Naruto was a natural-born prodigy. If only the academy could have saw the potential Naruto had. After Naruto was done training with Kakashi, he would sneak inside the fourth's head at night and study up on anything he could get his hands on in his father's library. It would range from basics of chakra control, ninjutsu scrolls, the different styles of taijutsus, history of the different shinobi villages, fuinjutsu, which was rather easy he thought, and the different styles of kenjutsus. The Kage Bushin also helped with this, so whatever the Bushin read, he would gain its memories after being dispelled. Instead of reading a book at a time, he could read 40 or 50 at a time, which helped tremendously. Naruto wanted to learn a different taijutsu style other than the academy taijutsu Kakashi had taught him. He was looking through all the different styles one day that he could learn or that garnered his interest. After about an hour of searching, he found one. It was called the Whirling Tide Fist, which originated from Uzushioga. It relied on speed, power, and precision. The Whirling Tide Fist was perfect for Naruto in every way. The Whirling Tide Fist attacked the pressure points and weak points of one's body, effectively enabling someone or possibly killing someone in one blow if mastered. But not only that, similar to the Goken in some ways, it implemented bone-crushing punches, kicks, headbutts, and acrobatic maneuvers, so if his enemy could negate his effects of going after pressure points, his taijutsu would be able to switch up if the need arose. So, long story short, it was the perfect taijutsu for any situation. Naruto was a long way from mastering this new taijutsu style, but in time he would. Naruto took an interest in kenjutsu after finding a few scrolls about kenjutsu. He started practicing the basics and it felt natural to him. He learned the basics of kenjutsu in about a month by himself and practices daily to improve his skills. Out of all the different subjects Naruto studied, fuinjutsu was his favorite. He couldn't understand why, but fuinjutsu felt natural to him just like kenjutsu. He would study and practice all the different types of sealing he could get his hands on. He also started using gravity seals to increase his speed and power, something he needed to use his taijutsu correctly. Naruto realized that his jujutsu could read and decrypt fuinjutsu rather easily. He could decipher low-level seals without much difficulty, even if he had never saw the seal before. Naruto tried to find information on his jujutsu in his father's library but came up with nothing. Naruto's curiosity for his mysterious jujutsu increases day by day of what his abilities are for his jujutsu. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when someone said, "So this is where you have been, Naruto." Naruto looked over to see his sensei, Kakashi, reading his favorite orange book called Ika Ika, Paradise. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep so I decided to come here," replied Naruto. Kakashi nodded and asked, "Are you looking forward to the new year at the academy tomorrow?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said, "Not really. I probably might know everything they will be teaching for this year. That's if I don't get kicked out of the class for nothing again. But from what Gigi told me, there will be a new instructor and he wouldn't do that. So only time will tell." "You might be right, Naruto. But remember what I told you. Do not show your skills or anything that I taught to you to anyone or who your parents were until you have graduated," Kakashi stated in a more serious tone. Naruto sighed. I know, deception is the shinobi's greatest weapon. And besides, if I showed I was better than everybody else or smarter, the villagers would be calling for my head. The prankster, loud mouth, and dead last will be my mask until graduation. So don't worry." Finished Naruto with a sigh. He wasn't looking forward to it, but he would try and make the best out of it. Kakashi nodded and said, "Okay, there's one more thing too. Once you start back up at the academy, I will have to go back to my regular jounin duties. But I will still train you during my spare time, and when I'm not here I will have a training regimen for you to do when I'm gone, alright? Also, don't overdo it with the Kagebushin," which he received a sheepish nod in return. "Make sure you get some sleep, and I'll stop by before you leave. Later." With that, Kakashi left in a swirl of leaves. "Man, I gotta learn that," thought Naruto as he left also. Next day, Naruto was sleeping peacefully until the morning sunbeams shined through Naruto's window and shining on Naruto's face, making our favorite blonde stir. Naruto groggily got up and made his way to the bathroom to shower and brush his teeth. After he finished getting dressed, Naruto heard a knock at his door. Naruto answered and saw Kakashi standing there and, of course, reading his Ika Ika. "Yo," said Kakashi as he walked in Naruto's apartment. "Hey Kakashi and I-san, what brings you here this early in the morning? And if I remember correctly, you're never up this early?" asked Naruto as he narrowed his eyes a little. "Well, I just wanted to wish you luck before you left for the academy and give you your training regimen because I'm leaving for a mission today," said Kakashi as he handed Naruto a scroll. Naruto took the scroll and put it away inside his orange baggy jacket. "Thanks. So when will you be back?" asked Naruto. Kakashi shrugged and replied, "Maybe 3 weeks or a month, but when I get back I'll teach you a couple new jutsus." "Oh yeah, when do you have to be at the academy?" 8 Why? asked a confused Naruto. "It's 8:15, Kakashi lazily said. Naruto was starting to panic. His first day of the new year at the academy and he was already late. Kakashi, seeing our favorite blonde, he said, "Naruto, when I'm late for something I always give an excuse that anybody could believe. Just tell them." Academy 15 minutes later. You could hear someone running through the halls of the academy until it stopped. Naruto opened the door, and all eyes were on him. "Hey, sorry I'm late, I got lost on the path of life," said Naruto as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. This earned a couple of snickers and a lot of sweat drops. But his new instructor Umino Irika's eyebrow was twitching furiously and had a tick mark. Irika wore the standard attire for a chunin. He had pineapple-shaped brown hair and a scare horizontally across his nose. Irika's used his signature big-headed jutsu, increasing the size of his head by 10 times, and yelled, "Naruto, that is the worst excuse I have ever heard. Now take a seat." Naruto nodded and ran towards an open seat towards the back of the class. Naruto looked around and saw that there were a lot of clan heirs in his class. The first was the Nara clan heir, Nara Shikamaru. The Nara clan was known for its high IQ and highly skilled in strategy and planning. The smarter the Nara, the lazier they were. Shikamaru wore a mesh shirt with a black sleeveless jacket and black pants. His hair was black, in a pineapple-style hair much like Irika's. Then there was the Akimichi clan heir, Akimichi Choji. Choji was a short, heavy-set boy. His clan was known for using techniques that can increase their size by 100 times, and their clan techniques relied on high-calorie usage, which means he was always eating. There was the Yamanaka clan heiress, Yamanaka Ino. Ino had long blonde hair and wore a dark purple outfit. Her clan used mind control techniques. They could read thoughts, confuse, and make enemies attack one another, and even take control of an enemy's body. There was the Inazuka clan heir, Inazuka Kiba. Kiba had brown hair and sharp black eyes with vertical slits, pronounced canine teeth, and 2 red fang-like markings, 1 on each cheek. Kiba wore dark grayish pants and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat. The Inazukas were known for their dog partners and collaboration ninjutsu. There was the Aburame clan heir, Aburame Shino. He had black glasses and wore a gray coat that only showed his glasses. Their clan relied on their insects to fight. There was the Hyuga clan heiress, Hyuga Hinata. Hinata had Heimcut style, with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. The Hyugas were known for their jujitsu, Byakugan. The Byakugan, when active, allows them to see chakra with high detail, almost 360-degree vision, and long range extending to multiple kilometers if trained enough. The last clan was the Uchiha clan heir, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was the last of his clan and the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre that happened about a month ago. The Uchihas were known for their jujitsu, the Sharingan. Sasuke had crow-colored black hair and eyes. He wore a blue short-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha's clan crest on the back with white shorts. There was also a girl with pink-colored hair with green eyes named Haruno Sakura. Sakura wore a red dress with white circular designs and tight dark green shorts. She wasn't a clan heiress, but she was in his class. The rest of the class was filled with regular civilian children who had high hopes in becoming a shinobi of Konoha. Naruto, after he was looking around in the class, he had an idea. Instead of coming to the academy, he would just send a Kagebushin to class so he could get much-needed training in. No offense to Irika, but he could use his time training rather than wasting his time in the academy learning something he probably already knows. Once they took a break for lunch, he would switch out with a Kagebushin and start on that training regimen that Kakashi gave him. Knowing Kakashi, it would probably leave Naruto barely able to walk after. Sometimes, he wondered if his sensei had a twisted side. I mean, he did have Naruto climb up the side of a mountain only using one hand, but it really couldn't get worse than that, right? Right? Naruto was brought out of his musings when Irika spoke up. Okay class, today we will be learning. Irika began his lecture only for Naruto to fall asleep almost instantly. Zzz. Snore, zzz. 2 years later. There was loud breathing that could be heard coming from Training Ground 9. Naruto was laying on his back panting and sweating profusely. The training ground had numerous of craters and trees cut in half all throughout the training ground he was in. It seems like we can't use this training ground anymore, said Kakashi, gaining Naruto's attention. Hey Kakashi. I thought you were going on a mission? Naruto asked as he sat up. Actually, we are going on a S-ranked mission, said Kakashi. What do you mean we, Kakashi and I? Asked Naruto, not quite understanding what his surrogate brother meant. It's time, Naruto. We are going to Uzushogakure no Sato, said Kakashi with his traditional eye smile. Really? Naruto asked. Yeah, I want you to pack a week's worth of food, sleeping bag, and anything else that you might need. Meet me at the north gate in an hour, see ya. Explained Kakashi as he left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto grinned ear to ear and also left but in a swirl of wind. 1 hour later, North Gate. Naruto and Kakashi just arrived at the North Gate. Are you ready, Naruto? Asked Kakashi and received a nod in return. With that, both Kakashi and Naruto dashed to the treetops, dashing from tree to tree, making their way to Uzushogakure no Sato. Finally, I've waited 3 years for this. Uzushogakure, here we come, thought Naruto excitedly as he tried to keep pace with Kakashi. 1 day later. A day had passed since Naruto and Kakashi left Konoha for Uzushogakure no Sato to find out much information on Naruto's jujitsu as possible. That's if they had any information. Naruto couldn't help but grin. It was finally time to get some well-awaited answers about his jujitsu he's been asking himself for so long. Kakashi and I, how far are we from Uzushogakure? Asked an impatient Naruto. Kakashi sighed and replied, We are almost there, maybe another 10 or 15 minutes out. Naruto nodded and picked up his speed along with Kakashi. About 10 minutes had passed and Naruto and Kakashi jumped through the final brush of trees and landed on the ground. Naruto along with Kakashi looked on in shock of what they saw. What stood in front of them were the ruins of UZUMAKI no Sato. The village of UZUMAKI used to have several high-rise buildings but were destroyed by some powerful jutsus. There was a wide river that ran through the village and was gapped by large bridges. The village was also dominated by steep hills and water surrounding the village, so the only way in was through the front gate. No wonder how they were able to hold off those villages for so long. But in the end, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of two major villages and help of others. Naruto looked on in shock and couldn't help but ball his fist. Kakashi Nai, who did this? Kakashi looked over at Naruto and responded, UZUMAKI was said to believe destroyed by Kiri, Iwa, and some other small hidden villages. This is what started the Third Shinobi War. The Uzumaki were renowned for their fuinjutsu, which led these villages to destroy UZUMAKI, because if one seal master can restrain one-tailed beast without a hitch, just think what an entire village could do. These villages were so consumed by fear that they joined forces and destroyed Yuzu. But there was no accurate proof if they actually did this. /N. Not a 100% sure if that's what started the Third Shinobi World War. So if I'm wrong, leave a review or PM. Thanks. Naruto sighed and nodded. One day I will rebuild my ancestors' homeland and return it to its former glory. Maybe I can even make it into my own personal headquarters or something, thought Naruto as they walked to UZUMAKI's village gates, or what was left of it. Naruto and Kakashi walked up to what used to be the gates of the Uzumaki homeland. They continued forward and looked at all the destroyed buildings as they passed. Kakashi and I, where do you think we should look first? Asked Naruto as he was looking around what used to be his ancestors' homeland. Kakashi looked down at Naruto and responded, maybe we should look at Uzukage's tower first and see if we can find anything in their archives or what's left of their archives. That makes sense, so we find these anchovies, and we might find something about my dojutsu, said Naruto, and Kakashi could only sweat drop. Naruto, it's archives, not anchovies. Said Kakashi and received a confused look from Naruto. Naruto, as if he was debating something, and said, they sound the same to me. Kakashi face faulted. Kakashi let out a long sigh. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's try to find the information we are looking for and leave as soon as possible. I have a weird feeling that something bad is going to happen. Which he received a nod in return from our orange-clad shinobi. As they walked through the ruins of UZUMAKI, Naruto looked at all of the buildings that he had passed. He noticed most of the buildings that were destroyed or partially destroyed still had strong foundations. So if he did ever want to rebuild, he had something to work with, at least he thought he did. He wasn't necessarily good at building things, but he was hopeful. He would just have to hire someone if the need arose. He had his Tusan and Kasan's savings that they left him. It wasn't as much as you might have thought, but it was enough to get it started if need be. The village in itself wasn't as big as Konoha. Hell, it wasn't even half the size. But if he could convince Hiruzenjiji, he might go for it. Especially if other Uzumakis heard of the rise of UZUMAKI, they would want to come back to their home of where it all started. Could be some type of base of operations for Konoha. The possibilities were endless. And on top of all of that, he could bring back where his ancestors once lived and flourished. Because how Ashigakure went out was bull. From what he read in a book about Uzushio, they were loving and kind people. And other villages being afraid of what the Uzumaki could do but didn't and decided to destroy Yuzu was a load of crap. Naruto was brought out of his musings when both Kakashi and himself stopped in front of a building. I think this is the only place in UZUMAKI that isn't destroyed. Weird, huh? Said Naruto as he was examining the Uzukage Tower. The tower itself was very similar to the Hokage Tower in Konoha. The only difference between the two was that Yuzu's symbol was a swirl that looked like a whirlpool, a lot like Naruto's Jujutsu, minus the tomos. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Exclaimed Naruto. He was about to start running to get inside before Kakashi grabbed his shoulder and shook his head no. Naruto was about to argue, but Kakashi gave Naruto a stern look. Kakashi made a Kagebushin and the Bushin started walking toward the tower. Right when the Bushin took one step in the front door, a seal appeared above and below him and incinerated the Bushin. Naruto paled on seeing that. That is why you don't rush into things, because you always have to look underneath the underneath. You have come a long way since I became your sensei, but out of all things that I have taught you, this is the most important. Always remember that, Naruto, because this will save you and your comrade's life more than once, said Kakashi. Gulp. Okay. But how do we get in? Asked Naruto. We should be good now. If I'm correct, that was only a one-time use. But just to make sure. He created another Kagebushin, and the same as the other did, but this time it didn't get incinerated. It gave a thumbs up and dispelled. Okay, that's our cue. Let's go, said Kakashi as he started walking and made his way into the tower with Naruto in tow. Inside, Naruto looked around the UZUMAKI tower, and just like the outside, the inside was perfectly intact. How could all the buildings have some form of damage if not completely destroyed, but this building looked like it had never been touched? It was just strange. If this is anything like the Hokage Tower, the entrance to the archives should be here, Kakashi said, and he opened a door that had stairs going down. Naruto. Let's go. Naruto nodded and walked past Kakashi and started ending down the stairs until he heard a thump. He turned around to see Kakashi on his ass. Naruto's sweat dropped. Kakashi and I quit being lazy and come on, Naruto said impatiently. The one-eyed Jounin sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Yeah, about that. I can't, hee, said Kakashi and received a blank stare in return from Naruto. What do you mean you can't? Asked Naruto with a confused look. Well, how about you activate your jujutsu, and you'll find out for yourself, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto sighed and nodded. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them. Gone were the cerulean blue eyes, replaced by red eyes with black swirls that looked like whirlpools, and for his pupils were 3 connected black tomos. Now Naruto could see why Kakashi couldn't follow him. There was a barrier up. But it was not just a barrier, it was a UZUMAKI blood barrier. The blood barrier would prevent anyone except with UZUMAKI blood to pass through. Oh, Naruto was definitely going to replicate this. He examined it for a couple more minutes before nodding to himself. Okay, see ya, said Naruto as he was about to start walking down the stairs again, only for Kakashi to say, What, you're going to go down there by yourself? Naruto, I don't think that's a good idea. Kakashi and I didn't come all the way out here just to turn back now. I need answers, and I need them now. If you're going to stop me, you're more and welcome to try. But first, you'll have to find a way to try and get past that blood barrier, said Naruto, looking back at his surrogate brother and sensei, who slumped his shoulders in defeat. Okay, fine. Just be careful, said Kakashi and received a nod in return. I will. I promise, said Naruto, making his way down the stairs. Kakashi saw Naruto's fleeting form inside. He is just like his parents, more than he knows. Well, I guess I could read Ika, it's a better time than any, thought Kakashi, pulling out his Ika and giggled profusely. Oh, Akiko, you dirty little girl, you. Heh. With Naruto. Naruto made his way down the stairs and found himself in a large room. He looked to the left, and the room was rather plain and mostly empty, with a couple scrolls laying about. But when he looked to the right, he gasped. He walked over and found himself in front of a shrine, and at the top were 3 UZUMAKI insignias in a triangle formation. Below the insignias were masks that were in 3 rows of 9. They all looked like Hanya masks. Between the masks and Naruto was a pit of black fire that was flickering wildly. The black fire intrigued Naruto. He never seen fire that was black before, and he could swear it could burn regular fire if given the chance. Naruto examined all the masks one by one until he noticed one was missing. He looked up and saw the kanji for Death God's Mask. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that. Death God's Mask, I have a bad feeling about that. I don't know what that mask can do, but it can't be good. But I'll worry about that later, but first I have other priorities to take care of, said Naruto, activating his jujutsu. He looked around and noticed a huge swirl mark with 3 tomos glowing in blue. He walked over to it and it started to spin as if it was hypnotizing him, and before he could even react, he was sucked inside. The wall glowed white for a second before it vanished with no sign of Naruto, like if he was never there. With Naruto. Naruto groaned and sat up and started rubbing his head to try and rub off the grogginess. What the hell just happened? He thought. Hello, Naruto. I've been expecting you for quite some time now, said someone with a deep and gruff voice. Ah! Naruto screamed and turned pale in color and started taking deep breaths. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you, hehehe, said Laugh, the mysterious man. You didn't scare me, just startled, that's all. Phew, Naruto said, and finally looked at the man who he was talking to, who had a grin spread across his face and sitting in the lotus position on a pillow. The man was an elderly man with white long hair, mustache, and a squared-off goatee. He also wore an old-style armor like the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Under his armor he wore a long-sleeved shirt, black outfit, the shoulders of which bore the UZUMAKI's crest. On his back were two swords and the handle of the swords curved. He also wore a forehead protector with the Uzumaki's insignia. "Who are you?" asked Naruto, eyeing the old man, making sure he didn't have any ill intentions. The man seeing this side, young people these days always want to fight. Sigh. The man pointed to the floor that had a pillow right in front of him. "Come on, sit. I'll answer anything that you want to know," said the man, and Naruto obliged and sat down. "Who are you?" asked Naruto again. "My name is Uzumaki Erasure, founder of UZUMAKI no Sato and first Uzukage. It's a pleasure to finally meet you at last, Uzumaki Naruto," said the now named Erasure. Naruto widened his eyes, and he was an Uzumaki and he knew his name. "How do you know me? We never met before, so how do you know my name?" And he received a laugh in return. "Haha, well, I know everything about you, Naruto. I know your name, your parents, your tendant," as he pointed at Naruto's stomach, "and how your village treats you. Your village treats you as a pariah even though you are saving them every day of which you hold in your gut. I also know why you came here to UZUMAKI no Sato. I know you, Naruto, because I've been watching you your entire life since the day you were born. You are a gifted young man who holds no hatred against anyone, and that's why I chose you," said Erasure, and shocking Naruto. "Choose me for what? What did you choose me for?" asked Naruto, not quite understanding the last part, as Erasure closed his eyes with a smile. "Why, to bear my Dojutsu and to continue on the Uzumaki's legacy. That's why. That is why you came to UZUMAKI to find answers about your Jujutsu. Am I right?" said Erasure as he looked at Naruto with the same red eyes with black swirls that looked like whirlpools, and for his pupils were three connected black tomos. Naruto gasped as he looked Erasure in the eyes. "But why me? What's so special about me for you to even choose me?" Naruto asked, and received a sigh in return from Erasure. "Naruto, why I chose you is because I know you can bring peace to this hate-filled world. You are gifted, smart, you have a stronger resolve than most, a never-back-down attitude, and I believe you're natural-born leader and one who would give his life for the people he loves without hesitation. You don't even have an ounce of hate in your heart after everything you have been put through. You are pure of heart, you are a true Uzumaki. This is why I chose you to bear the Shinwigan, Mythic Eye," said Erasure in a commanding tone and shocking Naruto. "Shinwigan?" Naruto asked, and received a nod from Erasure. "Yes, the Shinwigan. I chose you to bear the Uzumaki Dojutsu. Other than myself, you are the only other person to unlock it," said Erasure, and Naruto couldn't help but grin. "Su, do you know what the Shinwigan does?" asked Naruto with an innocent smile, and received a sigh in return. "Are all young ones this impatient?" Sigh. Well, he has been waiting for a long time to know what the Shinwigan's abilities are, thought Erasure as he adjusted in his seat a little. "Yes, I do," said Erasure, and he saw Naruto had a grin that threatened to split his face. A few seconds went by, then a minute, and Naruto's smile slowly started to slip away after he realized that his Uzumaki brethren wasn't continuing. "Well," Naruto said. "Well, what?" asked Erasure, and Naruto's face faltered. "What does the Shinwigan do? What's its abilities?" asked Naruto, getting straight to the point. "Oh, well, why didn't you ask? I'll tell you what I know." Erasure started and gathered his thoughts. He took a breath and continued. "The Shinwigan, as you know, is the Uzumaki Dojutsu. The Shinwigan is powerful, even more powerful than the Sharingan and Byakugan, and could even rival the Rinnegan. What makes the Shinwigan so powerful? You can copy Kekkei Genkai, with the exception of other Dojutsu." Shocking Naruto even further. Copying Kekkei Genkai was unheard of, and yet it was possible. "If I'm correct, you found out that you can read and understand Fuinjutsu, Sealing Jutsu, rather easily, correct," and received a nod in return from Naruto. "The Shinwigan, after copying a Kekkei Genkai, will give you the elemental affinities. If you have already mastered the steps of elemental affinities similar to the Sharingan, you can copy the ninjutsus during combat and throw it right back. Trust me, it's a good surprise factor. So it'll be best if you master all 5 affinities. The Fuinjutsu aspect would be best if you spend a lot of time practicing, because once you get good enough, you can possibly apply seals with just a glance. So, for instance, if you, by chance, master the seal your father made, that made him one of the most feared shinobi in all of the elemental nations, and he had to use a kunai. What do you think you could do with just a glance?" Hell, you could probably think of a place and Hiration your way there. I wish I thought of something like that. But let me get back on track. Like I said before, you and I Naruto are the only Uzumaki who have unlocked the Shinwigan. The potential of our Dojutsu is up to the wielder. There are many more some that I was never able to discover. But I will not tell you them. Erasure said while standing up and patting himself done. What? What do you mean you will not tell me them? I came all the way to Yuzushiogakure to find out what the Shinwigan is with my lazy sensei, screamed Naruto, letting out all of his frustration. Even though he was quite excited at the thought of endless possibilities of the Shinwigan. With Kakashi. Achoo! Whoa, that didn't sound good. I hope I'm not getting sick, said Kakashi as he rubbed his nose. Naruto has been gone for a while. I hope he is not getting me back for all them times that I was late for his training. Kakashi said to no one in particular. He shrugged his shoulders and went back to reading his Ika Ika. With Naruto and Erasure. I will not tell you them because you will have to figure it out yourself. That is why. You have to figure things out for yourself or you will not learn anything. I just can't give you all the answers on a silver platter. I had to figure out most of them myself. Erasure said, casting a stone-faced stare towards Naruto, making the orange-clad boy flinch. Naruto sighed in defeat and nodded. Erasure smiled and walked over to where Naruto was sitting and gestured him to stand up. Naruto, before I go, I would like to give you a present that will help you along the way that saved my life more than once. Erasure said, gaining the young boy's interest. And what would that be? Asked Naruto. This, one of the most useful and if used properly can be powerful ability that only a few Uzumaki could attain. Chakra chains. Typically the chains would come out of the user's back but not ours. Our chains can come out of any terrain without hindering us in any way. Ours are the true form of the chakra chains and can be utilized in combat and even be incorporated in ninjutsu in an efficient manner. Erasure said as he flicked his wrist, and there were 5 chakra chains shot up from the ground that were silver in color, with kunai like spikes at the end of the chains, floating above his head as if awaiting orders from their master. Naruto couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Erasure looked at Naruto, marvel over the chakra chains, and snapped his fingers, and they disappeared. That is so cool. How do I learn it? Are you going to teach Dash? Before Naruto could bombard the older Uzumaki with more questions, he put his hand on top of Naruto's head. Before Naruto could ask what he was doing, there was a large chakra spike and Naruto could feel a power rise inside of his body like the day he activated his Shinwigan. And like before, it vanished. Naruto looked up to see Erasure with a soft smile and said, "Go ahead. Give it a try." Naruto did as he was told and focused. He opened his eyes and right in front of him was a chakra chain, but unlike Arashi's, his was pitch black in color and the kunai-like spike was red in color. Naruto couldn't help but grin ear to ear. "Thank you, Uzumaki Erasure. Thank you for everything," said Naruto as he gave a deep bow. "It's no problem. What is family for anyway?" "Well, I got to get going. See ya," Erasure said in a cheerful tone. "Wait, will I ever see you again?" asked Naruto with a downtrodden look. "One day we will meet again. The day you meet the Kyuubi, come back and see me. That fox is a mean bastard. But I personally think he is misunderstood, and from what Mito-sama said, he is a big softy." And with that, Erasure disappeared as if he was never there. Naruto looked around the room and realized there were no exits. How the hell am I supposed to get out of here? 30 minutes later. Kakashi was reading his book in peace until he noticed Naruto climbing up the stairs. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in relief that Naruto was okay and not injured. "Yo, did you find what you were looking for?" asked Kakashi and received a nod in return, which Kakashi I smiled at. "Good. Then let's go. The sooner we get back to Konoha the better," Kakashi said, and Naruto couldn't help but nod. He was missing Konoha even though he was gone for a couple days. "Hey Kakashi. Sensei, before we go, can I check something out real quick? I'll be a couple minutes at most." Kakashi sighed and nodded. Naruto ran off to Kami knows where in the Uzukage Tower. Kakashi yawned and leaned against the wall with book in hand. With Naruto. Naruto was up in the Uzukage's office that didn't look no worse for wear, drawing some sort of intricate seal in the above-average size scroll that he had on his person. After he was done, he started to create 50 kage bushins at a time before sealing them in the scroll. It was some sort of containment seal. He stored 500 bushins in the scroll and summoned one more bushin. "You know what to do. Try to get the village cleaned up as much as you can. Once you are about to run out of chakra, summon another kage bushin in your place." Don't summon more than 5 once you dispel. Got it? Said Naruto and received a salute in return as he grabbed the scroll from the original. One of Naruto's goals now was to restore his ancestors' homeland. One day he would, and hopefully whoever was left of the Uzumaki clan would return. The Kagebushins could clean up quite a bit, but even the 500 Kagebushins wouldn't be enough. But it was only the beginning. Naruto looked around the Uzukage's office and noticed a couple scrolls laying about, and there were some on the shelves throughout the room. There were mostly Fuinjutsu scrolls, which he was glad to take for himself, and pulled out a storage seal and stored all of the scrolls he found into the seal. He was about to leave when he noticed a sword in a glass case. He walked over and opened the glass case before pulling the sword out. The sword, just like his own, it was another katana. This sword sheath was pitch black and had the Uzumaki's insignia in red on both sides of the hilt. The hilt was also pitch black with 2 dragons, one black and one white intersecting with each other on both sides. Similar to his own katana, weird. The katana was approximately 27 inches long, and the hilt of the blade was another 10 inches in length. He pulled the sword from its sheath, and the blade was blood red in color with black Uzumaki swirls on both sides of the blade. Naruto looked at the sword quizzically. It was the same as his sword, just opposite in color. Did the Uzumakis craft more of these, or were they the only 2? I guess time would only tell as he sealed the sword in his storage seal and left. A few minutes later Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi, with a grin plastered on his face, who looked a little fatigued. "What did you do?" asked Kakashi suspiciously, and single eye narrowed. "I only gathered some of my ancestors' scrolls and some other things." "Well, what are we waiting for? I'm hungry and I want some Ichiraka ramen before the day ends, so let's go," replied Naruto, dashing off through Yuzu. Sigh. I hope he knows that we are 2 days' travel away from the village. Oh well, thought Kakashi before he dashed off after Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was cursing his luck because he was fighting the worst enemy of all Kages. Paperwork. Damn you, Minato. Leaving me with all this damn paperwork. The aged Hokage thought while rubbing his temples from the headache that was threatening to split his head in 2. There was a knock at his door, and with a heavy sigh he said, "Come in." Naruto and Kakashi walked through the door, and Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. He didn't know why, but Naruto could always bring a smile to his face no matter how bad of a mood he was in. "Hey GG. Mission accomplished," said Naruto in a happy tone. Hiruzen took out his trusty pipe and tobacco and began packing it. "Really? That's wonderful news. So what did you find out in Uzushio?" he said as he lit up his pipe. Naruto had a grin that threatened to split his face. "Before I tell you, could you send your umbu out, please?" The aged Hokage nodded, and with a hand gesture the umbu left the room. Naruto walked up to his surrogate grandfathers and slammed his hand on Hiruzen's desk and said, "Fuinjutsu. Seal of privacy," shocking Kakashi and Hiruzen. "Whoa Kakashi. I didn't know you were teaching Naruto-kun in Fuinjutsu," the aged Hokage said, taking a puff out of his pipe. "I didn't care to explain," Naruto asked Kakashi with his single eye narrowed. "What were one of the first things you taught me, Kakashi-sensei?" "Deception is the shinobi's greatest weapon, Hihei," said Naruto with a grin and received an eye smile in return. "You're a quick learner, Naruto Otudo," Kakashi said with an eye smile. "And you're a good sensei, Kakashi." And Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. "Okay, getting back on track, what happened in Uzushio?" asked Hiruzen for the second time. So for the next 45 minutes Naruto told Hiruzen and Kakashi what happened in Uzushio no Sato. The more Naruto relayed the information, the more shocked they became. "And that about sums it up," finished Naruto, and he couldn't help but snicker seeing the faces of his surrogate grandfather and brother's faces. Both of their jaws were hitting the ground and eyes the size as dinner plates. Priceless. "You just might become Hokage, Naruto-kun. Wait, he can become Hokage and I can go back into retirement. He can have all this wretched paperwork. He always wanted to be Hokage and I always wanted to retire. It's a win. It would be a few years, maybe I could get Swanda back. Yes, that could work, yes. Haha. Hiruzen thought with a mischievous look in his eyes. A cold chill went up Naruto's spine from looking at his GG eyes. "I have a bad feeling about something and I don't like it." After shaking off the cold chill he looked at his surrogate grandfather with a serious expression that Kakashi and the aged Hokage took notice of. "There's something else, Hokage-sama," said Naruto, which got raised eyebrows by both. There were these masks that were hanged up below the Uzukage tower. There should have been 27, but one was missing, Naruto said, and Hiruzen had a grave expression on his face. /n, I know the masks weren't originally in Uzushiogakure. Naruto, which one was it? Hiruzen said. The Death God's mask, said Naruto with a serious expression. As I feared. Sigh. I have a feeling that will be the death of me. Damn, I'm getting too old for this shit, thought the aged Hokage leaning back in his chair while nursing his temples. Hokage-sama, if I may ask, what is the Death God's mask? Asked the one-eyed Jounin. It's nothing you need to worry about, Kakashi, said Hiruzen and received a nod from Kakashi. So are we done now, GG? I'm kinda hungry and Kakashi and I are gonna get some training done before the day is up, asked Naruto. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Naruto-kun, but Kakashi has another mission today. Maybe Kakashi can find you someone to take his place, said Hiruzen while looking at the one-eyed Jounin. Kakashi grinned, but not that Naruto or the aged Hokage could tell with his mask on. Oh, I have the perfect person for my little bro. Like who, Kakashi and I? Asked Naruto, not realizing what his surrogate brother had planned for him. 20 minutes later. Naruto, your flames of youth shine brightly today. As our warm-up, we will run around Konoha 100 times. And if we can't do that, we will do 1001 arm push UPS. And if we can't do that, I'll let you guess who that is. He stood at 5 foot 11 inches. He had a green jumpsuit with a shiny bowl haircut and overly grown eyebrows which gave Naruto the chills. Naruto had a dumbfounded look on his face after hearing and seeing the green-clad shinobi. Out of everyone Kakashi and I could have picked, he picked this guy, troublesome. Great, now I'm starting to talk like Shikamaru, troublesome. Damn it. Naruto, let's begin, said yelled Guy after he finished. There was a green blur and a dust cloud following in his wake. He says that's a warm-up, screw this, I'm gonna go get some ramen, said Naruto as he started making his way towards Ichiraku Ramen. 5 minutes later. Hey Aji-san, start me off with my usual I'm starved, said Naruto and sat up at the counter. Tucci came out of the back and gave Naruto a grandfatherly smile. Well, if it isn't my best customer. How have you been, Naruto? I haven't seen you for a while. What's new? You know, the usual training day in day out, trying to better myself and going to the academy. Where's Ayame-chan? Replied Naruto as Tucci handed him a bowl of miso ramen. She went to go get some more supplies. Knowing you might clean me out by the time that she gets back, haha, said laughed Tucci, while Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. For the next 30 minutes Naruto ate and talked with Tucci. After Naruto was done, he paid his tab and left with a satisfied look on his face. What should I do? It's about to get dark, maybe I should just call it a night. Naruto was about to make his way to his apartment before a green blur was heading right for him. Oh, Kami. Not this guy again. NNNARRU, you call that running? And before Naruto knew, he was punched in the face by a powerful punch by the green-clad shinobi and was sent right through a wall. Naruto's luck must have ran out that day because he was sent through the ladies' hot springs. Ayaha! Naruto, what do you think you're doing in here? Get him. Yeah, hold him down, we will show him not to peek on us again. The women screamed as they ruthlessly beat down Naruto, and only one thought went through our favorite blonde's mind. Why does this shit always have to happen to me, Aoi? Guy was not expecting for that to happen. He twisted on his heel and started whistling as if nothing had happened. He could still hear Naruto's pleas for them to stop, but it fell on deaf ears. I'm sorry, my youthful student, but I cannot help you. And with that he blurred out of sight. Naruto's apartment 1 hour later. Naruto was laying on his bed with his face all bruised and swelled and was thinking of ways to get back at the green-clad shinobi. I swear to Kami, if I see that overgrown eyebrow freak again, I will beat him to a pulp. Oh, and Kakashi and I got something special for you, he ha ha ha. Cough. Cough. Said Naruto to no one in particular. You better hold on to your Ika, you lazy cyclops, or it might burn to a crisp, ha ha ha. Cough. Damn this cough. Yawn, time to get some sleep. Next day. Naruto woke up to knocking at his door. Naruto rubbed the grogginess out of his eyes and got up and answered the door. Yeah, dash. But he was cut off as someone grabbed the back of his collar and picked him up. Hey, what's the big idea? Yelled Naruto as his eyes adjusted to the sun. Naruto, I'm taking you to the academy. You have missed the past week of my class and you will not miss any more. Yelled his other surrogate brother Irika. Damn, I forgot that I had the academy today. I'll just switch out with a Kagebushin at lunch and go out for some training. thought Naruto. Iruka-sensei, could I at least get showered and dressed before we go, please? Asked Naruto, but the scarred Chunin wasn't having any of it. No, we are going straight to the academy, and besides, you are already 3 hours late, yelled Iruka with a tick mark on his forehead. Okay. Geez, sorry, I was caught up in dreamland until you had to ruin it, Naruto yelled back, further increasing Iruka's tick mark by tenfold. What was that? The only thing you do is sleep. If you put more of your attention in studying and training, you wouldn't be the dead last of your class, but no, you prefer to sleep the whole day away. Iruka fired back, hoping Naruto would see the error of his ways. If only you knew, Iruka-sensei, if only you knew, thought Naruto, looking away from Iruka. Iruka mentally gave himself a pat on the back for a job well done. Out-talking the loud-mouthed prankster deserved an award. Can you at least put me down, Iruka-sensei? Asked a hopeful Naruto, which elicited a glare from Iruka. No, Iruka said as he used his signature big-headed no jutsu. Geez, okay. Okay, you didn't have to yell, for crying out loud, I'm right next to you, said Naruto as he folded his arms in defeat. At the academy 5 minutes later, Iruka walked into his class while still holding Naruto by the back of his collar, dragging him into the class. All the kids in the class just laughed at Naruto. Haha, well, look who finally showed up to class late again. Ha, Naruto, said a laughing Kiba who had a white dog on his head. The dog's name was Akamaru. Shut up, dog breath, Naruto fired back, sticking his tongue out at the boy. What was that? Yelled an enraged Kiba as he stood up from his desk, ready to pummel the blonde. That is enough. Naruto, go to your seat. It's time to begin today's lesson. Today we will be Iruka was interrupted by the lunch bell that went off. Iruka grew a tick mark the size of the Hokage Tower. When he turned around, the only person that was still in class was Shikamaru, who stood up and yawned. Troublesome, said the lazy genius, making his way out of the classroom. Oh, screamed Iruka at the top of his lungs. Everyone in Konoha could hear that scream throughout the village. Outside of the academy, Iruka-sensei is really pissed at you, Naruto. Yawn. Why are you always late, and when you're late you give a terrible excuse? Asked a slightly interested Nara as he lay down next to Naruto underneath a tree with Chuji sitting next to him munching on a bag of chips. There are not excuses, it's the truth, and they are not terrible either, Naruto fired back, which received 2 sweat drops from the duo. Oh really? And I quote, sorry I got lost on the path of life, or sorry I'm late, there was a black cat that crossed my path, so I had to take the long way, or dash. Before the Nara could continue, he was cut off by Naruto. Okay, I get it. I don't need a lecture from a guy who sleeps all day in class. Naruto stopped as he stood up and dusted himself off. Well guys, I'll be back in a few, said Naruto, walking away from the duo. Yawn. Where are you going? Class starts again in 30 minutes, and knowing you'd probably be late. Again. I'll be back on time. No need to worry, replied Naruto, waving over his shoulder, leaving the Nara to his thoughts and the Akimichi to his eating. 7 minutes later, in a random alley, Kagebushin no Jutsu whispered our favorite blonde. Hey boss, what's up? Asked Naruto. Go back to the academy and dispel yourself afterward and be discreet. Okay. Oh, and no sleeping, Iruka is already pissed at me. Finished the real Naruto and received a salute from the clone. Finally, time to go do some real training, said Naruto, leaving in a swirl of wind. Training ground 9. Ah, it feels good to be back. What are you doing here? Said Naruto with narrowed eyes. What Naruto was looking at was Mato Guy doing one-armed push-ups in his private training ground. Oh, if it isn't my youthful student. How are you doing on this youthful day, Naruto Kun? Said yelled the green-clad shinobi, jumping up from his position. Could have been better, but you didn't answer my question. What are you doing here? Asked Naruto, losing patience with the overly grown eyebrowed man. Kakashi told me where to find you if I couldn't find you. Are you ready to begin your training? Today I will be helping you with taijutsu and increasing your speed. Are you ready? Roared Guy with anticipation as he stood in his stance, crouched down with one arm behind his back and the other in the come-hither motion. I did say I would beat him into pulp the next time I see him, but he is a high jounin level shinobi while I'm only low chunin. But that's not stopping me from kicking his ass, thought Naruto, slipping into his taijutsu stance while whispering Kai, releasing his gravity seals and activating his Shinwagen. Hajime, begin, yelled Guy while blurring out of sight and giving Naruto a right hook to Naruto's face only for him to poof out of existence, getting a raised eyebrow from the green-clad shinobi. When did he create a Kagebushin? Wondered Guy while settling into his Goken stance. Naruto was hiding in the trees about 20 meters away from Guy. I know I can't beat him in a heads-up taijutsu brawl. He isn't called the Green Beast of Konoha for nothing. But why not send in a couple hundred Kagebushins? That could wear him down. Maybe? Thought Naruto, putting his fingers in the cross seal, and yelled, Kagebushin no Jutsu? 200 Kagebushins surrounded Guy. The latter couldn't help but smile. Yes, Naruto-kun, show me your flames of youth. With that said, all the Kagebushins charged Guy, hoping to land a hit on the green jumpsuit wearing Jounin. Guy disappeared in a show of speed and started decimating the Kagebushin as if it was a walk in the park. Wave after wave of Bushins poofed out of existence. Only one thought went through Naruto's mind watching the display of speed and skill of Guy. He's as ruthless as Kakashi and I. This is insane. How can he be so quick? Naruto turned around just to see a fist impact his face from behind. Naruto went flying in the opposite direction of said fist and crashed into the ground, creating a small crater. There is my youthful student. Are you ready to continue, Naruto Kun? Guy said while giving the nice guy pose and received a nod in return. Hajime! But this time it was Naruto who went on to attack, blurring out of sight, shocking Guy of what type of speed he had. At the age of 10, he shouldn't be that fast. But Guy wasn't a Jounin for nothing, blocking the axe kick Naruto sent to Guy's head. Guy grabbed Naruto's foot and threw our favorite blonde towards a tree, only for Naruto to catch himself in midair and sticking to said tree, not taking his Shinwagon off of him. Naruto launched himself towards Guy's location with his fist cocked back, ready to deliver a devastating blow to him. He was ready to block it, but at the last second Naruto seamlessly created a Kagebushin, twisting him in midair. Guy, not expecting this, took a bone-cracking punch to his face, making him jump back, keeping his distance away from the blonde. He's as clever and unpredictable as his father. How youthful, thought Guy, wiping away a bit of blood coming from his lip. Naruto continued on his pursuit, throwing a spinning back kick, which Guy caught effortlessly with his hand. Naruto, using his momentum, spun his other leg around and brought it down like an axe kick, intending on ending the fight. Guy brought his forearm up and blocked the kick, only for his arm to go slightly numb, surprising the Jounin. Guy let go of Naruto to dodge two black chains that shot from the ground, narrowly missing the green spandex Jounin. Guy, not wanting to be on the defensive anymore, disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto, kicking him in the back. Naruto was sent flying in the opposite direction before another chain shot from the ground, catching the blonde and placing him on the ground. Naruto got back in his stance, looking ready to continue before Guy raised his hand for him to stop. You are very good, Naruto, very good. But you have a lot of work ahead of you. Kakashi has trained you well. Until next time, my youthful student, said Guy as he was about to turn to leave, only for Naruto to stop him. What? That's it? We just started and now you're leaving? Asked a confused Naruto. Yes, Kakashi wanted me to test you. You knew you couldn't beat me, so you tested me by sending in all those Kagebushin. But you didn't realize how fast I truly was, and that's where you messed up. You let your guard down thinking you were in the clear, but as a shinobi you have to keep your battle senses at max, because if I was an enemy shinobi you'd be dead. But you have great battle awareness, but there is always room to improve, so keep training, and one day we can spar as equals. Said Guy, surprising Naruto that he could actually be serious when the time calls for it. Naruto couldn't help but smile and gave Guy a thumbs up. It's a deal. The next time we spar we will be fighting as equals and I will win, declared Naruto and received a nice Guy pose from Guy. Before I go, Naruto, would you like a green jumpsuit like mine? Asked/yelled Guy, pulling a jumpsuit out of nowhere. Not a chance, said Naruto as he shunned Shin away before Guy could ask him if he would like black hair dye and bushy eyebrows just like himself. You could find Guy crying anime tears and sulking by a tree. Why will nobody take my gifts? Sniff. What is that sound? Said Guy, making his way down to find a boy that looked to be a year older than Naruto, hitting a tree stump with his fists, then switching to kicks. He heard the boy say, if I cannot do 1,000 kicks, I will do 2,000 push-ups. There was only one thought in Guy's head. He reminds me of myself with Naruto. I have 3 more years of the academy, and to better myself, I will have to push my body to its limits. If I want to protect my precious people, then the real training begins starting tomorrow, thought Naruto, making his way towards his apartment to get ready for his new training regimen. Chapter 6. So you want to get stronger, huh? asked the ex-Umbu commander and received a firm nod in return by Naruto. Naruto and Kakashi were at training ground 9 and Naruto explained to him his reasons on becoming stronger than he already was. Well, alright. I was gonna wait until a year before you graduated the academy to start this, but I guess it's a better time than any, said Kakashi. So what are you gonna teach me, a new jutsu, more endurance training? Teach me a new taijutsu? Naruto was cut off by his ramblings by Kakashi. Nope. With this, said Kakashi while pulling out a piece of paper. Kakashi-sensei, if this is another one of your jokes, I'm gonna tie you up and make you watch me burn every single one of your ikarikas one by one, said Naruto in a menacing tone and received a sweat drop in return. No, Naruto, I can assure you this isn't one of my jokes and this isn't average paper, Naruto, it's chakra paper, explained Kakashi and received a raised eyebrow in return. Oh, now I remember. This paper can tell me what my element affinity is, Naruto replied with a grin. Kakashi nodded and said, yes, Naruto, you are correct. Chakra can be converted into one of 5 different elements to perform jutsu. But you can perform a jutsu without having the affinity for that element. But the only downside to this is that it won't be as powerful or strong and will take more chakra to cast than for someone who does have the affinity for that element. You with me so far? Asked Kakashi to see if he still had Naruto's attention or not. When he received a nod in return by said blonde, he continued, the 5 affinities are water, earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Each country specializes in one of the elements mostly but can have all types. For instance, we are the fire country, so we have a lot of fire users, but we also have other kinds too. Like me, I am a lightning user. Most people have 1 affinity, maybe 2 to start off with, but as you work hard and get older you can get more affinities. Okay, I think I get it. So how do I know what affinity I have? Naruto asked his lazy one-eyed Jounin sensei. For water, the paper will get moist, earth, the paper will turn to dust, fire, the paper will turn to ash, wind will split the paper in 2, and if lightning, the paper will crumble. Now take the paper and pour a little bit of chakra into it and it will tell you what your affinity is, Kakashi said, handing Naruto the chakra paper. Naruto nodded, pouring some chakra into the paper. Naruto, once he saw the paper split in 2. But before he could celebrate, the other 2 halves shredded to pieces, which received a raised eyebrow from Kakashi. What does that mean, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, looking at his sensei quizzically. Kakashi hummed while scratching his chin before he replied, well, it would seem you have a naturally high affinity for wind. A really high one, in fact. I never seen this before, we will come back to that later. Since we know what affinity you have, let's go to the next step. Kakashi walked to the nearest tree and grabbed 2 leaves off one of the nearest branches. Kakashi walked back to where Naruto was standing and handed him one of the leaves. Now for the next step. The next step, you have to cut the leaf down the middle by only using your wind affinity, explained Kakashi as he was holding one of the leaves and using his lightning affinity made the leaf crumble up. Like so. While you work on this exercise, I'm gonna go report to Hokage-sama. I should be back within the hour. Oh, and before I go, you should use the Kagebushin. Later, finished Kakashi, leaving in a swirl of leaves. Okay, seems easy enough. Kagebushin no jutsu. There was a large cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it revealed 200 copies of the orange-clad shinobi in training. Alright, you heard the Cyclops, let's get this done. With a chorus of hi, they began focusing to cut the leaf down the middle, which would be a lot harder than the blonde initially intended it to be. With Kakashi. So you are beginning elemental affinity training with Naruto-kun. Quite impressive for a 10-year-old boy, I might add. So, is there anything else, Kakashi-san? Asked the aged Hokage, noticing Kakashi's slight nervous posture. It was odd coming from Kakashi, but decided not to call him on it just yet. Yes, Hokage-sama. I think it's time to test Naruto's capabilities with his Shinwagen. If you don't mind, Kakashi said, and Hiruzen couldn't help but smirk. So that's why he is nervous, thought the aged Hokage while taking a puff out of his trusty pipe. Exhaling, Hiruzen replied, well, that's your call, not mine. But if you think he is ready, Tenzo. Not even a second later, there was an Umbu kneeling to the Hokage awaiting what his leader's orders were. Tenzo, you are to accompany Kakashi-san here to Training Ground 9. It's time for you to help train Naruto-kun. I already informed you in what, so you and Kakashi-san may take your leave unless there is anything else, Kakashi-san. When he saw Kakashi shake his head no, he dismissed them. So Tenzo, it's been a while, how have you been? Asked Kakashi towards Tenzo, who in return gave a simple shrug. Tenzo had short brown hair and black, almond-shaped eyes. He wore the standard attire for the Umbu. A sword was strapped to his back. He wore a mask that resembled a cat's face covered in green and red markings, and he had a tattoo that resembled he was an Umbu. Nothing, just going on missions really, and since you retired I have become Umbu commander of our old platoon, replied Tenzo. That's good to hear. I'm honored to say that Team Ro was left in excellent hands, said Kakashi while they were making their way to Training Ground 9. Thanks Kakashi, that means a lot, especially coming from you, replied Tenzo. Oh, it's nothing. Let's pick up the pace. I'm sure Naruto will be ecstatic to find out what's next I have planned for him. When he received a nod, they took to the rooftops and made their way to Training Ground 9. With Naruto. Naruto was still trying to cut the leaf in two but was finding it rather difficult to do. He was able to cut the bottom of the leaf, maybe a couple centimeters at most, but like they say, every journey always begins with a first step. Naruto thought this was going to be a lot easier than he had imagined, but not even an hour later he cut the leaf, not by much but enough to be called progress. Naruto was about to continue his exercise when someone called out to him. Yo! Naruto, I'm back and I brought a guest with me, said Kakashi, making his way towards Naruto, or the one he thought was Naruto. Hey Kakashi-sensei, who's this? Asked Naruto, looking at the Umbu who was standing next to his sensei. Naruto, this is Tenzo. Tenzo, this is Naruto, said Kakashi. Nice to meet you, kid, said Tenzo. Yeah, likewise, replied Naruto, looking back at Kakashi. The real reason I brought Tenzo out here is because Tenzo has a special Kekkei Genkai, Hokage-sama, and I want to know if your Dojutsu can actually copy a Kekkei Genkai. So Naruto, activate your Shinwagen and let's get started. Tenzo, if you will. Without needing Kakashi to elaborate, Tenzo went through a few complex hand seals while ending on the snake hand seal and said, Moku Bushin no Jutsu. Something started coming out the back of Tenzo's neck, and before Naruto knew, there was an exact replica of Tenzo himself. Mokuton would release? Asked a shocked Naruto, looking in the general direction of Tenzo and his Moku Bushin. Yes, Naruto. We want to see if you can copy the Mokuton. While your Bushins work on the leaf-cutting exercise, you will be learning this, explained Kakashi, looking at the shock state of Naruto. I mean, who could blame him? Mokuton was supposed to be only special to only Senju Hashirama. But here is a man who he never met before and he can use the Mokuton. Not something you see every day. Alright Naruto, Tenzo said, knocking Naruto out of his stupor. The hand seals are tiger, dog, and snake. What you want to do is similar to the Kagebushin, just imagine replicating yourself from yourself. It might be a little uncomfortable when you use it the first few times, but you will get used to it. Now, to know how you are doing it right, you will feel a pull at the back of your neck. Once you feel that pull, add more chakra into the jutsu. That's it, Naruto. Now give it a try. Finished Tenzo and looked at Naruto with calculating eyes when Naruto went through the hand seals that Tenzo told him to use. About 45 minutes had passed since Naruto began his new form of training with Tenzo and Kakashi. Naruto was still trying to do the jutsu, but to no avail. For the life of him, this jutsu was nearly impossible to do. He wasn't going to give because that was against his ninja way. Okay Naruto, you have the right idea, but you're not adding enough chakra. Here, watch me again with you Shinwagen, Tenzo said, gaining Naruto's attention. Naruto watching Tenzo with calculating eyes, making sure he didn't miss a thing. Naruto noticed how much chakra Tenzo used, which was significantly higher than a regular Kagebushin, and noticed the clone coming out behind his neck before making a perfect replica of Tenzo himself. I think I got it this time, thanks Tenzo-sensei, Naruto said and received a nod in return. Another 20 minutes went by and Naruto was getting rather frustrated. Maybe he was doing something wrong, or maybe he was thinking too hard on the matter, or maybe Kakashi, Tenzo, and Tenzo's Moku Bushins were distracting him by playing cards, and Kakashi's complaints about how unfair it was that there were more of Tenzo than himself. He couldn't put his finger on it, but if he could choose, it would have been the last one. So Naruto decided to do it one more time before he took a break, deciding to put considerably more chakra than he had been in the technique. Naruto felt a weird pull at the back of his neck, as if something was trying to get out. Remembering what Tenzo said, Naruto continued to pour more chakra into the technique he was casting. Once he felt the odd sensation at the back of his neck disappear, he heard clapping. Great job Naruto, you did it. They don't look perfect, but it's a great start, Tenzo said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned around. Behind Naruto was 3 Moku Bushins of himself. Like Tenzo said, they're not perfect, but it's a good start. The Bushins looked like puppets more than anything. But it was a great start. I honestly didn't think you could do it. But I had a slight hope of you pulling it off. I would have expected a Bushin, but not 3. But who's counting? Tenzo said in excited tone while digged into his bag and pulled out a scroll fairly bigger than the average scrolls people use on daily basis and handed it to Naruto. Here, Naruto. This is a gift from me to you. This scroll contains a lot of the Mokutan's abilities along with jutsus for you to work on. I will stop by once a month to see how your progression is in Mokutan and help you strengthen your Mokutan over time. Well, it's time for me to go and report to Hokage-sama about this later. With that, Tenzo left in a swirl of leaves. Naruto couldn't help but grin ear to ear. I did it, Kakashi-sensei, can you believe it? Kakashi I smiled, which to this day Naruto couldn't understand how Kakashi could do that. Great job, Naruto. While you work on perfecting the Moku Bushin, I will go get some food for the both of us. But before he could go, Naruto told him to wait for a second. Yeah, what is it, Naruto? Asked the one-eyed Jounin. I was just wondering if I could get another one of those chakra papers to test something out, replied the blonde shinobi in training. Kakashi shrugged and handed him one of his chakra papers before leaving in a swirl of leaves as well. Testing his theory, Naruto channeled some chakra into the paper, and what happened next made him grin ear to ear. The paper tore into one side, turned to dust, and the other side became moist before shredding into bits. So if I copy Kekii Genkei, I also gain the affinity for that Kekii Genkei. Makes sense, so I guess this is one of the abilities that Uzumaki Erasure decided to let me learn on my own. Oh yeah, things are just starting to get interesting. Now time for the real training to begin. With that, Naruto began to perfect the Moku Bushins while his Kage Bushins still worked on the leaf-cutting exercise. 1 week later, deciding to take a break from training, Naruto decided to go to the academy as himself for a change instead of sending one of his Kage Bushins. Kakashi was also sent away on a mission for the rest of the week, so Naruto essentially decided to go to the academy. Naruto walked into the classroom and walked to the nearest seat, one that was by the window. Naruto sat down and stared out the window, just thinking how far he came through the years by Kakashi's tutelage. He couldn't help but smirk. Naruto could take on his entire class with his hands tied behind his back and blinded folded and still wouldn't break a sweat. Even the master of brooding, the one and only Uchiha Sasuke, couldn't match him. Naruto could beat him in every aspect of the shinobi, maybe besides genjutsu. Naruto could dispel genjutsu thanks to Kakashi teaching him how. The only genjutsus that could trap Naruto are A rank and higher, which is pretty good for a 10-year-old child. Naruto was knocked out of his musing when classroom door was slammed open, and of course the almighty, the elite, and of course the brooding king, the one and only Uchiha Sasuke, walked in with a horde of fangirls following in suit. If thou speaks thy devil's name, he will appear. Damn it, why can't it be the other way around? I mean, seriously, look at the way he walks, as if we should be honored to be within his presence. What he needs is to remove that rusty metal spike pole out of his ass, and maybe he might not be much of an ass. Naruto looked away from the last Uchiha and continued to stare out the window until he heard. You're in my seat, Dobe, so I suggest you get out of it, said the brooding king. Naruto turned towards Sasuke and started to pick his ear with his pinky. I'm sorry, you say something, team? Somewhere in Fire Country. Kakashi looked up from his battle he was having with a missing nin and pumped a fist in the air with an eye smile which weirded out the missing ninja and yelled, I knew I would get him, Tio, say it one day. After he proclaimed that, Kakashi went back to normal as if nothing had happened and continued fighting the utterly confused missing nin. Back with Naruto. I have an odd feeling that I made someone's day, thought Naruto before shrugging it off. I said you are in my seat, Dobe, now get up, Sasuke said in an angered voice. It ticked him off that someone was ignoring him an elite. Yeah, Naruto baka, get up, that's Sasuke-kun's seat, screeched the pink banshee and Sasuke's biggest fangirl, Haruno Sakura. Ignoring the pink banshee's outburst, he looked at Sasuke and grinned ear to ear. Using the sleight of hand, he stuck an explosion tag, one of his own creations, to the bottom of the chair and another underneath the chair beside him. It won't kill Sasuke, but it will leave a serious bruise to where he won't be able to sit down for a week. And he figured that Sakura would sit next to her precious Sasuke-kun, so she was just the added bonus to this friendly prank. Yeah, prank. Oh, sorry. MC Broodington, here is your seat that you so love and cherish. Maybe this chair can help dig out that 10-foot rusty metal spike pole out your ass as well. Oh well, that's not my problem, later, replied Naruto, standing up and walking back to the back of the room and ignoring the pathetic excuse Ki directed his way by his fangirls. Sasuke only reply to that was his signature line to those he didn't deem worthy with a simple H. He sat down along with Sakura by his side, who was pestering him for dates, but Sasuke just ignored her requests. Naruto looked at the clock and counted down 3, 2, 1. Hey now. Kai, release, he whispered. What everyone heard and saw next was a boom with the brooding king and his trusty fangirl aka the pink banshee were sent flying into the air before falling face first on the classroom floor. Both Sasuke and Sakura's rear ends were smoking from the explosion that just occurred by Naruto's doing. The whole classroom erupted in uproar of laughter from what just transpired. And for icing on the cake, Naruto said between his laughter, well, I guess haha. The chair decided not to help but instead shove the pole even deeper in your anal cavity, ha ha ha. But before anyone else could do or say anything, the door opened and in came their sensei, Irika. Irika looked at what happened to his classroom and saw 2 smoking chairs, or for what's left for that matter. He also saw his top 2 students still laying on the floor with their butts smoking. They were in too much pain to move and would hear a groan here and there. Who did this? Yelled Irika, using his big-headed no jutsu on the class. Kiba was still laughing and holding his ribs from the lack of oxygen when he was finally to speak. Ha ha ha. Phew, I think we all know who did this, Irika-sensei. PSSHTTT ha ha ha. Who could blame Kiba? That was hilarious with a capital H. Irika gained numerous of tick marks knowing now who did the stunt, and when he looked around the classroom for a certain blonde but did not see him. He did notice the back window open where that certain blonde could have escaped. Irika could not resist the urge to yell in frustration. Naruto. Yeah, the next 3 years are going to be rather interesting. 3 years later, day before graduation. It was early morning and people starting opening their shops for a new day. It was the day before graduation and Naruto, now of the age of 13 years old, was still snoozing in his bed. Well, that was before the alarm clock started going off, and if fate should have it, the alarm clock was destroyed by Naruto's fist. Naruto groggily sat up in his bed before looking over at what was left of his alarm clock and shrugged before he went back to blissful sleep. During these last 3 years, Naruto's growth was tremendous, and even saying that was an understatement. Naruto far surpassed Kakashi's expectations in his skill as a shinobi, even though Naruto wasn't officially a shinobi for Konoha yet. Naruto's taijutsu was mid to high jounin level even when he had his gravity seals on regular basis, which would make even Mato guy sweat, and that's saying something. When he had his gravity seals off, he was far faster than any chunin and most jounin, but that's a different story. But being realistic, Naruto's taijutsu may be high chunin to low jounin level because he lacks experience. Naruto's taijutsu style, the whirling tide fist, was perfect for him in every way possible, and Naruto integrated his wind manipulation and his chakra chains into the style, which made it nearly impossible to copy it with its unpredictability. Not even his sensei, Hatake Kakashi, with his Sharingan, could not even read his movements coming. Example, just say if someone dodged Naruto's attack by a few inches or more, he could use his wind manipulation to hit them with just as much force as if he hit them. Another example, why it's so hard to track Naruto's movements and what makes them unpredictable, that's where the chakra chains come in. They will move frequently around Naruto to try and cover up what he will do next, and before you knew it, you were either dead or knock on your ass. Even though technically Naruto never beat Kakashi in a taijutsu bout, but that didn't mean he didn't get in a few good hits and made his sensei sweat from overexertion of thinking too hard on what move to use next. Naruto's ninjutsu skills, well, one could say he was a complete utter monster in this category. With his 3 affinities, one which only Kakashi knows about, one which really didn't matter. But in the time frame of the past 3 years, he mastered the leaf exercise for all 3. After finishing his leaf-cutting exercise in 2 weeks after he started making 100 kagebushins to turn the leaves moist and another 100 to turn the leaves to dust. Within a week's time, he got both water and earth manipulation down packed. It was rather easier after already doing it with his wind affinity, so all he had to do was do the same step but switch it up. Instead of cutting the leaf, all he had to do was make the leaves moist and turn the other to dust. Kakashi also went to the next step for his wind manipulation by stopping the flow of a waterfall. Easy, right? It was a grueling process, but Naruto mastered the waterfall exercise in a month's time. Naruto's ninjutsu thrived above and beyond Kakashi's expectations. I mean, the kid was a walking stamina freak along with his chakra reserves that were larger than even the Hokage himself, not by much, but he was 13 years old and they were only going to increase as he gets older. Naruto had learned a wide range of jutsus by Kakashi and his father's library that he learned himself. His jutsu arsenal contains a vast amount of techniques from every affinity and some creations of his own. Naruto chakra control was good but could be better. With his reserves growing daily, he has to continuously do chakra control exercises. But his control was mid to high chunin level. Naruto learned much from Tenzo in the art of Mokuton, and true to his word, Tenzo stopped by once a month, sometimes twice if he wasn't busy. Tenzo taught Naruto all that he could, teaching everything he knew, every jutsu he learned and gathered through the years. Everything Tenzo taught him Naruto soaked it up like a sponge does in a bowl of water. And Naruto's personal favorite technique he learned from Tenzo was Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. The technique can grow on any surface and it can easily create a small dense forest if not more anywhere he so chooses. It can be used as an attack and be used for defense, allowing him to capture an enemy at the same time. It was overall the most useful jutsu he had. Naruto's skill in Mokuton was about the same as Tenzo's in strength and in skill. Tenzo was quite proud of Naruto of accomplishing that feat. In throwing weapons, Naruto was outstanding in kunais, shurikens, and senbon as well. He could hit the bullseye every single time, even moving at incredible speeds he could still hit the bullseye marker. Naruto's kenjutsu, he was a prodigy of the art. Naruto doesn't really have a style for the sword. You could say he was a go-with-the-flow type of guy. But like his taijutsu, he integrated his chakra chains with his kenjutsu, making it hard to read his movements. Naruto's kenjutsu was low chunin to maybe mid-chunin level. Not bad for someone who doesn't have a style. Now Naruto's genjutsu was non-existent. He could dispel genjutsus but not cast them. He even tried activating his Shinwagen and see if it would work that way, but nothing worked, so instead of wasting his time by trying to learn genjutsus, he would just bettering himself by dispelling them. So he had Kakashi cast a multitude of them on Naruto at random times to see if he would catch on to it, which helped Naruto a lot. Now on to Fuinjutsu. Naruto's level in the art of Fuinjutsu was truly magnificent. He could be called a seal master in the art. His ingenuity in the art of Fuinjutsu was so great that it was scary. But that's partially because of his Shinwagen. His Shinwagen could decipher and decode most Fuinjutsu seals that he had come across in his father's library besides a few. Naruto truly shows of how the Uzumaki's ingenuity were in the art of Fuinjutsu. Speaking of his father's library, Naruto just about read every single book and scroll in Minato's library. He even read books on politics not because he wanted to but because he had to. He knew if he wanted to become Hokage he would need to study up on it. Not him in particular but his Kage Bushins. That's what they were there for, to do the boring stuff. All in all, Naruto was an extremely skilled shinobi, even though he isn't considered a shinobi in Konoha yet, but that will change in due time by tomorrow. 12 minutes after noon. Naruto was peacefully in his bed before he heard a knock at his door. Naruto groaned. Today was supposed to be his day off from training. Deciding not to get up from his bed, he decided to try to go back to sleep. Knock knock knock, housekeeping, a high-pitched voice said outside his door. Go away, replied Naruto, rolling over on his side. Knock knock knock, housekeeping, you want towel? The same high-pitched voice said. No towels, need sleepy, Naruto said, getting a little annoyed that the person won't quit. Knock knock knock, housekeeping, you want me to fluff pale low? Replied the high-pitched voice again, but a little louder. Please go away and let me sleep for the love of Kami, God? Yelled Naruto, completely fed up with the person knocking at his apartment door, and pulled the covers over his head. Knock knock knock, housekeeping, you want me jerk you off? Said the high-pitched voice again. Naruto eyes opened and got up. What the hell is wrong with this person? Naruto stood approximately 5'8" tall and had two bangs on either side that framed his face much like his father. Naruto was easily the tallest person in his class and the strongest, I might add. Naruto let out an agitated sigh to himself as he made his way towards the door. Naruto got to the door and opened only to see his one-eyed Jounin sensei, who was giving him an odd eye smile. What caught Naruto's attention were the bags in his hands. But before Naruto asked, he wanted to know something before asking what were in the bags. Was that you, Kakashi Oniai-san? It seemed it was more of a statement than a question, and Kakashi saw his apprentice's irritated face. Who, me? I have no idea what you are talking about, Naruto Otuto. I just knocked, replied Kakashi nonchalantly. Yeah, whatever. What's in the bags? Asked Naruto with a questioning look. They are for you. Since you are going to become a shinobi tomorrow, I decided to buy you a new set of attire since the orange jumpsuit sticks out like a sore thumb. And besides, I think you will like what I picked out for you, explained Kakashi with an eye smile. Hey, I like my orange jumpsuit and I like the color orange, Naruto said presently with a tick mark on his forehead. Well, if you want to become a real shinobi, you need to dress like one, replied Kakashi, walking past Naruto and setting the bags on his dining room table and plopped down on Naruto's couch. Naruto sighed. Why was it that everyone hated his orange jumpsuit? I mean, sure, a part of the reason why he wore it for so long was because that all the store owners would kick him out or charge him almost triple the amount of what other people paid for. He actually never even paid for his jumpsuits. He found a box of them in a dumpster that he was ravaging through when he was younger while looking for any type of food after the orphanage kicked him out. They were also warm during those oh-so-cold nights. They just stuck with him until now. Okay, fine, I'll try the clothes on and see if they fit. And received a nod in return. Naruto grabbed the bags and went to his room to change. About 10 minutes later, Naruto walked out of his room. Gone was the orange baggy jumpsuit. In replace, Naruto was now wearing a long-sleeved black shirt that showed his muscled-toned upper body with the Uzumaki insignia on the back of his shirt. Also, he was now wearing baggy black umbu pants with white strapping going up to his mid-calf and also had white strappings on his right mid-thigh holding his kunai holster in place. Naruto also wore black umbu sandals to go with his outfit. Well, look at you looking all spiffy and whatnot. But now to add the finishing touch, said Kakashi, pulling out a scroll and putting his hand in the tiger seal and said, Kai, release. And there was a black cloak, or 5 to be exact, that came to existence. Kakashi handed him one of the cloaks and watched Naruto examining it. The cloak was blood-colored red that had pure black-colored flame designs coming from the bottom of the cloak and the sleeves. The trimming of the cloak had black trimming. Naruto looked at the back of the cloak. The back of the coat had the kanji for Uzumaki Naruto, also on the top of his name, and at the bottom of his name were black swirls with 3 black tomos that looked like pupils. Whoa! Was all Naruto could before he put it on. Putting his arms through the sleeves, the cloak went all the way down to his mid-calves. Thank you, Kakashi Onaizen, said Naruto enthusiastically. It's no problem as long as you get out of the eyesore of a jumpsuit. It was worth spending the money. Well, I gotta go on a mission. See you in a couple of days. Later. And Kakashi was gone in a swirl of leaves. Once Kakashi was gone, Naruto unsealed his sword from a scroll that he found in his father's vault and strapped it to his back. Damn, I look badass. I can't wait to see the look on the people's faces when they see me tomorrow, exclaimed and excited Naruto. His life was going to officially change tomorrow once he aces the academy exams. It was time to show his comrades and the villagers what he is made of. Chapter 7. Next day, graduation day. Today was the day. Today was the day that Naruto finally gets to become a shinobi for Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto worked hard to get to this point through blood, sweat, and tears. The time was finally here. It was time for him to show to his comrades and the villagers he wasn't a demon and show how far he will go to such lengths to protect the village. The village that his father and mother gave their lives for, which he would do if the time comes. It was early morning, 2 hours before the academy begun. Naruto was already awake and standing in the middle of training ground 9. There was a gust of wind and Naruto closed his eyes, lifting his head up just a tad and let the breeze blow through his blonde hair. Why was he standing in the middle of training ground 9 and doing this? He was reminiscing about all the long hours, all the hard work he put training with Kakashi and Tenzo at the training ground. When the breeze stopped, Naruto opened his eyes and took one last look at the training ground he had spent 6 years training at and made his way towards the academy. While he was making his way to the academy, the villagers gave him strange looks as if they didn't recognize him. Naruto couldn't help but not keep the smirk that gradually graced his lips. It was a good feeling that they didn't recognize him and grateful of Kakashi getting his new wardrobe. Because if they did notice him, they would have tried to foolishly apprehend him to not get a shot at graduating the academy. Heck, keyword tried. Even though he will protect the villagers once he becomes a shinobi, but he wasn't one yet and he will protect himself and he was not going to let the villagers bully him anymore. The smirking blonde, deciding not to walk anymore, decided to shun Shin to the academy. With that said, he left in a swirl of wind and the blonde was gone with no trace of him being there. Naruto was in front of the academy and started making his way towards Irika's class. Naruto didn't need to be there for another hour, but he was just excited of becoming a shinobi. He just couldn't help but be early. Naruto opened the door to the classroom and he saw Irika at his desk, probably grading some papers or something. Irika looked up and saw a blonde with 2 bangs framing his face with a blood-colored red cloak with black flames coming from the bottom of his cloak and his sleeves. Irika looked at the boy who had a lot of similarities to their deceased Hokage, Yondaime. Irika looked at the boy with calculating eyes, and one distinctive feature he saw on the look-alike Yondaime were whisker marks. Whiskers. Then it finally clicked. And Naruto? Asked Irika with a perplexed look. Naruto grinned ear to ear and Naruto replied, "The one and only Irika-sensei." Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop as he saw Iruka put his hand in the tiger seal and repeated over and over, "Kai, release, Kai, Kai. Why won't this genjutsu dispel? You can't be Naruto," yelled a shocked Iruka. "And why would you say that, Iruka-sensei?" asked a confused Naruto. I mean, sure, he did change his attire, but he wouldn't have thought that Iruka would do this. "You're early. An hour early," yelled Iruka, making Naruto face fault. "I'm not that bad," Naruto fired back, which in return gave Iruka a tick mark. "Naruto, you have the worst attendance and tardies in this academy's history. I'm even surprised you get a chance to pass the academy today. But Hokage-sama was rather insistent that I give you a chance, so I am. I was actually about to leave to go get you to make sure you were here on time, so you didn't get another tardy on your last day. I'm just tempted to pass you so I don't have to deal with you or your tardiness next year. But since you were here, you saved me some time to actually get some paperwork done. So I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, and before I leave, Mizuki should be here in 15-20 minutes. Also, please do not do any pranks while I'm gone, or at all for that matter," asked Iruka with a pleading voice. "I promise I won't do any pranks today, Iruka-sensei. You have my word," Naruto replied and received a thankful nod in return by Iruka. "Okay. Well, I'll see you later, Naruto. I should be back before class begins." With that said, Iruka left with a stack of papers in his hand and walked out the door. Naruto looked around the empty classroom and decided to sit in the back of the class. Naruto was excited. Today was the day. No more sitting through Iruka's boring lectures, even though he was hardly there, and now he gets to go on missions. He knew he had to go on D ranks to start off, but that's what Kagebushin was for. While Naruto was waiting for class to begin, he saw his fellow classmates started filing in, either one by one or some in groups. Also, like usual, the brooding king aka Uchiha Sasuke walked in with his horde of his fangirls in tow. And true to Iruka's word, Mizuki showed up 20 minutes later. About 5 minutes after Mizuki showed up, Iruka came into the classroom. After about 10 minutes, everyone was at the academy and Iruka began roll call. "Hello everyone. Class is in SES-. Iruka stopped in mid-sentence after he noticed he didn't have his students' attention. Iruka cleared his throat, cracked his neck and back before using his jutsu that he created himself, the big-headed no jutsu. "Silence!" Iruka yelled and inwardly patted himself on the back, seeing that everyone seemed to quiet down and were paying full attention towards himself. After everyone quieted down, Iruka started roll call and going through the names on his list until he reached Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto," said Iruka. Naruto raised his hand and replied, "Here." Everyone in class jaws dropped. Well, most had their jaws dropped. Some of the girls in the class had small blushes grace their faces. Was that really Naruto? Couldn't be. "What are you all staring at?" asked a confused Naruto. "You're actually here? You're on time. You're not wearing that horrid orange jumpsuit anymore," were most of the replies he received from his fellow classmates, which in return Naruto could only sweat drop. "All right, enough. Today, as you know, is the Genin graduation exams. There are 2 parts to the exam. The first is the written exam consisting of basic knowledge you should know of being a shinobi. The second and the last part of the exam is the ninjutsu portion, which consists the 3 basic academy jutsu. Any questions?" When he received none, he passed out the papers for the written exam. "Okay, you have 30 minutes to complete the written portion. After the 30 minutes are up, I will call time and you will stop writing. You will hand me your test and sit back down and wait to be called for the ninjutsu portion of the exam. After your name is called, you will go to classroom across the hall where Mizuki and I will conduct the ninjutsu portion of the exam. Once you pass, or if you pass, you will receive a Konoha Hitaiate. After you receive your Hitaiate, you may leave, but you must be back here in 2 days for team placements, at 8 in the morning sharp. And that means you as well, Naruto. That is all, you may begin," finished Iruka and was pleased to hear pencil hitting paper after he finished. Naruto looked at his test and saw that the test was on basic knowledge of being a shinobi like Iruka said. While Naruto was writing his answers to the questions on his test, he felt as if someone was watching him. Naruto looked up from his test and looked around the room. He saw his sensei Mizuki eyeing him down with an evil smirk, which unnerved Naruto. "Why is he staring at me like that? Whatever, I'll look into it later," Naruto thought to himself. Naruto continued with his test before he was finished with 5 minutes to spare. Naruto answered enough of them right so he could pass the written portion. He didn't want to answer all of them right because he was still keeping his mask up until he graduated. He promised Kakashi so he will keep his mask up. For now. After the 30 minutes were up, Irika called time. Everyone in class stood up and gave their test sheets to Irika and sat back down and awaited for the last portion of the exams to begin. Irika began calling out names, and one by one the shinobis in training went to the room across the hall for the last portion of the exam. Naruto was the last name to be called. It's time. Finally. Naruto stood from where he was sitting and made his way to the room across the hall. Naruto opened the door and saw Irika and Mizuki sitting at a long rectangular desk. Irika smiled at Naruto and said, "Are you ready, Naruto?" And he received a nod in return. "Okay, the first jutsu I want you to perform is the Kaorimi no Jutsu," said Irika as he threw a chalkboard eraser at Naruto's head. There was a poof of smoke and there was log that was laying where Naruto once stood. Naruto appeared from the window that was in the classroom with a grin on his face. "Great job. Okay, next is Henge no Jutsu," said Irika with hope in his eyes that Naruto might actually pass. Naruto nodded without using hand seals, which Irika noticed as well as Mizuki. Naruto henge into a perfect replica of the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mizuki seeing what was happening, he mentally seethed. Damn it, what is going on? He could never do these techniques last week. If he passes, what am I going to do about the Fuin no-show? Scroll of Seals. Maybe I can still find a different way to trick him into getting it for me. Fantastic. Now Naruto, the last and final one I'll like for you to perform is the Bushin no Jutsu. The minimum number of Bushins I would like for you to do is 2, Irika said. Naruto inwardly groaned. Why did it have to be a regular Bushin? Oh well, time to give a shot. Bushin no Jutsu. There was a small smoke cloud. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a clone of some sort that looked half dead and pale as can be. Even its clothes were pale, laying next to the original Naruto, who was crying anime tears. Or maybe not, thought Mizuki. Irika face faulted and Mizuki had a menacing grin that went unnoticed by Irika but not Naruto. Damn it. It seems I still can't perform the Bushin. Irika, do you mind if I do a different Bushin? Asked Naruto, looking at Irika pick his face off the ground. Literally. Yes, you may, replied Irika, who was praying to Kami that Naruto passes. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. The only other Bushin he knows about was the Kagebushin no Jutsu, Naruto said, which shocked Irika that Naruto knew a B-ranked kenjutsu that could possibly kill some jounin. There was a puff of smoke. When it cleared, there was 10 replicas of Naruto standing there with grins that threatened to split their face. Irika's face was gaping like a fish, but he soon snapped out of it and threw Naruto a Hitai 8, which he caught and said happily, "You pass. Congratulations, Naruto. We will see you in 2 days' time for team placements." Naruto smirked and wrapped the Hitai 8 around his forehead, letting his bangs fall from the sides and frame his face. He was a shinobi of the leaf and he was going to represent Konoha proudly. While Naruto made his way out the door, he caught a glimpse of Mizuki glaring at him. Naruto just shrugged it off like he would do with the villagers. Outside the academy, Naruto made his outside the academy with a grin and his arms resting around his head, showing off his Hitai 8 proudly. Naruto saw his fellow classmates outside being congratulated by their parents and other family members. The grin on Naruto's face slowly turning into a frown once he saw that nobody was there to congratulate him. No father, no mother, or no family. Naruto just started to walk where he didn't know. Naruto passed the parents and their children that passed the genin exams, and there they were again. The whispers and the hateful glares. How could they let that thing become a shinobi? That damn demon. Maybe we will all be lucky enough that he will die on a mission. Ha, look at that. No one came to congratulate the demon. Humph. Figures no one cares for the damn thing anyway. The comments just kept coming, and to Naruto's enhanced senses, he heard every single one of them. Once Naruto was out of sight, he shunshin away. The only other person who saw and heard everything was Mizuki, who smirked and had one thought on his mind: gotcha. Now all I have to do is convince him and the Fuin no show will be mine, thought Mizuki, leaving in a swirl of leaves. Once Mizuki left, the crowd of people burst into a puff of smoke as if they were never there. With Naruto atop the Hokage monument. Naruto was sitting on top of the fourth's head, looking over the village, the frown still ever present on his face. Naruto continued looking over the village for about another 10 minutes before a voice broke him out his sulking. "What's wrong, Naruto?" a familiar voice said. Naruto didn't need to turn around, already knowing who it was. "What do you want, Mizuki-sensei?" replied Naruto dryly. Well, I came here to congratulate you on passing the genin exam and becoming a genin. It's probably really hard not having parents to congratulate you on this special occasion. Especially with all the villagers giving you a hard time, said Mizuki with a reassuring smile and taking a seat on the ground next to Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his sensei and replied, "What are you getting at, Mizuki?" "I'm not getting at nothing. I just wanted to say congratulations since no one did besides Irika and I. There is something I would like to ask you though," Mizuki said, gaining Naruto's attention. "Yeah, and what is that?" replied Naruto, looking back over the village. "Why haven't you tried to get revenge against the villagers that seem to spite you for even the simplest things such as breathing?" Mizuki asked, gaining the blonde's full attention. Naruto shrugged and lay down with his arms behind his head and looked at all the puffy white clouds in the beautiful blue sky. "I don't know. If I just started getting revenge on everybody I saw or who treated me wrong, there wouldn't be much of a village left, and I'm not strong enough to do that." Mizuki inwardly smirked and thought, hook, line and sinker, now to reel him in. "What if I told you there was a way for you to get this power and strength to get back at all the people who wrong your whole life?" said Mizuki. "Okay, I'm listening," replied Naruto, which he received a sadistic grin in return that didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. "Now I'm only going to tell you this once. In the Hokage Tower there is a scroll called Fuin no Sho. The scroll is on an altar in the 2 doors down from the Hokage's office. Inside of said scroll are powerful kenjutsu. With these kenjutsus we could bring down all of the elemental nations if we absolutely wanted to. And most importantly, your revenge against the villagers that you so happily crave," Mizuki said, standing up with a menacing smirk on his face. "Okay, but if we do this we will have to meet up somewhere and leave the village. Once they find out, they will be after us as long as it takes to get that scroll back from what you said it contains. So what time do you want me to steal the Fuin no Sho and where should we meet up?" asked Naruto with a determined look on his visage. "Here. This will tell you what time and a map where we will meet up at. It's a small shack just a little ways outside the village walls. Be there by 2 in the morning and we will leave this kami-forsaken village once I get there," said Mizuki and received a nod in return. With that said, Mizuki left in a swirl of leaves, but he never noticed the smirk that gradually graced his lips. Naruto looked around to make sure Mizuki was nowhere to be found. Naruto said, "Did you get all that, Hokage Aji-san and Kakashi Oniai-san?" asked Naruto out loud after he finished. There were 2 puffs of smoke. When it cleared it revealed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi and Hiruzen nodded and made their way to Naruto. "Yes, we did, Naruto. I can't believe Mizuki would betray Konoha in such a way like this," said the aged Hokage in clear shock. "Hokage-sama, what should you have us do? Do you want us to subdue Mizuki and bring him in for questioning? Or do Kakashi was cut off by Hiruzen, raising his hand for him to stop. Hiruzen sighed and replied, "Naruto will continue out with Mizuki's plan and Naruto will subdue him. Naruto, it's time to put Kakashi's teachings to the test and see how far you've grown. Kakashi, you will watch from the shadows and assist Naruto if he needs it or if there is more of my shinobi that decided to become traitors of this village along with Mizuki. This is a A-rank capture and subdue mission. Naruto, can you handle this?" asked Hiruzen with a serious expression on his face that showed failure was not an option. Hiruzen knew of Naruto's capabilities and knew he could do it. Besides being trained by some of his best jounin in the village for 6 years, he had no doubt in his mind that Naruto could defeat and subdue Mizuki. "Hi, Hokage-sama. This is my first mission as a Konoha shinobi, and with my Nindo on the line I will not fail," replied Naruto, which he received a grandfatherly smile and an eye smile in return. "What time does he want you to steal the Fuin no Sho, Naruto?" asked Kakashi. Naruto opened up the paper slip that Mizuki gave to him and replied, "He wants me to start the operation at 10 at night, and he wants us to meet up at a shack west of the village walls. It's about an hour from the Hokage Tower. So I would have to wait 3 hours for him to get there. What the hell am I supposed to do for 3 hours?" Naruto said in frustration, which he received an eye smile in return. "You could just pretend that you are waiting for me if you want. I'm normally 3 hours late, so it shouldn't be too hard," Kakashi said and received a glare in return by said blonde. "Maybe I could learn a jutsu out of the scroll while I wait a Hokage Aji-san?" asked an excited Naruto, which received a sigh in return. "I wouldn't recommend doing that, Naruto. We will see you at 10 tonight, alright?" Hiruzen didn't let Naruto get a chance to argue and left in a swirl of leaves along with Kakashi. Naruto pouted for a second before a smile crept to his face. He said he wouldn't recommend doing it. He didn't give me a direct order. So I know what I'm gonna do for those 3 hours. Who has 2 thumbs and gets to train out of the Fuin no-show? Yeah, you know it, this guy. Naruto said with a shit-eating grin and left in a swirl of wind. 2 in the morning outside of Konoha's walls. Naruto was breathing heavy on his hands and knees with the Fuin no-show laying out in front of him. Naruto had trained for the past 3.5 hours with the complex kenjutsu out of the scroll, which were a lot harder than Naruto would have liked, but he still learned a new jutsu he thought would come in handy. Naruto smiled to himself with the accomplishment of learning a kenjutsu in a little over than 3 hours, but he was cut out of his musings by a voice. "Do you copy, Naruto?" asked Kakashi through his earpiece. "Yes, I'm ready. Is he almost here?" asked Naruto through his. "He should be there within the next minute. Remember to ask him what we told you. We need to know who is after the scroll specifically, and we would also like to know if there are any others working with or for him." "He's here, I got your back if you need it," replied Kakashi, who was waiting to strike if Naruto needed him. This was Naruto's mission, and it was time to see if he can handle his own against other trained shinobi. Kakashi knew Naruto wasn't going to lose knowing Naruto, but it was better to be safe than sorry. "Copy," Naruto whispered to Kakashi while tying the Fuin no-show to his back and awaited for Mizuki to arrive. About 10 seconds later, Mizuki appeared on a branch overhead. Mizuki had shoulder-length white hair with a slight hint of blue. He had green eyes and wore the standard attire of a chunin and wore his Hittite bandana style. He also had 2 overly large shurikens on his back. "Were you followed?" asked Naruto, gaining Mizuki's attention. "No, but I'm actually surprised you could steal the scroll without anyone noticing," said a surprised Mizuki. "Well, I can thank my pranks on that one. It taught me to become really good at stealth and hide my percents quite easily after a while. I even gave the Umbu the slip multiple times even when wearing my orange jumpsuit," replied Naruto with a smirk on his face, remembering all the pranks he did when he was younger. "I guess that came in handy, didn't it? Okay, toss me the scroll and let's head out before anyone notices the scroll missing," said Mizuki, holding out his hand waiting for Naruto to toss him the scroll. Naruto took the scroll off his back and was about to throw it to him, but before he did he asked, "I have a question. Before we go, I would like to know where we are going after this?" Mizuki let out a frustrated sigh and replied, "We are going to Otogakure to meet someone there. And I'm assuming we will be giving this scroll to them when we get there. Do you mind if I ask who?" asked Naruto, examining Mizuki, and saw he was getting more and more frustrated with Naruto as time passed. "What's with all the questions? If you must know, it is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. He will give me what I have most craved for the longest time since I was your age, power. Uncontrollable power," replied Mizuki, losing his patience while holding out his hand again, and replied, "Now, give me the scroll and let's go." "Okay, but let me ask one more question. Is there more shinobi we are meeting up with us, or someone from our village or another village?" Naruto asked again, and making Mizuki furious. "No. Now give me the damn scroll before I'll kill you myself," yelled Mizuki, losing his cool and holding out his hand again. "Okay, geez, stop getting mad for crying out loud. Oh, and one more thing before we go, you might want to take a look behind you," said Naruto with fox-like smirk on his face. Mizuki turned just in time to get a bone-crushing punch to the face that sent him flying in the opposite direction by said fist. Before he could crash into something, there was a black chain with red kunai-like spikes that shot out the ground and wrapped itself around Mizuki's waist. It twirled him around before throwing him back to the place where he was dealt the bone-crushing punch. Mizuki saw Naruto jump in the air above him before being heel-kicked in the face and plummeted to the ground below, creating a small crater where he landed. Naruto landed gracefully on his feet and waited for Mizuki to pick himself off the ground. "That actually hurt, you damn demon," replied Mizuki while standing up on wobbly legs with blood coming out of his mouth. Mizuki spat out some of the blood that was in his mouth and said, "It's too bad you have to die tonight. I was going to kill you on our way to Otogakure, but I guess right now is better than any," said Mizuki while taking off one of his giant shuriken and jumping up to one of the nearest tree branches above. Mizuki started to spin it in his hand and threw it at Naruto. Naruto stood there with a blank face, and before the shuriken could reach him, a chakra chain shot out of the ground and went through the handle of the shuriken and threw it back with the same velocity. Naruto went through a set of hand seals and yelled out, "Shuriken Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." The one overly large shuriken turned into 8 and headed for Mizuki, who had a look of shock ever present on his face of what happened but recovered quickly. He wasn't a chunin for nothing. jumping out of the way of the shurikens that threatened to tear him into pieces, which instead tore away the tree he threw the shuriken from. Poor tree. After Mizuki was out of harm's way, Naruto was already pressing him back with little difficulty. Mizuki tried his best at defending against Naruto, but he was relentless. Mizuki noticed that Naruto was going for pressure points to disable his limbs, which luckily Mizuki dodged just in the nick of time on most, but once he dodged he would get hit in the face, ribs, or stomach for his troubles. Mizuki jumped back and stopped about 25 yards away from the young blonde. Mizuki was barely standing on his 2 feet, and if looks could kill Naruto would have been dust. "What the hell are you?" asked the beaten and bruised Chunin. "Who, me? Uzumaki Naruto, we met before, right?" asked Naruto with a nonchalant look. "Don't play games with me. You can't be that demon. Someone as worthless as him, who has nobody or who nobody likes, could be this strong. I should have killed you already, but I haven't even laid a finger on you. You were the dead last to nobody. But how? I don't understand. I should have this power. Not you," yelled Mizuki, taking a kunai out of his kunai pouch, making his last-ditch effort, which he tried to kill the blonde Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Keyword tried. Naruto looked at Mizuki with cold, hardened eyes that showed no compassion, no sympathy, no fear, just coldness. "Worthless. I'll show him who is truly worthless," thought Naruto. Mizuki smirked after he saw he was mere inches away from Naruto's throat with his kunai. 8 inches, 6 inches, 3 inches, 1 inch. Before Mizuki could celebrate, there was only one thing he heard. Just one simple word. "Boom," Naruto said before blowing up in a small explosion. It was a head-on explosion, so Mizuki took the brunt of the force. Mizuki was sent flying back and impacted into a tree that left a crater in said tree, before sliding to the ground unconscious. Mizuki was smoking with singes all over his body. That jutsu could have killed him if he put more chakra into the clone. Naruto stepped out behind a tree and put a chakra suppression seal on the smoking man. Literally. "Ha, worthless, you should look in the mirror, pal. But if I were you, I would wait like a couple weeks, cause you look like you came from hell and back. I need to write that one down, that was a good one." Finished Naruto, taking out a scroll and put Mizuki in a containment seal so he couldn't escape even if he tried to. Naruto heard clapping and looked at his sensei of 6 years that was like a big brother to him. "That was amazing, Naruto. That was an excellent use of the Bushin Daibakuha. Especially that you just learned how to use the technique. You did well on your first mission as a genin. I am proud to be called your sensei," said his lazy sensei and brother in everything but blood. "Let's go and give our report to Hokage-sama." Once he received a nod in return, Kakashi put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and they both left in a swirl of leaves. Hokage Tower 15 minutes after 3. "Excellent job, Naruto. Even though you didn't listen to me and still looked in the Fuin no-show, I'll let it pass. You did well, and as a reward your payment for a A-rank mission," said the aged Hokage with a proud smile on his visage and handed the blonde genin an envelope. Naruto looked inside of it and gaped like a fish. There was enough money in here to go on a 3-month eating spree at Ichiraku's. He wasn't going to do that, but be responsible with his earnings he received. "Thanks, Hokage Aji-san. Not to sound rude or anything, but can I go home and rest? I'm tired as hell," asked Naruto and received a grandfatherly laugh in return. "Of course you can, Naruto. Kakashi and I will finish up here while you go rest. Remember to take your photo for your shinobi ID card tomorrow afternoon," replied Hiruzen. "How could I forget? Well, anyway, I'll catch you guys later," Naruto said, leaving in a swirl of wind. After Naruto left, Hiruzen looked at Kakashi before asking, "Do you know what are my 2 greatest decisions I've ever made as Hokage up till now, Kakashi?" Kakashi raised his lone eyebrow and asked, "No. What are they, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen let a small smile grace his lips before replying, "One of them was stepping down as Hokage and chose Minato to become my successor." "And the other, Hokage-sama?" asked Kakashi with an interested look. "The other one is that I let you become Naruto's sensei. Naruto was so lonely as a child, but you saved him from that, Kakashi. You became a brother-like figure to him, you trained him and took him under your wing. Now look at him, you have trained him into an excellent shinobi. I am proud to say that was my greatest decision as Hokage up till this point." Kakashi I smiled and replied, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "No, Kakashi-san, thank you." Chapter 18 Placements. 2 days later at the academy, everyone that was in the academy were bustling with excitement. Today was team placements and Naruto couldn't help but smirk. No more holding back. No more of keeping up the facade of being the dead last. It was time for him to show his true potential. Naruto looked around the classroom and noticed that Iruka was still not there. He was probably being informed about Mizuki's betrayal to Konoha by Hiruzen. He felt sorry for Iruka knowing that Mizuki was a good friend of his, but that was the life as a shinobi. There were always traitors and they could quite possibly be your best friend, brother, sister, father, or even your mother. That's the reality of being a shinobi that have to live with. Naruto's musings were interrupted by the door being swung opened by Sasuke's biggest two fangirls, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Sigh. It was the same thing every day. Ha! I win, Ino pig. I get to sit next to Sasuke-kun? Screeched Sakura with her fist pumped into the air which received a glare from Ino. The only way you would have won was because of that forehead of yours, and you didn't win. I did. So I get to sit next to Sasuke-kun. Forehead. Ino yelled, which received a growl in return from Sakura. What was that, Ino pig? Oh, you heard me, forehead. Sakura and Ino said while glaring about a foot away from each other. Everyone in the room could have sworn they saw electricity spark between the two of them. While they were having their little stare down, all the other fangirls decided to step in and say how they were there first, so they should sit next to their Sasuke-kun. Naruto let out an exasperated sigh. Didn't they know there were two seats next to their precious Sasuke-kun? Before anything could get out of line, Iruka walked in and quieted everyone down using his signature jutsu, big-headed no jutsu. Good morning, everyone. Today is the day that you all begin your life and career as a shinobi for your village, Kanagakur no Sato. I am proud that I was your sensei and looking forward to where your shinobi careers take you. I am proud of all of you, especially you, Naruto. Iruka kept that last part to himself but glanced at Naruto, who was staring out the window before Naruto looked to the front of the class. Ahem. Without further ado, team placements. Team 1 is... Iruka called out most of the civilians to be placed in teams 1 through 6 until the 7th team. Team 7 will consist of Haruno Sakura, which the pink-haired girl perked up at hearing her name called. Uchiha Sasuke, and like usual Sasuke was looking out the window acting like he didn't hear Iruka call out his name. Before Iruka called the next name, Sakura jumped out of her seat with her fist held high claiming true love conquers all or some type of bullshit like that. And Iruka gave Sakura like she was stupid or something before he continued. Uzumaki Naruto. Shit, thought Naruto. Your Jonin sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. Well, that's not too bad. At least Nii-san is still my sensei. After Naruto thought that he felt someone staring at him. Turning his head to the right, he saw the quiet and shy Hyuga heiress, who had a sad look on her face before looking away, sporting a blush on her face. Cute, thought Naruto. Team 8 will consist of Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba. Your Jonin sensei will be Yuhi Kurinai. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10 will consist of Akimichi Chuji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. Your Jonin sensei will be Sarutobi Asuma. After Iruka named all the teams, Shikamaru and Chuji fist bumped. Ino complained about being on the same team with the lazy Nara and the chubby Akimichi, which said Nara had to hold back Chuji from clobbering Ino and new comrade. Well, good luck. I'll be leaving now. Your senseis should be here soon. Iruka left while some of the Jonin senseis started filing in and picking up their students. 20 minutes later, and only Team 7 remained. Naruto sighed while he stood up and made his way to the open window. Where are you going, Dobe? Asked the last Uchiha, gaining Naruto's attention before he jumped out the window. To get lost on the path of life, team. Maybe you should too instead of brooding all the time. Before Sasuke could retort, Naruto leaped from the windowsill, leaving the brooding Uchiha and his pink-haired teammate. With Naruto 23 minutes later near Training Ground 3, Naruto leapt into the clearing looking for a certain silver-haired Cyclops Jonin. Making his way towards where he will most likely find him, the memorial shrine. A couple minutes of walking to the memorial shrine, he saw his sensei like usual standing in front of the shrine. You know, they would want you to move on with your life instead of withering away in front of that shrine, said Naruto to the stocked still form of Kakashi. Kakashi finally moved his lone eye towards his apprentice before looking back to the memorial shrine. Yeah, I know, but it feels like I just owe it to them from what happened. Especially Rin, Kakashi said with a downcast look, looking at the name he just mentioned. Sighing, Naruto replied, Look, Kakashi and I. You can't keep doing this to yourself. You have to move on with your life and stop living in the past. They wouldn't want you to feel guilty for what happened. They did those things for you and for the safety of Konoha. Kakashi looked up from the stone to Naruto, then looking back. Kakashi turned to Naruto with an eye smile, which Naruto to that he didn't know how he did it. You're right, Naruto. I promise I'll try to move on from the past. How long before we have to get to the academy? My time. Naruto smirked and said, a couple hours and some change, why? How about a little spar between brothers and comrades? His only reply was Naruto taking off his jacket and drawing his sword. I'll take that as a yes, said Kakashi before lifting his Hitayate up, showing his Sharingan and adding, now I'll show you why they call me Sharingan no Kakashi. Well, I'm going to show you some things that even the Sharingan can't copy, said Naruto while activating his Shinwagen and slapping his hands together. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. A second later, trees upon trees started growing out of nowhere, trying to ensnarl Kakashi, but before the trees could reach him, he jumped out of the way while going through hand seals himself before shouting. Katan. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, shouted Kakashi before spewing out a huge ball of fire towards Naruto's direction. Naruto jumped out of the way, ending his technique, landing about 25 yards away from his sensei/comrade/big brother. Lesson 1. Taijutsu, said Kakashi before getting in the Goken stance. His left arm was behind his back and his right arm was extended out with his hand extended out before he used the come-hither motion with his right hand. Naruto grinned before putting one hand in the ram seal and thought, Kai, release. Naruto stretched out, getting used to his body being so light. After he finished stretching, he stood there looking at Kakashi with the same grin. Neither moved an inch. A leaf was blown off by a small gust of wind and slowly deck-ended between the two combatants before landing in the middle between the two. As the leaf landed, both disappeared from view, showing the fight had started. Chapter 9. The one man that was once called God of Shinobi, for his prowess on and off the battlefield, who has mastered all of the shinobi arts and all of the jutsus in Konohagakure no Sato besides personal jutsus from clans. He was feared when he was on the battlefield, he was respected in his village, and he was a beloved husband, father, and grandfather. There was only one man that he thought that passed him in every aspect as a shinobi, and that man was Namikaze Minato. The Konoha no Kiroi Senko, Konoha's Yellow Flash, the fastest man alive, who destroyed an entire battalion made up of 1,000 of Iwagakure no Sato's best forces single-handedly in a mere few seconds. He single-handedly won them the Third Shinobi War. With that feat, after the war was over, Hiruzen decided to step down and named his new successor. He chose the man who he thought could lead Konoha to greater heights than he ever could. He chose his former student's apprentice Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage. Minato's run as Hokage was short-lived. A couple of years after his inauguration to the mantle of Hokage, the Kyuubi no Yoko attacked, nearly detonating their village in the process. Minato stopped the great beast and ended up sealing the Kyuubi in his newborn son, Naruto. Minato sacrificed his life by using the Fuin Jutsu Shiki Fuin, Reaper Death Seal. Hiruzen always regretted that he didn't take Minato's place. Naruto would have had a better life, and maybe Minato could have saved Kushina in the process as well, even after having a bijou ripped out of her seal that contained the Kyuubi. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, and maybe he wouldn't be in the predicament he was in now. A council meeting. A council meeting that involved a certain blonde and his promotion to genin. I say we should imprison the beast. He is getting too strong for his own good, exclaimed a middle-aged civilian named Hibiki. All of the civilian council agreed. The shinobi council just shook their heads, wondering why the civilians were getting into shinobi affairs. Again. All the major clans were the heads to the shinobi council. The Hyuga clan head was Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi had long black hair and featureless white eyes. He wore a loose-fitting robes with a long-sleeved, brown haori. He had two daughters, Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga. Hayashi was neutral to the situation, but he didn't see any problems with the Jinchuriki being a shinobi. The Nara clan head was Nara Shikaku, father of Nara Shikamaru. Shikaku and his son looked identical besides the scars on the right side of Shikaku's face. He had dark hair tied up in a ponytail that resembled a pineapple. He had black eyes as well as a goatee. He knew who Naruto was and who his parents were. He even encouraged his son to be friends with the boy. Unlike the civilians, he saw no problem with Naruto being a shinobi. The remaining clan heads were the Akimichi, who was led by Choza, and Chuji's father, the Yamanaka, lead by Inoichi, he was also Ino's father. The Inazuka, lead by Tsum, she was Kiba's and Hana's mother. The Aburame, lead by Shibi, he was Shino's father. They all thought along the same lines as both Hayashi and Shikaku. They were also the advisors for the Hokage, Mitokado Hamura, Udatane Koharu, and Shimura Danzo. These three were indifferent towards Naruto. /N. If you read other fanfics or watch the Naruto anime, you know who they are. No point in going into detail with them. What do you say, Hokage-sama? Should we imprison the demo? Hibiki was cut off by Hiruzen when killing intent flooded the room. The whole civilian council could hardly breath, on the verge of pissing themselves from the pressure of his killing intent. Careful what you say around me, Hibiki-san. My law is still in effect. If this is what you all called me here for, then I'm leaving. Naruto is under my command now, which involves shinobi matters. Do you have any power over my shinobi? No, you don't. Really? I had no idea. If that's the case, then civilian, if we ever have a meeting like this again about Naruto or any of my other shinobi that are under my command, you will be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law for treason. And that goes for the rest of you. Do I make myself clear? Hiruzen said with a menacing glare towards the civilian side, who were sweating bullets. Hi, Hokage-sama, they chorused nervously. This meeting is adjourned, Hiruzen said as a headache threatened to split his head in two. Hiruzen made his way out of the council room and back to his office. I'm getting too old for this, he thought with a sigh. I wonder how Naruto is doing. With Naruto training ground 1 hour later. Speaking of our favorite blonde, he was panting heavily with sweat pouring down his face, with his traditional fox-like smirk ever present on his face. Naruto was covered in cuts and bruises, his new attire that he had gotten from his surrogate brother now ruined thanks to Kakashi. Naruto could care less, though he was having the time of his life sparring against the one man he called brother. Naruto wasn't the only one looking worse for wear. Kakashi was crouched down trying to regain his breath. These were the times he cursed that he only had above-average size chakra reserves. His reserves have grown a lot since he had been training Naruto, but his reserves weren't on the level of Naruto's. Not even close. Kakashi's compared to Naruto's was like comparing a pond to an ocean. The scary part was that Naruto's reserves have grown daily. Kakashi hasn't been pushed like this in a long time. Not that he would admit that to the young blonde, but he would admit he was quite proud of his protege. He has grown so much from the boy he took under his wing only a few years ago. If he kept growing at this rate, he would surpass his father and then some. He was brought out of his musings by said blonde. You had enough yet, Kakashi and I, because if you're not, I've still got a lot left in the tank to keep going, said Naruto with a confident smirk as his Shinwigan eyes outfaced his surrogate brother's lone Sharingan eye, who was still crouching on the ground. Arrogance will only bring your own downfall, Naruto. Always remember that, Kakashi said, appearing behind Naruto with a kunai at his neck, and the crouched Kakashi poofed in smoke. Always remember to look. The Cyclops was cut off by a kunai held to his throat. Always remember to look underneath the underneath, the blonde said with a fox-like smirk as his clone poofed out of existence. And it isn't arrogance. You could call it confidence, and loads of it. He was cut off as two hands shot out that grabbed both of his ankles, and he was pulled underground all the way to his neck. Doton. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth release. Double suicide decapitation technique. Whatever you say, Naruto. That load of confidence would have gotten you killed if I were anybody else, he said with an eye smile while covering his Sharingan with his headband, knowing he was the real Naruto and not another clone. With another pop, the other Kakashi went up in smoke. Damn it, I was so close. I thought I had you this time, said Naruto with a pout while deactivating his Shinwigan and receiving a sigh in return. Yeah, I'll admit that was close, stated Kakashi, making the blonde smirk before Naruto could respond. Kakashi added, but you still have a lot of training to do before you can beat me, said Kakashi with a childish smirk, not that you could tell with most of his face covered up. Oh yeah, Cyclops. Why don't we go another round and see who wins this time, or are you a chicken? Replied Naruto while hopelessly failing to get out of the ground so he could pummel the scarecrow's face in. Kakashi eye-smiled while waving his finger back and forth and making tisk sound, making the blonde try even harder to get out of the ground. Sorry, Naruto. Maybe next time. Right now, we have to go get your other two teammates from the academy. Remember? He said while doing a few hand signs and stomped the ground, which Naruto raised up and out of the ground. Fine. But next time I may kick your ass, Kakashi and I. You hear me? Naruto said / yelled at the one-eyed jounin who seemingly was engrossed in his Ika novels or porn or whatever you want to call it. You say something Naruto Tudo? Asked Kakashi with an eye smile. Naruto had multiple tick marks and without saying another word left in a swirl of wind. Did I say something wrong? The one-eyed jounin said with his same traditional eye smile still in place. Academy 10 minutes later. Where the hell are they? Screeched the pink banshee, making Sasuke cover his ears with his hands. Not that he could really blame her for how long they've been waiting for. It's almost been 3 hours. I swear the next time I see Naruto Baka, I'm gonna kill him, screeched Sakura again. As if on cue, Naruto made his way through the window and Kakashi through door. They both said simultaneously, Sorry, I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. Naruto and Kakashi had a look of shock on their faces and said again, You too, which they both nod. Yeah, it's the 3rd time today, the Exumbu captain said. Man, that cat's a dick, replied the blonde with a raised fist. Both Kakashi and Naruto burst out into a fit of laughter while getting 2 angry glares in return. Kakashi turned to the other 2 in the room and said, I like this kid, he even had me believing that, heh. Sakura had a tick mark the size of Hokage Mountain and screeched out, Liars! You're both liars. We've been waiting for 3 hours for you too. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke covered their ears to prevent from ruptured eardrums. Damn, Ms. MC Pipers. Take a chill pill, rub your forehead or something. Damn, I think I went deaf, said the blonde while digging in his ear with his pinky. What was that? Screeched the pink-haired girl again, making them cover their ears again. Whoa, calm down. Since everyone is here, meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, said the silver-haired scarecrow before leaving in a sealless leaf shunshin and not be outdone by Kakashi. Naruto left in a swirl of wind. Sasuke, who saw it, looked on in shock. Sakura wasn't really paying attention since she was fuming to herself about having to wait for 3 hours for her sensei and the dead last of their class doing Kami knows what. Hehe, if only she knew. How does the dobe know how to use the shunshin? It doesn't matter, once a dobe, always a dobe. Sasuke mused to himself while making his way to the roof and leaving Sakura fuming before she followed after the Uchiha. Academy's roof 6 minutes later. About 6 minutes had passed and finally Sasuke and Sakura made it to the roof of the academy. They both saw Kakashi leaning on a handrail and Naruto was sitting on the stairs in front of Kakashi. You're late, Kakashi exclaimed, making Sakura fumed even more, and Sasuke just gave his normal response, Mph, while he continued his walk and sat on the stairs next to where Naruto was sitting. Coming from the person who was 3 hours late to meet their genin for the first time, Sakura screeched, making the males cover their ears. Again. Well, that is true, but I am your jounin sensei, so that means I outrank you, and when I say 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes. And who said I would be 3 hours ago? A shinobi never reveals what time they arrive because little information like that could get you killed, replied Kakashi in a nonchalant tone while turning a page of his book and continued reading, which made Sakura fume even more if that was even possible. Kakashi looked up from his book once Sakura sat down next to Sasuke and closed his book with snap, putting it away in his weapons pouch. Clearing his throat, he said, Okay, introductions are in order. So why don't you all start off with introducing yourselves? Introduce ourselves? What are we supposed to say? Asked Sakura with a confused expression. You can start off with your name, then the things you like, dislike, hobbies, and your dreams for the future, things like that, he said in his same nonchalant tone. Could you start off to give us an example of what you mean? Asked Pinkette, which received a sigh from the blonde. For the girl who graduated the top of her class for the kunoichis, you sure are pretty dense, said Naruto while he was eating an instant cup of ramen. Wait, how in the hell did he have TI? You know what, never mind. What was that? Exclaimed a furious Sakura with a tick mark growing on her forehead. Whoa, calm down, Sakura-chan. Wouldn't want you to burst a blood vessel in that head of yours and lose the little brain cells you actually have left from all that screeching you do, replied Naruto with his patent foxy grin. I'm gonna kill you, screeched Sakura before she could lunge at Naruto. Kakashi spoke up. That's enough. Sakura, sit down and stop yelling at your team member, and Naruto, stop insulting your team member, and Sasuke, stop pouting as if someone kicked your puppy. Sasuke just looked at Kakashi with a, what the hell? I didn't even do anything look. We are a team and you need to act like a team. What would happen if I was down for the count and we were on an important mission? What would you do? No answers. Didn't think so. We are Team 7. So act like a team. Kakashi looked at his future team and saw Sakura lower her head. Sasuke just glared, probably because of that kicking his puppy comment, and Naruto just grinned and waved at Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his lone eye at Naruto and thought, "You're actually trying to make me put some work into this. Oh, I got something planned for you, you little shit." There was an awkward silence that settled between the four that lasted a little over a minute before Kakashi spoke up. "Okay, back to introducing ourselves. I'll start off. My name is Hatake Kakashi. There are many things I like and many things I don't like that I don't feel like explaining. I have lots of hobbies and a dream for the future. Never really thought about." Kakashi trailed off as it seemed he was lost in thought. "Wow, that was useless, he only told us his name," thought Sakura, whose eyebrow was twitching furiously. Sasuke just narrowed his eyes at Kakashi and gave a humph. "He Kakashi and I will never change, ha ha ha," thought Naruto with a grin. "Okay, you next, Pinky," said Kakashi, which received a glare in return. "Fine. My name is Haruno Sakura. The things that I like is," looked over at Sasuke, "squeal. I mean the person I like is," glancing back over at Sasuke, "squeal. My hobbies are," glancing to you-know-who, "squeal. Dreams for the future." One more glance to Sasuke. "Another high-pitched squeal," said Sakura with a dreamy look in her eyes. "Is there anything you don't like?" asked Kakashi with an annoyed tone. "Oh, Inobaka for trying to steal my true love," replied Sakura. Naruto elbowed Sasuke, discreetly gaining Sasuke's attention, and with a "what?" Naruto whispered, "That is one crazy fangirl you got there. Team. She is practically mind-fucking you right not." Don't remind me, dope," Sasuke whispered back with an annoyed expression. "Okay, the kid with the kicked puppy, you're next," said Kakashi, pointing towards Sasuke. "Humph. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream because I will make it a reality. I am going to restore my clan and to kill a certain someone." After Sasuke finished, Naruto and Kakashi slightly glanced at each other with a look of concern before looking back at Sasuke. Sakura just looked at Sasuke with a dreamy look. "Oh, okay, you're up, my favorite protege," said Kakashi with an eye smile. Sasuke narrowed his eyes on that protege comment while Sakura, well, she was daydreaming about said Uchiha. "Protege? What do you mean by protege?" interrupted Sasuke as he looked over at Naruto, eyes still narrowed. "You will find out soon enough, Sasuke. But right now it is Naruto's turn to introduce himself. You had your turn to speak and now it's Naruto's turn to speak. Go ahead, Naruto," said Kakashi with an eye smile. "I'm sorry, you say something, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto with an innocent look as if he didn't hear Kakashi. "I'm starting not to like you," said Kakashi with the same eye smile. "I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you," Naruto replied with his foxy grin. "The floor is yours, introduce yourself." "You little shit," thought Kakashi. "Oh, well, why didn't you just say so? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. There are lots of things I like, such as Ichiraka ramen, Hokage Aji-san, my Nissan, training, working on new jutsu. There are many other things I like, but I would rather not bore you and waste your time with the rest. The only dislike I can think of is waiting 3 minutes for cooking instant ramen. My hobbies are training, reading, eating all the different types of ramen, and new ways to better myself as a shinobi. My dream for the future is to restore the Uzumaki clan and also to become the Hokage, but not just the Hokage, but the greatest Hokage, even greater than the fourth, and to bring peace to this hate-filled world. An unbreakable peace," exclaimed Naruto, who was practically oozing confidence. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. I mean, who could blame them? Not many people would proclaim what Naruto just said. Kakashi cleared his throat to gain his genin's attention before he said, "Since we have a better understanding of each other, we can move on. Tomorrow we will have our first mission." "What type of mission are we going to have?" asked Sakura with a curious expression. Kakashi just gave her an eye smile before saying, "A survival exercise." "A survival exercise? What type of survival exercise?" asked Sakura. "It is a survival exercise to see if we are good enough to become genin," replied Naruto as he was spinning a kunai around his index finger. "If we are good enough to become genin. Wait, I thought we were already genin. We already passed the genin exam," yelled Sakura with a furious look in her eyes. "That exam was just for genin candidates who might have a chance to become a genin. This exercise is to weed out candidates who don't deserve to become a genin. You know what, Kakashi-sensei, why don't you take over? I don't even know why I started talking. You are our superior, why don't you explain it? Said Naruto with a sheepish grin etched onto his face. Kakashi just smiled and nodded. Of the 27 genin candidates that graduated, only 9 will actually be accepted as genin. The other 18, you could say, they will be weeded out and sent back to the academy. In other words, it is a make it or break it pass/fail test. The chance for you all failing is at least 66%. But if you look on the bright side, you have a 33% chance to pass. Explained Kakashi, which received shock look from Sakura and a raised eyebrow from Sasuke. What? Yelled Sakura. She was finally on a team with Sasuke, and now they were just trying to take him away from her. Sorry, that's how it is. I will decide if you will pass or if you fail. Be at Training Ground 3 tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. sharp. Well, that's it, you're dismissed, and I suggest you miss breakfast or you'll puke. Later. And just like that, Kakashi was gone in a puff of smoke. You know what, don't listen to Kakashi-sensei, eat a big breakfast tomorrow, you're gonna need it. Before they could respond, Naruto left in a swirl of wind, leaving the two to their thoughts. I refuse to go back to the academy. I will pass this test and I will be a step closer to my ambition. Sasuke thought to himself before getting up and made his way off the roof with Sakura following suit. Training Ground 3 20 minutes later. What? What the hell do you mean I have to run the survival test? Why in the hell can't you do it? You're the Jounin sensei, exclaimed an agitated Naruto. I know I am the Jounin sensei. You are my genin, and as your superior you are doing this, and that's final. Besides, it would be good for the three of you as team, replied Kakashi in his same nonchalant tone with his traditional smile ever present. Kakashi and I'm starting to not like you, said Naruto with narrowed eyes. Kakashi just waved him off and said, come on, you know it will be fun. Don't even to deny it. Naruto thought about for a second and grinned. You know what, it actually could be fun. Alright, I'll do it. That's the spirit, see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow later, said Kakashi before he walked off with his book in hand. Kakashi made it about 10 steps before a black cat jumped down from a tree branch and landed in front of Kakashi. Panic flashed in his lone eye before he started running back towards where Naruto was. Naruto, that goddamn cat is back, run the opposite way as fast as you can before it catches us and gives us bad luck for life. Run! Yelled the scarecrow in fear as he darted past Naruto. Naruto looked over to where his surrogate brother was and saw the black cat. Not needing to be told twice, Naruto started running and eventually caught up to Kakashi. That cat is such a dick. I swear that cat is stalking us, that's the 4th time today. A relieved Naruto said, knowing that the cat was left in the dust. And people think we make up excuses just for fun, if only they knew, if only they knew. Trailed off Kakashi as he cried anime tears along with Naruto. Chapter 10 Bell Test Uzumaki Style. Around 5 a.m. Sasuke and Sakura found themselves at Training Ground 3 waiting for their other team member and sensei. Sasuke decided to walk up to one of the training posts to lean against, and Sakura decided to start pestering Sasuke about going on a date with her. Kami, doesn't she understand I don't want to go out with her? I hope Kakashi-sensei and the dobe get here soon, so we can get this over with and actually start doing some real training. Thought Sasuke as he got lost in thought and blocked out Sakura's never-ending bickering and pestering him for dates. 4 hours and 57 minutes later. Where are they? I can't believe they did this to us again. Making us sit and wait and doing Kami knows what. I swear if they are not here in 10 more minutes I'm going to kill them, exclaimed Sakura as she was pacing back and forth. Sasuke rolled his eyes out of irritation. 1, because his sensei decided it was a good idea to waste his time all day instead of training him. 2, because of his blasted pink-haired teammate's attempts of getting him to go on a date with her and her constant yelling every 5 seconds. And 3 was his estranged teammate Naruto's tardiness and his improved skill. Naruto was a mystery to him. Naruto was the dead last and showed no actual skill as a shinobi, and then graduated, and out of nowhere he could use a elemental Shunshin wind if I remember correctly. It didn't matter. Naruto's improved skill wasn't enough to beat him even if he was Kakashi's protege. He was about to have a rude awakening. There was a rustle of wind and leaves as if on cue. A familiar blonde-haired shinobi with a foxy grin appeared out of the Shunshin. You're late, screeched Sakura. Both Naruto and Sasuke cringed from the high-pitched screech that came out of Sakura's mouth. Naruto picked his ear with his pinky and said, a true shinobi would never say on when he or she arrives, and I'm not late. Yes, you are. Kakashi-sensei told all of us to be here at 5-. started off the pink-haired shinobi but was cut off by Naruto. Actually, Kakashi-sensei isn't here, and since he isn't here, I'm on time, said Naruto, which made Sakura fume. Naruto grinned while he pulled out an apple and started eating it. While he was eating the apple, he heard his teammates' stomachs grumble. Naruto gave them a dry look. I thought I told y'all to eat some breakfast yesterday so you would actually have some energy for today. The both of you are screwed. It's actually going to be a lot easier now since you didn't have breakfast, said Naruto, which received 2 confused looks from his teammates. Kakashi-sensei said not to eat or we would puke. And I'm not taking orders from the dead last, exclaimed Sakura. Naruto sighed and replied, if you actually listened to Kakashi-sensei and weren't paying so much attention to your precious Sasuke-kun, you would have heard he suggested not to eat. He didn't give us an order, he gave us a test, and you two failed, which means we all failed. Naruto stated seriously, only to receive a glare from Sakura and a raised eyebrow from Sasuke. Well, look at the dobe actually taking something serious for once. Which reminds me, what did you mean by, it was going to be easier since we didn't have breakfast? Asked Sasuke, only to receive an innocent smile in return. Sasuke and Sakura for some reason had to fight down the urge to shiver. Oh, hehe, well, Kakashi-sensei can explain that since it was his idea to do it. Isn't that right, Kakashi and I? Said Naruto as he looked up to a tree across the clearing. With that said, Kakashi jumped from the tree he was perched on to his genin team. You're late, screeched Sakura, making the 3 males cover their ears or risk losing their hearing. A shinobi never reveals on when they arrive. I thought I explained that to you yesterday, Sakura. Instead of complaining, you should have scouted out the area while you waited for me to get here, said their one-eyed sensei in a nonchalant tone, making the pink-haired shinobi fume even more if that was possible. What did the dobe say you were going to explain, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sasuke, only to receive a eye smile from said one-eyed sensei. How should I put it? Well, I'm not going to be giving you the survival test. Naruto is. There was a long awkward silence between the 4 ninja before Sasuke started laughing hysterically. I'm being serious, Sasuke. You should take this serious or you could wake up in the hospital or even worse die, said the Cyclopean ninja as he pulled out his favorite book and making Sasuke's laughter die in his throat. You can't be serious, Naruto. The dobe beat me. I'll pay to see that, said Sasuke as he looked at Naruto, who tossed the eaten apple over his shoulder. Well, you might want to pay up now so I don't have to wait for you to get out of the hospital because I want to go and get ramen after this, replied Naruto as he smiled towards Sasuke, who gritted his teeth. You think you can beat me? Said Sasuke while he glared at Naruto, who could only smiled. There is no doubt in my mind I can beat you, Sasuke team. But please make it a little interesting because I need a warm-up, said Naruto, who stretched out his arms. Sasuke seethed at Naruto's statement. You could never beat Sasuke Kun, yelled Sasuke's biggest fangirl, aka Sakura. Well, I guess we will see, Sakura-chan, Naruto said, putting more emphasis on chan, which Sakura noticed. All of you stop. You are all teammates and should start acting like it. Yes, Sasuke, Naruto will be running the survival test because it will be more interesting. As Kakashi said that, Naruto pulled out 2 bells and held them in his hand, showing them to Sasuke and Sakura. Bells? Asked Sakura with a confused look. Oh no, they're not just bells, these bells have so much more meaning to them, to the both of you, said Naruto as he tied them to his belt on his waist, which received confused looks from his 2 genin teammates. What are you talking about, dobe? They're just bells, there is no meaning to them, said Sasuke in a matter-of-fact tone. Hee, and that's where you would be wrong, Sasuke team. These bells decide if the both of you end up back in the academy or not, the whiskered blonde said with a foxy grin, only to receive 2 shocked faces in return and a lazy jounin to nod to answer their question before they could ask it. But that isn't Sakura started but was cut off by Sasuke. And what happens if we get the bells from you? Asked Sasuke with an eager look on his face. Naruto looked at him with a grin and answered, I go back to the academy. Kakashi looked up from his book before closing it. He reached in his bag and pulled out a timer and 2 small boxed lunches. Once that was done, he gathered his genin team before setting the lunches and timer on the memorial stone. You have till noon to try and get the bells from Naruto, and if you don't, the loser or losers will get tied to the post while the winner eats the food in front of their teammates, said Kakashi before he jumped up to one of the trees to rela to pay close attention to his genin team. Yep, no relaxing at all. What type of jounin sensei would he be if he did that? Told you, you should have eaten breakfast, hehe, said Naruto only for him to receive 2 growling stomachs in return, which made Naruto grin more. Get ready, Dobe. I'm going to take those bells from you and you will be going back to the academy, stated Sasuke with a smirk on his face. You know, if you ask nicely, preferably a please, I just might give it to you, said Naruto with a grin. I'd rather take it by force, said the oh-so-confident Sasuke only for Naruto to grin even more. Suit yourself. You are free to use any weapons or techniques you so choose. Come at me with the intent to kill because if you don't you just might end up in the hospital. Heh. With that said, let's beg. Naruto didn't get to finish because Sasuke drawn a kunai and charged Naruto with it, only for Naruto to disappear, shocking Sasuke and Sakura, and before Sasuke knew what had happened he was lying face first in the grass and dirt with his hand behind his back, the one he wielded the kunai in, and Naruto's foot on his head. Naruto's vice-like grip made sure Sasuke wouldn't be getting up without his say-so. You see there, Sasuke, without a doubt, if this was a real fight you would have been dead. And I didn't even say begin yet. You charged in without knowing your adversary was reckless and stupid. You being the so-called Rookie of the Year should have known better. I guess I was right, this is going to be a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, said Naruto, who twisted Sasuke's wrist and arm and put a kunai to his throat to further his point, only for Sasuke to grunt in pain. Get off of Sasuke Keun, Naruto baka, screamed Sakura and received a blank look from her blonde-haired teammate. Naruto released his teammate's wrist and reappeared in his original postaion. Sasuke got up slowly and stretched out his arm. Sasuke's face showed it all. His face showed how utterly shocked he was, along with Sakura. Naruto was standing in his original position with his foxy grin. Don't look so shocked, y'all. I've been training with my Anai-san since I was 7, said Naruto as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I thought you were an orphan? You said that yesterday when we introduced ourselves. I thought you had no family, so who is your Anai-san? Asked Sakura with the same shocked look on her face. Well, it's Kakashi-sensei, of course, exclaimed Naruto with a grin, shocking his teammates even more if that was even possible. What? Yelled Sakura. Both Sasuke and Sakura looked at their sensei for confirmation at the tree branch he was perched on and received a nod. Sasuke clenched his fists. What the hell was going on? The prankster, the deadlast, the dobe, how could he be better than him? Was he in some sick genjutsu or something? But why would he hide his skills? Why, it didn't make any sense. With that, there was only one question that needed to be asked. Why would you hide your skills then? Asked Sasuke as he looked away from his sensei and back to Naruto. Honestly, it was Kakashi-sensei's idea, because if I did it my way I would have graduated my first year. Kakashi-sensei, on the other hand, wanted me to hone and progress my skills, so when I get into the field I'll be ready for almost anything. Which I'm thankful for him convincing me to do so, because I wouldn't be as strong if I did it my way. And besides, nobody would expect the deadlast to amount to anything. I mean, y'all thought along those same lines, so I guess I did a good job on fooling everyone about me being the deadlast, huh? Said Naruto. Sakura could only nod dumbfoundedly and Sasuke gritted his teeth. In the shinobi world, you always have to look underneath the underneath, because there is always more than meets the eye, said Kakashi in a lazy tone while turning a page in his book. Naruto nodded, that showed he agreed with his sensei. But time was wasting and our blonde hero was ready to get on with the test. Okay, I think that's enough about me, right? So let's get started. You'll have an hour and 45 minutes left. Time doesn't wait for anyone, so let's begin. Once Naruto said that, Sasuke shifted into his taijutsu stance and Sakura pulled out a kunai and held it in front of her. Naruto smirked as he reached into his kunai pouch, which made Sasuke and Sakura tense, and then he pulled out a book, confusing his teammates. The book was called The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, which he found in his father's library recently. Naruto rather enjoyed the book, even more so once he found out that the main protagonist's name was Naruto. I wonder if my Tusan got the name Naruto from this book. Naruto was knocked out of his musings when Sasuke charged him. He never learns, does he? Asked/thought Naruto. Lesson 1 Taijutsu, said Naruto with a smirk as he blocked a roundhouse kick to the head. After Naruto blocked the kick with his arm, Sasuke threw a punch which Naruto caught with his free hand. Sasuke saw this and, using Naruto's blocking arm as a mount, he twisted and spun his body, showing how acrobatic he was, and tried to axe kick Naruto in the face with his other leg. Naruto blocked again, only for his eyes to widen once he saw Sasuke reach out with his free arm and ended up touching one of the bells. Naruto, reacting quick, threw Sasuke and jumped back before he could get a bell. That was close, thought Naruto as he looked back at Sasuke with a smirk. That was pretty good team, but it won't work again, said Naruto, which made Sasuke grit his teeth. Shut up, Dobe. I'm going to get those bells and you're going to end up back at the academy, said Sasuke in a matter-of-fact tone. Whatever you say, buddy, said Naruto as he started reading his book before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn it, where did he go? Asked Sasuke before trying to find Naruto, so he could get a bell before time was up, leaving Sakura all by her lonesome. How am I going to be able to get a bell if Sasuke can barely even touch one? I don't want to go back to the academy, thought Sakura before wandering off out of the clearing to go and look for Sasuke to see if he needed any help. So it begins, thought Kakashi while turning a page in his book. About an hour and a half later, Sasuke and Sakura tried time and again to get the bells from Naruto, but to no avail. Even though Sasuke came close to getting a bell once, he never really had a second chance to do so since. Why, you ask? Well, for one, Naruto decided to use a technique, if you wanted to call it that, named Konoha's Secret Finger Jutsu, 1,000 Years of Death. Let's just say that Sasuke was probably not going to be able to sit down for a week after that. And to make matters worse, he was buried neck-deep underground thanks to Naruto, after when Sasuke decided to use Ketan Gokaku no Jutsu to try and burn our favorite blonde to a crisp. While Sakura, she tried looking for Sasuke thinking they could work to get the bells together, but once she found him she fainted after she saw Sasuke's head sticking just above ground, thinking he was decapitated. Yep, it wasn't looking so good for Naruto's so-called teammates. That was fun, heh, said Naruto as he walked back to clearing where the test first begun. You know you could have went easier on them, right? Said Kakashi nonchalantly without looking away from his book. Naruto just looked at Kakashi as if he grew a second head. Go easy on them? Coming from you? You're kidding, right? Asked Naruto as he crossed his arms. Kakashi looked up from his book and asked, What are talking about, Naruto? After that statement, a tick mark appeared on Naruto's forehead. Coming from the guy who made me climb up a mountain with a hand tied behind my back. Oh, stop complaining, it wasn't that bad, Cyclopean Shinobi said while waving off his protege's statement, which made Naruto's tick mark intensify tenfold. With a boulder 3 times my size tied around my waist without using any chakra, I almost died, ya prick, yelled Naruto, making Kakashi scratch the back of his head sheepishly. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I almost died doing it when I was your age, said Kakashi with his traditional eye smile. No, it doesn't. I wish it did, you sadistic asshole dash, said / mumbled Naruto before being cut off by the sadistic asshole I mean Kakashi. What was that? Did you just say that you wanted to do it again but a boulder 10 times your size next time? Asked Kakashi with the same eye smile, making Naruto fight down the urge to shiver. And no Kakashi-sensei. I just said you were a wonderful sensei and the coolest guy that I know, stated Naruto, hoping his sensei wouldn't do that to him. Yeah, that's what I thought, said Kakashi in his same nonchalant tone as he turned a page in his book. Fucker, thought Naruto, thinking of a way how he could get back at his sensei. Naruto was cut out of his musings by the sound of the bell ringing, signaling the test was over. Sighing, Naruto walked over and turned the timer off. After a few minutes, Sasuke and Sakura decided to come join Kakashi and Naruto. Kakashi jumped down from the tree branch he was on and landed next to where Naruto was standing. Well, it seems the survival exercise is over. Did you learn anything, Sasuke and Sakura? Asked Kakashi while putting his most prized possession back in his kunai pouch, aka his Aika novel. Did we learn anything? He almost killed us, yelled Sakura, which made Naruto roll his eyes. Sakura, you didn't even try to get a bell from me. You even fainted thinking Sasuke was a talking decapitated head. Which I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of funny. But yeah, I definitely tried to kill y'all, said Naruto in a sarcastic tone before looking over at the tuckered out Sasuke. I'm not going to lie, team. You actually surprised me being able to touch a bell. You have a lot of potential, said Naruto. So Sasuke, did you learn anything? Asked Kakashi as he watched Sasuke debating on what the hell was going on. Yeah, I did, mumbled Sasuke, but Kakashi heard him. Oh really? And what would that be? Kakashi asked, which made Sasuke clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. That I need to get stronger. I need to be stronger. Pains me to say it, but I was wrong about the Dobe this whole time. He's better than me, said Sasuke, which made Naruto's and Sakura's eyes widen. Hey Kakashi-sensei, did I just hear what I heard or am I hearing things? Asked a shocked Naruto. Yeah, you heard right, Naruto. So, Sakura. Sasuke, did you figure out the purpose of the test? Kakashi asked, gaining the two genins' attention. Purpose? The purpose was to get the bells from Naruto, right? Sakura asked, making Naruto sigh. Kakashi replied and said, Not exactly, Sakura. Good guess though. But no. The real purpose of this test was teamwork. Normally, there would be a three-man cell versus their Jonin-sensei, but with some certain circumstances, meaning Naruto. You three would have had passed with flying colors if y'all three faced against me. With that being said, I decided to do the next best thing, let Naruto run the survival test. But the both of you still didn't try to work together. Sasuke, you tried to fight Naruto head on time after time and it didn't get you nowhere. And Sakura, you only worried about where Sasuke was and completely forgot that there was a test going on. You have to work together because there's always a better chance to complete the mission when you are working with a team. To be fair, even if they worked together, they wouldn't have gotten a bell. Kakashi and I, said Naruto, making Kakashi turn his attention to Naruto only for Kakashi to smile. That may be true, which brings me back to you. Naruto, did you learn anything? Asked Kakashi, which made Naruto give him his signature fox-like grin. Now that you mentioned it. Yeah, I did, said Naruto. Kakashi waited for Naruto to go on, but quickly realized Naruto wasn't continuing. What did you learn then, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Well, I learned I'm going to have two new teammates, said Naruto, which made Sasuke and Sakura perked up and Kakashi smile. What are you talking about, Dobe? Asked Sasuke in a confused tone. You seriously gotta stop calling me that, team. Why don't you both check your kunai pouches and find out for yourselves? Said Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura did what Naruto told them to do and to their shock found one bell each in their pouches. So you did figure it out, Kakashi said, and Naruto nodded with a grin. Yeah, it took me a while, but I did eventually, said Naruto, only for Sakura to speak up. Okay, am I missing something? What is going on? Why do we have the bells? So does this mean we are not going back to the academy? Before Sakura could go on, Naruto cut her off. Calm down, Sakura. And to answer your questions, let me explain. Naruto started and continued, you see, it's like this. Kakashi gave you your test on trying to get the bells from me, and with some hidden meaning gave me my own test as well without me knowing at first until I pieced it all together and figured it out. In the shinobi world, there might be a time where we will be fighting enemy shinobi on mission, and we might not make it out alive unless one of us has to stay behind and hold them off so the rest of the team can escape from certain death. Like what had happened to the Naidame, second Hokage, who sacrificed his own life for his team to escape. You see, Kakashi wanted to see if I was willing to take that step to give up those bells to you too, even though it meant I would have to go back to the academy. And to answer your last question, no, all three of us aren't going back to the academy, isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? Said Naruto with a grin, making said Jounin smile. I guess it's official then. Starting today, we are Team 7. We will have our first mission tomorrow morning. Meet in front of the Hokage Tower tomorrow morning at 9. Said Kakashi before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Sakura, Sasuke, and our whiskered blonde hero celebrated. Naruto grinned, Sasuke smirked, and Sakura shook with happiness. They were all happy they were finally shinobi for Konohagakure no Sado. Hey, do y'all mind if I can ask a favor of you too, and I'll promise to help you both with training? Said Naruto, which gained Sasuke's and Sakura's attention. What is it, Dobe? Asked Sasuke. Can y'all not say anything about my skills yet? I still want people to believe that I'm still just the dead last. Said Naruto while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. What, why? Asked Sakura with a confused look. Because I don't want the attention, and besides I'll be like our secret weapon if nobody knows. Naruto was cut off by Sasuke. Nobody will be expecting it. Finished Sasuke, which made Naruto grin. Exactly. So do we got a deal? Asked Naruto, which he received 2 nods in return. Okay, awesome. Hey, since we are an official team now, you'll want to go get some Ichirakus? My treat, Naruto said. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders and Sakura smiled and nodded. Naruto grinned, today isn't all that bad. I'm finally a shinobi for Konoha. My teammates aren't so bad. And last but not least, Kakashi and I-san is my sensei. What could go wrong? Thought Naruto with a grin while Naruto led the way out of Training Ground 3 while leading his team to Ichiraku Ramen. Yeah, today is a great day. A month had passed since the formation of Team 7 officially became a team. And let's just say it wasn't what the trio thought it would be. Even Naruto was quite surprised with how well the team meshed together. Naruto would have bet anything that Sasuke and Sakura would have butted heads with him at every turn. But surprisingly, they didn't. Well, most of the time anyway. They were like a well-oiled machine, and Kakashi was happy for his surrogate little brother. It seemed like everything was working out for his team, even during their dreaded D-rank missions. True to Naruto's word, he helped train the two after their team building and D-rank missions, if you wanted to call those chores missions. Naruto picked up Kakashi's slack when it came to help train Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto taught both of them the tree-walking exercise, and to Naruto's surprise, Sakura was able to get it down on her first try without breaking a sweat. Sasuke, on the other hand, took him almost a week to complete, which kinda irked him, but Naruto put his mind at ease, telling him it was because he had a much higher chakra reserve than Sakura. But with the revelation of Sakura's chakra control being so high, Naruto told Kakashi to help train her in Jinjutsu. With her control, it would be perfect along with medical ninjutsu, but that'll come at a later time. Sasuke, on the other hand, after completing the tree-climbing exercise, wanted to pick up Kenjutsu after seeing Naruto practice his katas while waiting on Kakashi one day. Sasuke already had a few swords back at his compound, so it wouldn't be hard for him to get one. So, 2 or 3 times a week after they are done with their missions and team-building, Naruto and Sasuke would do light spars so Sasuke could practice, and like Naruto, Sasuke was a natural with a blade in his hand. He was still raw, but with the proper training and practice he could be a force with a blade in his hand. During this month, Naruto wasn't slacking off either. He started to do the leaf exercise for both lightning and fire. Naruto already completed the first 2 steps for wind, water, and earth, and like Hiruzen, he wanted to master all the affinities. Even though both lightning and fire have taken longer compared to the first 3 affinities, it shouldn't take much longer with his help of the Kagebushins. With the help of the Kagebushins, it'll only take 2 more weeks at most to have completed the first step for both. That wasn't the only thing Naruto was working on, and Kakashi took notice of complex seal that had him intrigued. Kakashi asked what type of seal it was, but Naruto was cryptic with his answers, only telling him my legacy or something along that line. Kakashi left it alone, knowing Naruto would tell him when he was ready. Our favorite blonde, along with his teammates and Jounin Sensei, were at Training Ground 3, finishing up some team-building exercises and daily workouts Kakashi had them do. Naruto and Sasuke viewed them as a warm-up, but Sorka, still behind both her teammates on the physical side, was exhausted. Even though she has been making big strides in her development, she was still far behind both Naruto and Sasuke. But in due time she'd eventually catch up. At least she hoped she could. All 3 genin were taking a break and talking when Kakashi walked up to the 3. "Alright team, to finish out our day, let's head over and get another D-rank mission," Kakashi said while closing his book, only to receive 3 glares in return. "Why do we have to keep doing those chores? Those aren't missions. I'm tired of those damn things," Naruto exclaimed while standing up, and Sasuke and Sakura couldn't help but nod. "I agree with the dobe on this one, Kakashi-sensei. Can't we get an actual mission that doesn't involve catching that damn devil cat?" asked Sasuke, looking up at his sensei, ignoring Naruto, who said, "Hey," to his dope comment. "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. I mean, while I don't really mind doing some of the missions we get, they just seem a little tedious at times," said Sakura, agreeing with her 2 teammates. Kakashi looked at his 3 genin and sighed and said, "While I agree with some of the things you said, the main purpose of the D-rank missions are to help build your teamwork. Maybe in a couple of weeks we can go on our first C-rank." "Kakashi and are you just being lazy? Or is it because the new Ika just came out, and you just want to read it?" Naruto said while giving an incredulous look at the sheepish Kakashi. "Mama Naruto, it's because you all need to refine your teamwork. I swear to Kami," said Kakashi as he crossed his fingers behind his back without the 3 noticing. "What are you talking about, Naruto? What is Ika?" asked Sakura with a confused look, and Sasuke looked at Naruto, with a raised eyebrow showing he wanted to know too. Naruto looked at the 2 and replied, Ika is basically a novel filled with porn that Kakashi and religiously reads. You both saw him reading it multiple times." The 2 gave Kakashi incredulous looks while Kakashi scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "It is not porn, Naruto. It's amazing literature that was written by the best author throughout the elemental nations. Don't disrespect the magnificent Ika series and call it porn, or you will be only doing D-ranks for the next 2 months," Kakashi stated while Naruto rolled his eyes while his 2 other teammates sweat dropped. "Yeah, okay, Kakashi and I'm getting myself a C-rank mission, and there's nothing you can do to stop me, our favorite blonde said matter-of-factly. I'd like to see you try. I'm the Jounin sensei, and my word is final. Kakashi replied with his patented eye smile. Oh yeah, Naruto exclaimed with fire in his cerulean blue eyes. Yeah, replied back Kakashi with the same fire in his onyx eyes while he got in Naruto's face, and somehow there was electricity coming from both of their eyes fighting for dominance while they were walking away from the other two confused genin towards the Hokage Tower. Sasuke and Sakura could only look on to Naruto and Kakashi's retreating forms, not taking their eyes off of each other. We have such a weird team, Sakura said to herself while they both left to catch up to their sensei and blonde-haired teammate. 20 minutes later, Hokage Tower. Naruto, get down from there. Now, Kakashi said as he was looking at his surrogate brother. Sakura giggled, seeing what Naruto was doing, and even Sasuke had a smirk on his face seeing what Naruto was doing. Hiruzen was smoking his pipe while looking on with a smile along with the other Chunin that were handing out missions and looked at the scene that was playing out in front of them. Naruto was sitting on the ceiling upside down with his arms crossed, hunched over, and faced away from everyone. No, not until we get a C rank. You heard, Gigi. We would have to catch that bastard of a cat. I refuse. I hate cats, Naruto exclaimed while Kakashi got a tick mark as he pinched the bridges of his nose. So Naruto wants a C rank, Kakashi-san? I'm surprised it took him this long to ask, haha. The old Hokage chuckled as Kakashi turned towards the chuckling Hokage. It seems so, Hokage-sama. But I told them in a couple more weeks while we refine their teamwork, then I'll get them a C rank. Kakashi stated as he glared his one eye at Naruto, who was glancing towards the two talk and turned abruptly when Kakashi glared at him, which made Kakashi sigh and shake his head. You and I both know your team is ready, Kakashi-san. So what is the hesitation? Asked Hiruzen, looking at the one-eyed shinobi in front of him. Before Kakashi could say anything, Naruto exclaimed, It's because of the perverted book that just came out. Now he wants to make the excuse it's because of our teamwork. But I know the real reason, Arrow and I, which made the one-eyed ninja face fault. Come now, Kakashi-san. That isn't true, is it? Asked Hiruzen with an incredulous look. Kakashi sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Of course not, Hokage-sama. You know I would never do that. I just believed it would be better for them to have more training together before we had a C-rank mission, that is all. Kakashi said while sweating on the inside and cursing Naruto's name and swearing he would get back at the blonde for this. Well, that settles it then. Naruto, go ahead and get down from there. You proved your point. We just received a C rank that'll be perfect for you and your team, Kakashi-san. There is a bridge builder that needs you and your team's protection while he finishes the bridge he is building. Bring in the client. Hiruzen said while Kakashi sighed in defeat, and Naruto jumped and landed beside him and his teammates with a foxy grin. I'm definitely gonna get him back for this, Kakashi thought while narrowing his lone eye at his surrogate brother, and Naruto seeing this stuck his tongue out at him, which made Kakashi's eye twitch. About a minute went by, and their client walked into the room. He had gray hair and a beard with dark eyes. He also wore a sleeveless v-neck shirt with an obi, pants, and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. After walking into the room, the group could smell a strong odor of booze, which made the three genin scrunch their noses from the smell. You gave me a bunch of kids to help protect me? What's with that blonde and that dumb look on his face? He asked while taking a swig of his bottle while Naruto had a tick mark on his head from the comment. What was that, you old geezer? Naruto exclaimed while reaching in his kunai pouch before being restrained by his Jounin sensei. You heard me, Gaki. What's the deal, Hokage-san? I thought you were gonna get me some real shinobi, not some kids who are trying to play as one. The old man asked incredulously while looking at the aged Hokage. The three genin in question glared at their client at that remark. While yes, they are young, but these kids, as you put it, should do just fine. These genin you see before you are actually the best Konoha has to offer. Their Jounin sensei Kakashi here is one of our best elite Jounins in the village. I'm pretty sure they can handle a couple of bandits, and the such if you came across any on your travels and while building your bridge, Tazuna-san. Hiruzen said while taking a hit of his pipe while the now named Tazuna only nodded and sighed. Kakashi-san, like I said, you are to escort Tazuna-san here to the land of waves and protect by any means necessary along with your team. It should take about 2 weeks at most, so pack accordingly. And Naruto-kun, don't pull that stunt again. Just ask next time. You're all dismissed, Hiruzen said while the team and Tazuna made their way out of the Hokage Tower. All right team, go and pack for at minimum of 2 weeks of supplies and meet at the North Gate in 1 hour. Don't be late, Kakashi said while his team nodded and left. North Gate 1 hour later. Naruto dressed in his new attire along with his black cloak with red flames coming from the bottom, with his sword on his back along with a scroll that had his supplies in his kunai pouch. Sasuke had his normal attire on, the only difference was the sword strapped to his waist and backpack packed with his supplies along with Sakura. They were waiting for the Jounin sensei and client who started to walk up and meet with them. All right, team, is everyone ready? Kakashi asked and received 3 nods in return and a nod from Tazuna. All right, Team 7, let's roll out, said Kakashi while taking the lead, and his 3 genin and Tazuna followed in suit. Finally, a real mission, Naruto thought as he and his team started making their way to the Land of Waves. Team 7, along with their client Tazuna, was making their way to Wave. They were in a diamond formation surrounding Tazuna Naruto in the front, Sakura and Sasuke to his right and left respectfully, and Kakashi in the rear. They made small talk to help pass the time. They were slowly trudging along at a slow pace, and in the distance, Kakashi and Naruto noticed a puddle. Weird. It hasn't tamed in days, they both thought as they continued past the puddle. Once past the puddle, 2 figures emerged from the puddle. They both had shoulder length, dark brown hair and dark eyes. They wore a rebreather that covered the lower half of their face and a large, clawed, gauntlet which had a chain coming out of it that had the other end attached to the other's own gauntlet. They both wore a camouflage suit with bandages around their waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals and a ragged black cape. They both had Kirigakure forehead protectors on. Without giving warning, the chains shot forward and wrapped around Kakashi, who had a shocked look on his face, and before he could react, the Kiri shinobi pulled and tore Kakashi to shreds, which shocked the bridge builder and Sakura. Without hesitation, Naruto unsheathed his sword and raced towards the shinobi, while Sasuke followed suit. Before the Kiri shinobi could react, Naruto was already in front of him, slashing at him in a vertical motion. The Kiri nin with his gauntlet arm went to block, but to his shock and horror the sword went right through like a hot knife through butter, effectively losing his right arm in the process. What the Kiri nin didn't know was that Naruto was using his wind affinity to coat his weapon wrong move on the Kiri nin's part. Before the Kiri nin could scream out in pain, Naruto performed a horizontal slash and successfully chopped off the Kiri nin's head, shocking his teammates and the other Kiri nin. Gozu, you bastard, I'll kill you! He was about to charge at our young blonde before Sasuke kicked him and sent him flying, and while he was in the air, a black chain with a blood-colored spike wrapped around the Kiri nin and slammed him into the ground, effectively knocking the Kiri nin out cold. It took a second for it to process, but Naruto looked at the now named Gozu with shock in his eyes, realizing he had just killed another human life. He just reacted, and his body moved on itself as if he were on autopilot. Naruto knew what he was getting into the day he started training to be a shinobi with Kakashi, but it just didn't sit right with him. It felt wrong. Naruto was taken out of his thoughts by a hand being placed on his shoulder, none other than his sensei, Kakashi. Kakashi gave him a sad smile and patted him on his back wordlessly, saying everything would be all right. Naruto made his way back to his teammate and Tazuna along with Sasuke, who looked at him with a surprised look. Who could blame him? Naruto just took a life and made it look effortlessly. Sakura was shocked of the situation as well and kicked herself for freezing up. Both her teammates didn't even hesitate for a second, but she did, and she made a promise to herself she would try her best never to do it again. You alright, Gaki? Asked the bridge builder and received a nod and a sad smile in return. Tazuna couldn't help but feel sorry for the blonde. One who is so young already taking a life. And he took it to protect me, he thought, looking at Naruto. We thought you were killed, Kakashi-sensei. I'm so happy that you were all right, said Sakura and received an ice smile in return. Kakashi walked up to the downed Kiri nin and dragged him to a tree and tied him up, splashing some water in his face to try and wake him up to no avail. You sure did a number on him, Naruto. There's no waking him up. So, Tazuna, would you like to explain why the demon brothers just attacked our team? Kakashi asked, narrowing his lone eye at Tazuna, who started sweating under the Jounin's gaze. You do know that C ranks are for only bandits and the such that might try and attack you. But shinobi who are after you is at minimum of a B rank, and you just had 2 chunins try and attack us. You lied to us, Tazuna, and I don't tolerate liars. So if you know what's good for you, you will tell us everything. And if I even get a hint that you're lying, I'm taking my team and leaving, and you can fend for yourself. Kakashi said as he looked at Tazuna, who looked at the ground in defeat. Tazuna gave in and told the group the truth. Tazuna revealed that they were indeed after him, deciding to tell them the whole truth. Tazuna tells them of Gato, the owner of a large corporation had effectively taken control of his land, and who was pretty much a gang boss. He had drained the land of Wave's economy to suit his own purposes, so Tazuna didn't have the money for a B-ranked mission, and the only thing that can break his hold on the country is the bridge Tazuna was wanting to build. Tazuna wouldn't look at Kakashi after telling him the truth. Well, Tazuna, while I don't appreciate you lying to us, at least you finally told the truth. But that doesn't mean we will finish the mission. That I'll leave up to my Genin squad. So your fate is in their hands as of this moment. What do you three want to do? Continue the mission or head back to Konoha? Asked Kakashi while he looked at his three students. You already know my answer, Kakashi and I. This is our first mission outside of Konoha, and it'll be damned if I'll let those scrubs scare me off like that, and besides, even if we run into someone stronger than those guys, you and I are almost on par with one another. So anything they throw at us, we can take head on. This is the experience I need to get stronger, and I'll be damned if I turn my back on people who need Konoha's help, exclaimed Naruto, and Kakashi. I smiled and nodded and looked at his two teammates. What the dope said. I didn't come all the way out here just to turn around with my tail between my legs. I want to continue on with the mission, said Sasuke with a smirk. Kakashi looked at Sakura and noticed she was uncomfortable with the situation. What do you say, Sakura? Everyone has to agree to continue the mission. If you don't want to continue, it's okay, they can send out another team to replace us, said Kakashi while he looked at Sakura and saw all the emotions running across her face. She looked at her team and saw the determined faces of both Sasuke and Naruto. The main reason she was hesitating was because of what Naruto had to do. Would she have to kill someone too? Was she even cut out to be a shinobi? But remembering back to the promise she made to herself and with a determined look, she looked at her sensei and nodded. Kakashi looked at his team, and an eye smiled. They have come a long way in a month. At least Sakura and Sasuke have. Naruto was always surprising him throughout the years, but this didn't he already knew the answer before he even asked Naruto. Well, that settles it then. But Tazuna-san, just because we are continuing, does not mean you won't be paying Konoha the correct amount once our mission is completed. And for lying, there will be an extra fee. Do I make myself clear? Kakashi said while biting his thumb and going through hand seals, and Tazuna nodded in return. Summoning jutsu, Kakashi said, and there was a poof of smoke, and once the smoke cleared, a miniature pug with a Kanahahitaiate was in its place. You called Kakashi? Said the miniature pug in a gruff voice, and Sakura, along with Tazuna, looked on in shock. That dog can talk, they both thought. Yes, Pakin. Take this scroll to Hokage-sama. Our mission has just got a little more complicated. Everything is fine, but if I need backup, I just want someone on standby if need be. Finished Kakashi while he tossed the scroll to the now named Pakin, who caught it in his mouth. Sure thing, Kakashi-san. Oh hey Naruto, how have you been? Asked Pakin while his tail wagged after he saw Naruto. I've been good, it's good to see you again. Oh, I got something for you. Digs in his kunai pouch. Here it is, Naruto said as he pulled out a piece of some dried meat. Pakin dropped the scroll and Naruto tossed it to Pakin, who caught it and swallowed it without even chewing said treat. Thanks, Naruto. I'll be going now later, Pakin said, and picked the scroll back up and saluted Kakashi before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Okay everyone, let's move out, said Kakashi as they continued their mission. 8 hours later, Team 7, along with their client Tazuna, made their way and got on a small charter boat that he arranged with an old friend. As they were getting closer to Wave Country, it was getting more and more foggy, almost to the point where it was getting harder to see. They were on the boat for about 45 minutes when a partially built bridge came into view. Tazuna-san, is that the bridge you're building? Asked Naruto and was amazed at the workmanship of the well-crafted bridge. Yeah, Gaki. That is the bridge that will open many doors for my country and hopefully end Gato's reign, said Tazuna with a smile on his face. While Naruto and Tazuna were talking, Kakashi couldn't get a sinking feeling from out of his gut. He felt like he was being watched, and it wasn't sitting right with the silver-haired jounin. Something wasn't right and he didn't like it. We are here. It's time to move. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, be on guard. Don't lose focus for even a second. Do you all understand? said Kakashi and received 3 nods in return. They made their way off the ship and stayed in the same formation as before. They continued like that for about 20 more minutes, and the fog was getting denser and denser, and it was to the point where the group couldn't see even 5 foot in front themselves. Naruto sensed something to his left, and he had thrown a chakra-induced kunai. But what he thrown his weapon at was nothing more than a bunny. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he kept his senses at the max as he scanned the area. At least the areas he could see before activated his Shinwagon, not liking what was going on. Naruto, you almost killed a harmless bunny. What has gotten into yo dash? What happened to your eyes, Naruto? Asked his pink-haired teammate who couldn't help but stare into his eyes. Sasuke tried to get a look at Naruto's eyes too, but couldn't get a good look because of the fog they were stuck in. I'll tell you later, Sakura. Kakashi-sensei. There's chakra laced into this fog. Someone is purpose. Everyone get down. Naruto yelled, and everyone jumped straight down to their bellies while Naruto unsheathed his sword and deflected a huge sword that just tried and dismembered his entire team and himself. The sword lodged itself into a tree about 8 meters from the Team 7 and Tazuna. A man appeared standing on the handle of the blade while the fog cleared up a little so the party could see the man who had just tried to kill them all. Zabuza was a tall and noticeably muscular man with light grayish skin, short spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He wore a Kiri Hitayate sideways on his head. He was shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt and wearing baggy pants with the striped pattern typical of Kirigakure and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. You got balls, brat. Deflecting my Kubikuribocho like you did not many have done that, and I survived. I shouldn't be surprised though seeing who your Jounin-sensei is. Sharingan no Kakashi, said the man in a gruff voice. Kakashi eyed the man and said, Momochi Zabuza the Kirigakure no Kijin. Why am I not surprised? The demon brothers were a dead giveaway. But I was hoping we didn't have to run into you now. This mission has definitely gotten more serious. Kakashi grabbed his Hitayate and lifted it up, revealing a Sharingan that shocked Sasuke. Sasuke also noticed Naruto's Dojutsu and was shocked he had one he didn't recognize it. But it seemed like the dead last was full of surprises. You honor me, Kakashi, on showing me the Sharingan so soon. So I'm assuming you aren't going to hand over the bridge builder? Said Zabuza with a bloodthirsty grin. Not that you could see it with the bandages and all. Not on your life, Kakashi said with narrowed eyes, pulling out a kunai and holding it in a crossed guard grip. I wish this could have been under better circumstances, Kakashi, but I was hired for a job and I intend. Zabuza was cut off as he ducked underneath of a black sword slashing through where his head was not even a second before, and he gripped the handle of his sword before pulling an acrobatic twist and kicking the blonde sword wielder only for him to use his leg as a springboard jumping and landed back with his team. Damn, I thought I had him there, Naruto muttered, shocking his 2 teammates and even Zabuza. Naruto, this isn't someone I would have tried that against. Don't try to rush. You caught him off guard, but that won't work again. Let me handle this one, don't be reckless like that again, said Kakashi, not taking his eyes off of Zabuza. Naruto replied with a hi sensei and left it at that. He's fast, even faster than Haku. That was unexpected. If I was even a half a second late, my head would have been rolling. I'll have to keep an eye on that Gaki. Zabuza thought to himself as he went through a couple hand seals, and the mist got thicker to the point Team 7 couldn't even see in front of them. 8 points. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys and heart. Zabuza said, but to everyone's surprise his voice was coming from everywhere. Which one wants to be my first kill? He said again as the killing intent in the area was overwhelming to the point Sasuke grabbed a kunai and was ready to kill himself only to be stopped by Kakashi. Don't worry, Sasuke. We aren't gonna die here today, and I won't let anything happen to you or the rest of the team. I promise, Kakashi said, and it seemed to work as Sasuke got himself under control. Naruto put his fingers in a cross and exclaimed, Kagebushin! Before anyone realized there was a miniature army of Kagebushins surrounding the group. Naruto made 100 Bushins in all, but 4 of them went out into the mist and tried to locate the missing Nin. Naruto looked at the other 4 and said, You know what to do. And the 4 clones nodded and surrounded the bridge builder and his 2 other teammates at 4 points and clapped their hands together and slammed their hands to the ground and exclaimed, for Red Yang formation. A red barrier rose up and surrounded the 3 in 8 by 8 area and extended out at an angle at the 4 corners to seal in the bushins so they couldn't get dispelled. Quick thinking, Naruto. How long can you keep that barrier up? Asked Kakashi as they both stood back to back. Long enough to take this fucker out. Naruto replied before continuing, he is decimating my clones. He has already destroyed half of them, and I can't exactly pinpoint where he is because of this damn mist. Somebody just wanted a damn C rank, and here we are back to back trying not to die. I could have been reading that new Ika book relaxing at home, but no, I'm here with you in this Kami-forsaken mist. Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes and scanning the area. But I thought that wasn't the reason why you didn't want to get us a C rank, it was because of teamwork, as you put it. You see, you told Tazuna you didn't like liars, and look at you lying. I guess you don't like yourself very much, huh, Arrow and I. There goes my last clone, get ready, said our favorite blonde while gripping his sword firmly, preparing for what's to come. I didn't lie, I fibbed. There's a difference. But you dash Kakashi was cut off but blocking a strike that would have surely cut him in half. Wouldn't understand that because you are still just a gaki. Naruto blocked a couple strikes and replied back. Oh, I understand perfectly fine, you're just a fucking pervert and a lazy ass. You fibbed. That's still fucking lying, jackass. Naruto exclaimed while blocking another overhead slash that would have surely killed Kakashi and Naruto in one swing. Naruto language, Kakashi said using his kunai to help block the overhead slash. Someone is trying to kill us and you're worried about my language? Asked Naruto as he threw a kick towards the missing Nin, who dodged and went back into the mist. Yeah, what gives Kakashi lay off of the gaki already? Zabuza voiced echoed throughout the mist. See, even he is agreeing with me. Thanks, said Naruto with a smirk and received a no problem, as both Kakashi and Naruto had to duck underneath a horizontal slash that would have surely killed them. Naruto, no fraternizing with the enemy, exclaimed Kakashi, only to receive a roll of the eyes from Naruto. Not that he could see him shit, he could hardly see his hand in front of his face. I'm tired of this damn fog. Hey Zabuza team, can you ease up on this mist jutsu you're doing so I can stick you with my sword already? Asked Naruto, only to have to block another strike. Those strikes that Zabuza was throwing out were something fierce. No, I don't think so, Gaki, replied Zabuza. Well, it was worth a shot, I guess, said Naruto, surveying the area. All right, enough of this already, said Naruto before going through hand seals. Wind style. Violent whirlwind. Naruto produced a powerful stream of wind from his mouth around the area. It was strong to clear some of the mist, but to Naruto's disdain the mist reappeared as if it never left. I hate this. Kakashi, is there anything you have in mind? Asked Naruto as he heard chuckling from the mist. Working on it. As he said that, Kakashi and Naruto were both kicked in the chest and sent flying and landed on a small lake about 10 meters away. Your mind, Zabuza said as he appeared behind Kakashi, finishing his hand seals and trapping him in an orb of water. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Zabuza finished with his hand attached to the orb of water with a smirk on his face. Shit, said thought Naruto and his sensei. It seems I won this round, Sharingan no Kakashi. Tell the blonde to drop the barrier, and I'll kill you quickly along with your gakis. Zabuza said matter-of-factly in his gruff voice without taking his eyes off of our favorite blonde. I don't think so, Zabuza team, said Naruto as he dug in his kunai pouch, and without a second thought, he had thrown 8 shuriken before going through hand seals. Shuriken Kagebushin no Jutsu, exclaimed Naruto as the 8 shuriken turned into 40 and headed for the Kirinin. Mizu Bushin no Jutsu, Zabuza said, and 5 clones appeared and knocked the shurikens away. Nice try, but you are gonna have to try harder than that, said Zabuza as his Mizu Bushins stood in front of Zabuza, getting ready to skewer Naruto. Naruto went through more hand seals and finished in the snake seal and yelled, Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, would release, Nativity of a World of Trees. To Zabuza's shock, trees start rising from the water at a fast pace heading towards him and his Mizu Bushins. Zabuza had to end his jutsu holding Kakashi and jumped away. His Bushins didn't react in time and were destroyed by the forest. Kakashi appeared next to Naruto while trying to regain his breath. Naruto continued his jutsu and was trying to at least subdue the missing Nin. Zabuza, for better or worse, was running for his life and not to get caught or tripped up in the Blode's Mokutan Jutsu. How could that blonde have a Kekii Genkai that was related to the Shodame Hokage? He thought it was lost the day that he died. It seemed Konoha kept him a secret. No wonder he was so fast. He was probably trained the day he was born. Zabuza lost concentration for a split second, and that was all Naruto needed as he ensnarled him by the ankle, and once his ankle was in one of Mokutan's branches, both arms and his other ankle was ensnarled as he was held in the air by the thick branches with his arms and legs spread out. Zabuza tried to break free, but to no avail. Got him. You're up, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto proclaimed as Kakashi went through hand seals of his own. Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Kakashi finished as massive a water dragon was molded from the lake. They were on and shot towards the Kirinin, whose eyes widened as the dragon made direct impact with Zabuza, breaking him from the branches of the Mokutan and sent him careening across the battlefield before Zabuza's back hit a tree that stopped his descent and sent bark flying, leaving an imprint of Zabuza's body in the tree. Zabuza tried to get up, but he was pretty sure he broke a few ribs and had some internal bleeding. Naruto and Kakashi made their way to the downed Zabuza as he shakingly looked up to the two shinobi who defeated him. Wasn't expecting the Mokutan from Ugaki. I got careless cough, Zabuza said. Naruto didn't reply as he lifted his sword to end the Kirinin, but before he could there was a whistle in the air that alarmed both Naruto and Kakashi, but to their surprise whatever it was hit Zabuza, and the missing nin fell onto his side, presumably dead. A shinobi appeared, and the shinobi's outfit consisted of the standard Kirigakure pinstriped outfit, which stopped at their knees. Over this, they wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around their waist, a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around his waist twice. They had long hair that was tied into a bun and had brown sandals. They also wore a hunter-nin mask, which was white with thin, curved eye holes and a red wavy design in place of the mouth, as well as the Kirigakure symbol etched on the top. The Kirinin walked over to Zabuza and checked his pulse before looking over to the duo and said, "Thank you. I've been tracking him for a while now. Thank you for your assistance, Konoha-nin-san. I'll dispose of the body and be going now." The hunter-nin bent down and picked up Zabuza before disappearing in a shunshin. Both Naruto and Kakashi sighed in relief before Naruto asked, "Wait, I thought Kiri hunter-nins were supposed to dispose of the body where they killed them?" Kakashi looked at his protege and pulled down his hitayate and replied, "They are." Naruto sighed and asked, "So I'm assuming we will be seeing them again?" and received a nod in return. Naruto sighed at that, hoping that it would have been over. They made their way back to the group, and Naruto dispelled the Bushins effectively, ending the barrier. As they were making their way back, the mist started clearing up, and Naruto deactivated his Shinwagon. "What the hell, dope? I could have helped the two of you. Why did you leave me in the barrier with these two?" Sasuke asked, incredulously narrowing his eyes at his blonde teammate. "The main reason is because if Kakashi and I both died, we could have weakened him enough for you to hold him back so Tazuna had enough time to escape. But don't worry, we all will get another chance to get a crack at him, and he isn't alone," Naruto replied while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. That answer was good enough to put Sasuke at ease and nodded with a smirk. Sakura had a worried look on her face about them having to face an adversary like that again. Tazuna was thankful he was still breathing and was thankful to the Konoha squad, giving him the chance to finish his bridge. "Since that is dealt with, we can head to my house so you all can get some much-needed rest," said Tazuna with an appreciated smile. "How far are we away before we reach your house, Tazuna-san?" asked Kakashi. "About an hour," replied Tazuna and received a nod in return. "Let's continue then before someone else comes and tries to kill us," said Kakashi and received 4 nods in return, and they made their way to Tazuna's house. Like Tazuna said, they made it to his house within an hour, without any other shinobi after Tazuna and Team 7. So maybe Zabuza were the only ones who were hired to kill their client. Why couldn't this mission be a simple one? It was only supposed to be a C rank, and now it was at a minimum of a A rank as long as no other missing nin were after their client. Once they made it home, Tazuna's daughter ran up to him and gave him a hug. She had long dark blue-colored hair. She wore a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color. She also wore a long blue skirt. "Tsunami, I'm okay. Thanks to these Konoha shinobi. Without them, I wouldn't have made it back," Tazuna said while he pulled back from the hug. Kakashi and Team 7 introduced themselves to the bridge builder's daughter, who bowed and thanked the 4. "We have a room for the 4 of you upstairs, last door on the right. Why don't you all get settled in and relax? Tsunami will make us dinner. I'll send my grandson up to come and get you when the food is ready." Tazuna said with a smile as Team 7 nodded and headed upstairs of the house. Team 7 settled in and unpacked. Before Kakashi's team could get comfortable, he said, "Okay, listen up, you three," which gained the attention of his genin team. "Zabuza will be back, and it would seem he isn't alone. If I had to guess, we have about a week before Zabuza, and that Hunter Nin will come back to try and finish the job. With that being said, we will have shifts who will guard Tazuna, and during that time, whoever isn't on shift will be getting in some much-needed training. That means you too, Naruto, because he will be extra cautious of you now. Even though with your capabilities I still believe you are the better shinobi than Zabuza. But the only issue is that you lack the experience and patience. Something you must have when facing an opponent such as Zabuza, or it will be your downfall. Sasuke and Sakura, you both have mastered the tree-walking exercise thanks to Naruto, but now you too will master the water-walking exercise. Granted, I don't believe it will take you both a week to complete it. So once you two are finished with the water-walking exercise, I will show you both how to apply chakra to your legs and arms to increase your speed and power." Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded with determined looks. Kakashi was surprised he didn't get any pushback from Sakura. Maybe the seriousness of the situation on this mission changed her perspective a little. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't heard her squeal once over Sasuke, since the demon brothers tried to attack him and his team. Maybe this mission was good for all of them in the end, even though he'd prefer it was under better circumstances. But that was the life that they signed up for. Always expect the unexpected. And the way this mission has gone so far has been highly unexpected. Kakashi continued, "Now Naruto, I have something special in mind for you. You are just gonna have to wait and see." Kakashi finished with an eye smile. Naruto instinctively shivered. That couldn't be good. Hopefully he didn't have to climb the side of a mountain with a boulder tied to him again, right? Right? Naruto shivered at the thought. Now, with all that being said, the first watch will be Naruto. The second watch will be Sasuke and Sakura, and I'll take the third. We will work 4-hour shifts, and when it comes time for our rematch with Zabuza. Sasuke and Naruto, you have the Hunter Nin, and I'll take on Zabuza. Sakura, you will protect the client. Naruto will use that seal again to protect both Sakura and Tazuna. Sasuke, you follow Naruto's lead, and you should be fine. I have faith in all of you, so don't be nervous, trust your instinct, and just know that I won't let any of you die on my watch. And I intend to keep that promise." Kakashi finished with a reassuring eye smile. The three genins smiled back at their Jounin sensei. Both Sasuke and Sakura felt reassured with Kakashi's speech and were thankful for his little talk because they needed to hear that. "Why don't you all get some rest? We have been traveling nonstop, and you three need your rest. I'll wake you when the food is ready," Kakashi said, and they weren't going to say no, so they all got in their sleep sacks and passed out. Night time. After they got their much-needed rest, Team 7 was awakened by a knock at the door and was greeted by a young boy who looked at the group with disdain in his young eyes. This must have been Inari, Tazuna's grandson. Inari had spiky black hair and dark-colored eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a simple pair of sandals. He also wore a blue and white striped hat. He looked to be 8 or 9 years old. "Food's ready," Inari said with a sneer. The group was taken aback by this, wondering what the hell crawled up his ass. Well, at least that was what Naruto thought. Inari left and went back downstairs before anyone could reply. The group looked at each other before they followed suit. "Sasuke, why don't you help him remove that stick out of his ass? Because if I have to deal with that for the next couple weeks, I'ma shove my foot in his ass," Naruto whispered to Sasuke, who raised his eyebrow at the blonde. "Why does it have to be me? Why can't you do it?" Sasuke whispered back with a perplexed look. "Because you had so much practice of removing your own," Naruto snickered after he said that. "Shut up, dope," Sasuke said as a tick mark appeared on his forehead. "Hey, what are you two whispering about?" asked their pink-haired teammate as they were walking up to the table. "Nothing/nothing, he," replied both her raven-haired and blonde teammate replied. As their one-eyed Jounin sensei, I smiled at his team's interaction. He was happy they had been getting along. Sasuke was the biggest surprise. He would actually interact with both of his teammates and not just a simple response of HM. But Kakashi couldn't take all the credit. It was all Naruto. The blonde had that effect on people he noticed since he had taken him under his wing. The dinner was uneventful other than the grandson of Tazuna. He would give dirty looks to the Konohinin while they made conversation with each other or Tazuna and Tsunami. It irked Naruto, but he left it alone for the time being. But if it was going to be like that for the next couple of weeks, he knew he would put the child in his place. He didn't want to, but they were there to help his grandfather and country. He'd be damned if he's going to be mistreated by a child when they were just trying to help. After dinner, Team 7 and Tezuna's family went off to bed. Naruto, who couldn't sleep, decided to sneak out of the window and sit on the roof as he pulled out the seal he had been working on for the past year on and off. He had been stumped with the seal. He could probably use the Shinwigan, but he wanted to do this himself out of respect to his father. He was missing something, and he couldn't figure out what it was, and he felt like it was something simple. It had been like that for the last couple of weeks. It was the last section that would connect the seal array together, and it drove Naruto nuts. But what was it? "What are you doing, dope? Are you drawing?" asked his raven-haired teammate who was standing behind the blonde looking over Naruto's shoulder, which brought Naruto out of his thoughts. "What this?" Naruto showed Sasuke the complex sealing array on the slip of paper that looked like it was almost completed from Sasuke's point of view and replied with a nod. "Let's just say it was a gift for me to figure out, left by my Tusan that was feared and could change the outcome of any battle when he stepped foot on it. With this was his gift to me, and if I'm able to figure it out, let's just say I'll be able to do the same," Naruto said cryptically and received a raised eyebrow in return. "You're Tusan? I thought you were an orphan?" asked Sasuke, and the blonde gave him a blank stare. "Yeah, I am an orphan, but I know who my parents were, Sasuke team," Naruto said with a sad smile, something that Sasuke picked up on. "Do you mind if I ask who they were?" asked Sasuke as he sat down next to our favorite blonde. "What's the sudden interest in the dead last team?" Naruto asked, which gave Sasuke a tick mark. "You and I both know that is nothing but a title. And I was just curious, it's been a while since I just sat back and thought of my family. The only thing I thought about for so long and what I've trained every day for was to kill Sasuke stopped himself as his anger started to overcome him just thinking about it. To kill Uranin-san, right? Itachi, was it? Asked Naruto, and Sasuke clenched his fists to the point that blood started dripping from his palms and gritted his teeth. Sasuke could only nod, afraid to use his words. "I'm sorry that happened to you, Sasuke. I met your brother once." Sasuke whipped his head at Naruto after that comment. I could tell he was very strong. But him doing that was kinda out of character, was it not? At least that was what I thought. The way he talked about Konoha, he seemed so loyal to the village, said Naruto as he rubbed his chin in thought. Well, he wasn't. In the end, he was just after more power. He killed our family for power. At least, that was what he told me, Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Sasuke, to this day, still didn't understand why. But one day he would get his answers no matter what. They sat like that for a couple minutes, and Naruto decided to change the subject and then asked, "So you wanted to know who my Tusan was?" "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It's none of my business," replied Sasuke as he stared up at the moon, thinking back to the better days of his Tusan and Ka-san. "You told me about your past with your brother, and you didn't have to. But once I tell you, you can't tell anyone. Can I trust you with this, Sasuke?" Naruto finished. He was putting a lot of faith in his raven-haired teammate, but he wanted to earn Sasuke's trust. But he would need to have to trust Sasuke too. "Yeah, sure, I promise. I mean, who else do I really even talk to? I keep to myself most of the time anyway. But I won't tell anyone, even Sakura. You have my word," replied Sasuke, and Naruto watched him with a critical eye before he nodded. "My Tusan was one of the strongest shinobi Konoha had ever produced. He also was the one who almost single-handedly won the Third Shinobi World War. He decimated an entire battalion from Iwagakure that consisted of 1,000 shinobi before they met their end. The only thing they saw was a yellow flash before it was too late. My Tusan was the Konoha no Kiroi Senko, or you might know him as the Yondaime Hokage. Namikaze Minato was my Tusan." Naruto finished with a sad smile before Sasuke's raised his eyes in shock. Now that Naruto mentioned it, the Yondaime and Naruto looked like they could be twins. He felt kind of stupid for not putting two and two together. "That makes sense," Sasuke said as he looked back up at the moon without saying anything else. Naruto's face faltered at that. That's it. That's all he had to say after all he had to say about his father. Naruto started crying anime tears and cursed Sasuke's name. "I hate you, team. I made it all dramatic, and you just had to ruin it." And to Naruto's surprise, Sasuke started to laugh. It was weird. Naruto never heard his raven-haired teammate laugh, not even in all the years when they were at the academy together. And it wasn't just a laugh, it was a laugh that was uncontrollable, and he was wheezing. Naruto started to join him, and they were like that for a few minutes. When they started to come down from their laughing fits, one would pick it back up and they both lost it again, and it got to the point they laughed so hard tears started to fall from their eyes as if they were crying. Inside, Kakashi could hear the laughter from inside the room and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He was happy for both Naruto and Sasuke finding friendship with one another. It reminded him of his old teammates Obito and Rin, but by the time he came around and stopped acting all stuck up, it was too late. One of the one-eyed Jounin's biggest regrets. He was happy Naruto wasn't like himself at the beginning of his shinobi career. Kakashi rolled over in his sleeping bag before closing his eyes to go to sleep. Back with Naruto and Sasuke. After coming down from their laughing fits, Sasuke looked over at Naruto, and it looked like he wanted to ask the blonde something else. Something Naruto picked up on. "What is it, team?" asked Naruto as he was still looking at the seal and trying to figure out what was missing. "Sakura asked you something when we were fighting Zabuza. About your eyes. What was she referring to?" asked Sasuke. "Oh, that? Since you're my best buddy now, I guess I could tell you. It's my jujutsu. It's called the Shinwigan." Naruto replied as he looked at Sasuke and activated his Shinwigan to show he wasn't lying. Sasuke looked at Naruto's eyes in shock. He examined them and couldn't help feel a little jealous just because of the fact that he hadn't activated his Sharingan. "The Shinwigan, I've never heard of it before," replied Sasuke, who tried to think back, but nothing came to mind. "Yeah, there's nothing in the history books, so it's no surprise you haven't. Hell, not even Hokage knew about it until I awakened it. Out of the Uzumaki clan, I'm only the second to awaken this jujutsu," Naruto replied with his chest puffed out to show how awesome he was. "That's cool and all, it still isn't better than the Sharingan. So what does it do?" asked Sasuke with a curious look on his face. Naruto looked over at Sasuke and only smirked and said, "Now that would be telling, wouldn't it, hee?" Naruto finished and noticed Sasuke's eyebrow twitching. "I hate you, Dobe," said Sasuke with his eyebrow, still twitching, and only received a boisterous laugh in return. Sasuke couldn't help but join in. They were like that for another minute or so before Sasuke stood up to leave. "Well, alright Dobe, keep your secrets, I'm going to get some sleep. Later," said Sasuke, and Naruto nodded before looking at the seal he was working on before putting it back in his cloak pocket. He was about to follow suit until he heard something. It almost sounded like someone was crying. Naruto left the spot he was sitting at and crept his way around Tezuna's house's roof until he peeked into a window that was on the opposite side of their room. He saw Inari on his hands and knees trying to cry quietly but failing miserably at it. Naruto noticed there was a picture in his hand but couldn't get a good look at it. He thought he heard Inari say something on the lines of "Why did you have to die, Tusan?" but he couldn't be too sure. But it would explain why he was acting like an ass towards them. Maybe an enemy shinobi was sent after him like how they were being sent after Tezuna. This Gato fella was some piece of work. That man would have to die if this village wanted to go back to normal. Something Naruto would do without hesitation to get rid of that scum. Naruto looked back at Inari one last time before making his way back to his team's room and go to sleep himself. It was going to be a long week, so he knew he needed his rest. The next morning, Naruto was guarding Tezuna on the bridge while the rest of Team 7 was getting some training engine with their one-eyed sensei. Naruto's shift was getting close to being over, and during that time he was meditating. When he started his shift, he was surprised to how many people were helping with the bridge, and it was much. This Gato fella must scared the rest of the village because only a handful of villagers showed up. Something Tezuna wasn't happy about, but he understood. People had families, and he didn't blame them for not putting them at risk. Good thing he had a whiskered blonde shinobi that he hired who didn't mind to help. After Naruto saw this, he created 100 Kagebushins to help mitigate the losses he had for the people who didn't show up. And let's just say Tezuna was excited with all the extra set of hands. If the blonde Gaki could keep this up, he could be done in half the time, if not sooner. He thanked Kami for this team. Maybe they weren't just a bunch of Gakis after all, at least not Naruto. Soon enough, they would be out from under Gato's thumb, and his village could thrive again. Naruto felt the presence of Sakura and Sasuke, which they were both soaking wet well. Sasuke mostly walked up both with a baffled look on their faces at all the blondes running around. They were either hammering the wooden boards into place to cutting wood and fetching the supplies back and forth to all the workers. It looked like they were working like a well-oiled machine with no hint of stopping anytime soon. The original Naruto stood up, patted himself down, and waved at the two. Before they could ask any questions, he shunned Shin away in a swirl of wind. Show off. Sasuke thought with a smirk as both he and Sakura looked on at all the Narutos and the workers' work. With Naruto arrived at his destination via Shunshin and looked around the field he believed his sensei was at. He looked over at a tree and saw Kakashi perched up on a tree branch with his feet kicked up, reading his favorite book. Yo, Kakashi and I. So what is the training you got planned for me? Asked the blonde, getting his sensei's attention. With a snap of his book, he jumped off the tree branch and landed in front of Naruto. Well, first things first, how far are you in the lighting manipulation? Asked the silver-haired shinobi. I'm able to crinkle it, but it isn't fast enough like yours. I will probably get it done in about a week, if not sooner, replied Naruto as he picked up a leaf and was able to crinkle the leaf in about 6 seconds. Yeah, I believe you are correct, but I think that's good enough with what I'm about to teach you. Granted, you don't need to master any of the first 2 steps of the lighting manipulation to learn this, it just makes it easier for you. Watch closely, said Kakashi as he went through hand seals slowly. Ushi, U Saru, Tatsu, Na Tori, Ushi, Mi Inu Tora Saru. Once Kakashi was finished, there was a high concentration of electricity emit from his hand that sounded like birds criping. This is the Chidori Naruto. You've seen me use it before, but this is it up close. The only downside is that it'll give you tunnel vision, but for me to counteract that, I have the Sharingan. I believe you could do the same with your Shinwagen. This is my gift to you. It was my own personal creation, and the only time you should ever use this is against enemy shinobi you plan to kill. Do not use this against your comrades. I personally don't believe you would, but that is my only condition, said Kakashi as he released his Chidori, and it disappeared and saw Naruto with stars in his eyes and nodded. This will be tricky for you, but I believe you will be able to learn it by the time Zabuza comes back. I'll need your help the most if the shit hits the fan while facing them and whoever else he brings. Now, once you start to see the lightning start crackling in your hand, apply a good amount of chakra, and it should flare to life. Once you start hearing the chirping, you will know when you have completed the Chidori properly. Finished Kakashi as he reached into his kunai pouch, pulled out his book, and jumped back up to his spot on the tree he was at before. Naruto went through the hand seals, and once he finished, he only created a spark of electricity before it faded away. Naruto frowned at that, but getting an idea, he put his fingers in the cross formation and exclaimed, Kagebushin no Jutsu, and 20 bushins of Naruto appeared in a cloud of smoke. You know what to do. Let's complete this before the end of the week, exclaimed Naruto and received salutes in return before they all got to work. Of course he had to take the fun out of it and cheat using the Kagebushins, but I don't blame him either. If he's going that route then he could probably finish the technique by tomorrow. Only time will tell, thought Kakashi as he lazily flipped a page of his book. Naruto continued his training in mastering the Chidori and didn't stop even when it reached nightfall. Kakashi left for his shift with Tazuna a few hours ago and he was still chucking away. Naruto was getting close to finishing up and he couldn't lie. Doing this for multiple hours took a toll on him and he was spent. He dismissed his Kagebushins and got a little dizzy from all the information that he received back from them. He was about to make his trek back to Tazuna's house before he suddenly started to receive all the Bushin's memories from the bridge. He forgot about those, and with them going for the last 12 hours non-stop, it was a lot of information, and Naruto simply passed out in the field he was training in, with no one the wiser. The next day, early morning, a girl was walking through a wooden pasture before she reached where she was going. She wore her long hair loosely and wore a pink, sleeveless kimono, with pale red edges that were decorated with small plum-colored swirls that went to her ankles. Around her waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow, and she wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. She also had a dark-colored choker around her neck and had a basket in hand. Once she reached her destination, she looked around at all the different plants as if she were looking for something in particular. But as she was looking, she noticed a younger boy who had blonde hair and was that, Whisker Marks. She made her way over to the boy and bent down and took a closer look at him. He was wearing a Hittite with Konoha's emblem on it. She narrowed her eyes at that as she started to reach out with her right hand, and it looked like her hand was going for his neck. Before she even realized what happened, her hand was grabbed with a firm grip, and cerulean blue eyes looked up at her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I was about to try and wake you up. It's chilly out, and I didn't want you to catch your death out here, she said with a startled smile. Naruto looked at the girl and could tell she was a little older than him. He was still a little groggy but was kind of surprised he didn't feel her presence sooner. Maybe he just overdid it yesterday. He looked at the girl sheepishly. Sorry about that. Thank you for waking me. My name is Naruto. What's your name? Asked the blonde as he sat up in a sitting postaion, and Haku took a couple steps back before joining our favorite blonde. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. My name is Haku. Are you a Konoha shinobi? Asked the now named Haku, and Naruto nodded with a foxy grin while adjusting his hittai. So you must be strong then? Asked Haku with a smile. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I can handle myself rather well. There's always room for improvement, though, but it seems like I overdid it last night, said Naruto somewhat sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head, and Haku giggled at that. Why do you still train if you're already strong? What is it that you fight for you to still train? Asked Haku with a perplexed look on her face. Well, to get stronger, of course, so I can protect the people I care for and for my home. Also, for those who can't protect themselves from the people like that Gato guy. I will always train to get stronger because I don't want the people I care for or protecting to get hurt, especially if I could have prevented it. There's always room for improvement, and I'll always strive to get better. Because that is my shinobi way, said Naruto without taking his eyes off of Haku, who smiled at his statement. When Naruto made that Gato comment, he noticed a slight twitch from Haku. It was small, but he noticed it. Maybe it was because of what he had done to this land, the blonde concluded. So you fight to protect your precious people? She asked and received a nod in return from the whiskered blonde. I believe when a person has something precious they want to protect, then they become truly strong. Fighting to protect others and the people that you love and your home is an honorable thing that you should be proud of, she said with a soft smile as she stood up and picked her basket up. Are you leaving? Asked Naruto. Yes, I have to get back to my precious person. I came out here to look for some herbs for them. He got hurt, so I was just looking for some to help speed up the recovery. She replied with a wave goodbye and started to walk away before turning back and saying, By the way, Naruto, I'm a boy. Naruto had the eyes of saucers after that statement. There was no way that was a boy, and that's when he noticed it. The way that he walked, he didn't make a sound, and Naruto rose an eyebrow at that. Before Haku made 30 feet from Naruto, a kunai embedded into a tree a few feet away from Haku, who snapped his head back at the blonde. He didn't even sense or hear Naruto do that. I'll be seeing you, Haku. I hope Zabuza team isn't too banged up from what we did to him. I thought it was a little suspicious of me not being able to sense you earlier. That last comment gave you away, and you're not even making a sound when you walk. You also have the same build as that Hunter Nin from the other day, same hair, and from what I recall, the same voice. Now it all makes sense. But don't worry, I'll save it for when we fight the two of you again. It sucks because I was just starting to like you, Naruto stated with a stone-cold look, making Haku flinch and look down with a sad look. As was I. I wish I could tell you that the next time we would be seeing each other was under better circumstances, but you know as do I that would be a lie. Goodbye, Naruto-san, he said with a sad smile before dashing off into the trees, and Naruto sighed. If someone said it was easy being a shinobi, even they would know that they were lying. Why did this mission have to be so complicated? Naruto mused to himself before disappearing in a swirl of wind. Later that afternoon, Naruto already worked his shift and guarded Tazuna and went on without a hitch. But he didn't create as many Kagebushins for the master bridge builder as he did the day prior, but he still created around 30, which Tazuna didn't complain at all. They were still a big help. After his two teammates relieved him of his shift, he went back to the field he met Haku at and saw Kakashi in the same spot as yesterday. He told him of the interaction with Haku, and Kakashi only nodded and said at least he was alright, even though he knew he could handle himself. But at least it did confirm Zabuza would be back, so he had to look forward to that again. After talking to his surrogate brother, Naruto continued working on the Chidori. He was getting really close. It was just hard to sustain the jutsu in his hand. With his Kagebushin's help, he figured he could master it by the end of the day or tomorrow. Kakashi was right, though when he started to form the Chidori, his eyesight started to tunnel out like he was looking through a straw just about. But as soon as he activated his Shinwigan, it went away, so using the jutsu wouldn't be a hindrance in the field. By the end of the day, he was able to use the Chidori about 75% of the time, so with a little more training, he would have mastered the Chidori by the next afternoon. His arm and hand had some form of burn marks and discoloration, so he decided to wrap bandage around his arm just above the elbow to cover them. He'd probably leave it like that until his arm got used to the Chidori being used. They were at dinner laughing, joking, talking about training, and the near-completed bridge, everyone enjoying themselves. Everyone except Inari. Inari was gritting his teeth as tears started to form at the brim of his eyes, and he slammed his hands on the table, getting everyone's attention. All of you are training for nothing. Gato will kill all of you with the army that he has. All these cool things you say don't mean anything or what you do. The strong always win, and the weak will always lose. No matter what you do, he is just going to keep sending people and kill all of you, exclaimed Inari as he looked at the group, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at the young boy. I guess you're speaking for yourself. That's some victim mentality you got right there. That isn't going to happen to us because we can fight back, and we will win and defeat Gato, Naruto said, trying to stay calm and reminding himself he is just a naive kid. The rest of Team 7 looked at the blonde, and they all knew he wasn't going to sit by any longer and let Tezuna's grandson walk over them anymore. Just shut up. Looking at all of you are going to make me sick, always laughing and playing around, and you don't know anything about our country. You don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like trash. Inari finished with tears falling from his eyes. Naruto gave the boy a stone-cold expression and looked Inari in the eyes, and the boy flinched and instinctively took a step back. Everyone at this table has had more hardship than you, Gaki. You're a coward just like everyone else who was willing to bend the knee to Gato and let him win instead of fighting for your country. Your Gigi is trying to fight for it. But what are you doing just acting like a victim? Out of everyone at this table, I know just how it feels to be treated like trash. I've been treated like that the day I was born for something that was out of my control. You don't hear me complaining about it, do you? So how about you shut the hell up and go cry somewhere else? Come back when you are ready to fight to make a difference and lose that victim mentality, Naruto said as he gave Inari an icy glare. After Naruto said that, Inari ran outside crying. Naruto, you went too far, Sakura said, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Naruto, deciding to leave and not deal with Sakura's banter, left in a swirl of wind. The swirl of wind ended up knocking off some of the food and plates, effectively ruining dinner. Everyone just sat there for a couple minutes, and then Tazuna told everyone about Kaiza, who was like a father figure to young Inari, and how he tried to fight back against Gato. He told them all how Kaiza got caught by Gato's men and he was killed, and it was a big spectacle in front of the entire village, including Inari. That was the day that Inari changed from the sweet boy to now. Kakashi spoke up. I'm sorry for Naruto's outburst and what he said to your grandson Tazuna-san. I'll talk to him later about it. No, I believe Inari needed to hear that. I wish it was more subtle, but hopefully, that'll open up Inari's eyes, Tazuna said with a sad look as he looked at the door Inari ran through, and Kakashi only nodded. Kakashi-sensei, what did Naruto say about being treated like trash the day he was born? What did he mean? Is it true? Asked Sakura as she looked over at her sensei, and so did everyone else at the table. That isn't my place to tell, but he wasn't lying. If you'll excuse me, I'll go and talk to Inari and see how he's doing, said Kakashi as he left the room in search of the young boy, while the rest of Team 7 pondered about their blonde-haired teammate. With Kakashi found Inari on a dock on the water with his legs dangling from the edge, crying. Kakashi got his attention and sat next to Inari, which got his attention. He told him what type of person Naruto was, how he didn't have anyone, not even a mother or father or even a friend, growing up until Kakashi started to look after him. He was looked at as a pariah for something that was out of his control, and he was mistreated by the villagers, and shinobi would stoop as low to try and harm him, which shocked the young boy. How is he still so cheerful after all the things that happened to him? Asked the boy with a shocked expression. Because that's who Naruto is. He never backs down and he always fights back. One day he will prove all of his doubters wrong. One of his dreams is to be respected by the villagers, and he would put his life on the line for that. He got tired of crying and decided to do something about it. Even though he's not much older than you, he knows what it means to be strong, like your father did. I think he knows better than any of us of what you're going through. What Naruto told you earlier, as cruel as it sounded, he probably told himself that multiple times, Kakashi said as he smiled at the little boy, who gave a small smile in return. That talk with the silver-haired shinobi opened the young boy's eyes. He promised to himself that he was done crying and he needed to fight back, just like his father. He also saw Naruto in a new light. The blonde was a lot stronger than him, and he had been through a lot more than he had. He was dealt a shitty hand, but that didn't stop him, and it wasn't going to stop Inari anymore. With Naruto, Naruto was still pissed about what happened not too long ago. But Sakura was right, he did. But that little Gaki needed to hear it. He was sitting on the tree branch that Kakashi would normally sit on in the lotus position, trying to clear his mind. After a couple of minutes, he started to notice a dripping sound like there was a leaking pipe. Weird, he thought to himself, but kept his eyes closed. And then he heard it again and decided to open his eyes. What the hell, where am I? Asked Naruto as he looked around, and it looked like he was in some type of sewer that was filled with water that was about ankle deep. Naruto noticed there was only one path in a hallway, and it was in front of him. But he could sense an ominous chakra coming from that way. Instead of backing down, he decided to head that way to this feeling. As Naruto was making his way closer to the ominous chakra, it was getting stronger. He never felt something chakra like this, at least this potent. He continued on until he reached to very large barred gates with intricate seals surrounding it. There were tree branches and his black chains going around the perimeter of the cage, as if it was another layer of protection of keeping at bay of whatever was inside that cage. But Naruto had an idea of what it was. Naruto saw massive orange tails swinging back and forth as the light started to illuminate what was in the cage. So my flesh bag of a container decided to finally show his face. Whatever was inside grumbled. As its massive form stood up and walked over to the bars of its cell, and its piercing red eyes with slits stared back at shocked cerulean blue. A shocked Naruto was looking up at the great Kyuubi no Yoko, the strongest of all 9 Bijuu, and he was face to face with the great beast. The Bijuu that almost destroyed Konoha and that had killed many shinobi and civilians 13 years ago, including his parents. The Kyuubi was a red-orange colored kitsune with black fur around its red eyes that stretched up to its ears and 9 long tails. It also had an upper body structure of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. Kyuubi, Naruto could only say as he examined the monstrous Bijuu who was glaring at him. What is it that you want? Or were you going to let me out of this prison so I can be on my way? Said the Kyuubi with malice ever present in its voice. I didn't want anything. I was just meditating and now here I am. You and I both know I can't do that because, for starters, I will die, said Naruto with a raised eyebrow as he sat down in front of the Kyuubi's prison cell. Who cares if you die? I just want to be free. But of course, your Tusan had to seal me away again into another Uzumaki. Your race never changes, always seeking power to kill and conquer. But out of all the containers I've been sealed into and the humans that I had the displeasure in meeting besides one, you feel different. Where is your hate? I can't feel any hate coming from you. I never could. I reap of malice and destruction, but I could never play off your emotions. Why is it that you don't hate you should with everything that you've been through? The Kyuubi finished with an intrigued gruff voice. I don't know, I just don't. What some of the things the villagers have done to me and even some shinobi are unforgivable to most. I just couldn't hate them because they were acting out of fear. They were fearful of me because of you. I don't hate you either, even if you think that I should because of the life that I've lived. I'll prove everyone wrong that has ever doubted me or wronged me. Hate will only bring one suffering, and life is too short to hate, especially as a shinobi. And besides, hating someone would be too troublesome, so I just don't, replied Naruto, looking into the Kyuubi's red-slitted eyes and not breaking eye contact with the great beast. The Kyuubi snorted before laying down and resting his head on one of his arms in a lazy fashion while closing his eyes. And besides, my life hasn't been all bad. I've had a few people to always encourage me. I'm pretty sure you have seen some of my life, haven't you? Yeah, you are sealed away, but we will always be interconnected if we like it or not. We didn't ask for this, but it happened. Life likes to deal shitty hands sometimes, but you have to make the best out of it, Naruto said with a smile, and one of the Kyuubi's eyes was open to show he was listening. You're a very naive child. In the end, you humans are all the same. Power-hungry fools are what you all are. You will try and take my power for yourself as all the others have. To take and use as you please, as I will have to sit here in my prison and wait until you wither away and die. In the end, you will end up as the rest, and I'll be in my next flesh bag of a container. The Kyuubi said with a snort, making the blonde raise an eyebrow. I would prefer we could just work together. I never planned on taking your power for myself, but you already knew that, didn't you? Us working together would be more beneficial for us. I mean, it's not like you aren't really doing anything anyway, so why not help me out? Even if we didn't ask for this, we can still work together, Naruto said with a smile, but the Kyuubi just frowned. Why would I want to do that? How about this? You rip that seal off and let me out so I can be free, the Kyuubi said with narrowed eyes, making the blonde just sigh before he had an idea. How about we make a deal? The blonde Jinchuriki asked, getting the Kyuubi's attention. Speak, the great beast said, willing to listen to what the blonde had to say. I'll probably live for about 85 years, maybe a little longer if I don't die out in the field. That isn't really long for you since you can live forever, I'm assuming. So how about this? Before I die, I'll set you free. But in return, you help me. So it's a win-win situation for you. And you have my word, said Naruto as he looked at the large kitsune with anticipation. You amuse me, child. And if I say no? Asked the Kyuubi as he pondered on what his container said. If you say no, the day that I die, you die with me. I'm pretty good with seals, as you know, so I'll figure out a way where you can't come back. The blonde said with a shrug of his shoulders. So it's an ultimatum then? Asked the Kyuubi with gritted teeth. He couldn't believe the audacity of this child. On the contrary, I'm either giving you freedom if you help me, or death if you don't, said the blonde in a matter-of-fact tone, making the Kyuubi snort. The Kyuubi thought on it, and if he helped the blonde, he would earn his long-awaited freedom. He knew the blonde wasn't lying, and he would set him free. What was the worst thing that could happen? He also seemed different compared to the others. He was still annoying to him, but all the humans were with their little nuances. In the end, the blonde would set him free. Fine, I agree to your terms, Kit, but there is something you need to know. To access my full power one day, you will have to take that seal off. You aren't ready for that, and besides, you will still need to earn my trust before I even let you attempt that, said the Kyuubi with a huff, making the blonde grin ear to ear. Great. So, how does this work then? What if I needed a boost or your help? How would I be able to tap into your chakra? Asked Naruto with a quizzical face while tapping his chin. The Kyuubi looked at the grinning blonde with a calculated eye. It would be interesting to see how the blonde would react using his chakra. Both of his containers before could hardly handle it. He thought on it for a second before he made up his mind. Just ask, and I will flood my chakra into your coils. Would you like to get a feel of what my power entails so you can prepare yourself later? Asked the Kyuubi with a raised eyebrow, making the blonde think for a second before nodding, making the Kyuubi smirk showing his long fangs. There was some sort of red chakra that started leaking out from the cage, and it started to surround Naruto in a vortex before it slowly seeped into the blonde. Naruto felt a rush of chakra into his chakra coils that made him wince in pain. The power that he felt was amazing, even if it stung a little. But the chakra was filled with malice, like he wanted to destroy everything in his path. He shook his head from that thought and controlled his breathing and relaxed his muscles. He looked at his hands and noticed his fingernails grew, sharp claw-like nails, and he had some red cloak around his entire body. He looked behind himself and noticed he had one tail behind him, which he thought was intriguing. This is one tail worth of my chakra. I'm actually quite surprised with how you adjusted to it. That is what my chakra feels like, Kit. Now leave me, said the Kyuubi as he closed his eyes, and Naruto stood up and looked around the room before scratching the back of his head sheepishly as the chakra receded back to the seal on his stomach. Hee, how do I leave? Naruto asked nervously, and the Kyuubi opened one eye and effectively kicked Naruto out of his mindscape. He's an interesting child. He's different from the others. Only time will tell if I made a mistake or not. The Kyuubi mused before closing his lone eye while he thought about his interaction with the blonde. With Naruto. Naruto wasn't prepared for that, so after he was kicked out rather aggressively, he might add. From his mindscape, the tree branch he was sitting on in the lotus position, he fell off and landed on his head. The blonde rubbed his now sore head and started calling the Kyuubi every curse in the book. I can hear you, you know, said the Kyuubi, startling the blonde as he looked around and made sure there wasn't a gigantic kitsune running about. I'm talking to you through your mindscape. Stop looking around. If someone sees you, they're gonna think you're crazy, the Kyuubi said with a huff, making the blonde nod. If you could talk to me through my mindscape, why didn't you do it sooner? Asked the blonde out loud, making the Kyuubi roll its eyes. You don't have to talk out loud. Just think it and I'll hear it. And because I didn't want to, the Kyuubi simply said, making the whiskered blonde sweat drop. Naruto didn't respond, effectively ending the conversation. Naruto started making his way back to Tezuna's house via Shunshin. Naruto appeared in a swirl of wind and noticed his surrogate brother waiting for him outside, leaning up against the side of Tezuna's house. Yo, Kakashi and I'm sorry for what happened earlier, and I won't have another outburst like that again. But I have something to tell you and I don't want you to freak out, said Naruto with an excited tone, making the Jounin narrow his lone eye a little before telling Naruto to continue. I met the Kyuubi, said the blonde, and Kakashi nodded before realizing what Naruto actually said. Wait, you what? Kakashi exclaimed, making Naruto scratch the back of his head sheepishly before explaining everything that happened, leaving out the part where he would set the Kyuubi free when he died. Kakashi could only shake his head in shock. So he agreed to work with you then? Asked Kakashi as he rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming from what his blonde protege told him. Yeah, surprisingly, he did. Remember when we went to Uzushiogakure and Arashijiji told me to come back once I met the Kyuubi? Asked Naruto, and Kakashi nodded but gave Naruto a stern look before Naruto sighed. That's not what I was gonna ask, Kakashi and I. Once we were finished with the mission and we were back in Konoha, I was gonna ask Hokagejiji if he could send me out once we get back. If that was okay with you? Asked Naruto with pleading eyes, and it was Kakashi's turn to sigh. Yes, Naruto, that is fine. This time, though, you are probably going to make the trip by yourself unless we can find another Jounin to go with you. But knowing you, you'd probably want to go alone for this. And I have responsibilities as a Jounin sensei now, and Sasuke and Sakura can't be left behind like that, Kakashi said, and the blonde nodded, agreeing with the one-eyed shinobi. Also, Naruto, next time if you're going to have an outburst like that again, go easy on them. Inari is just a child, but with what you said and me telling the boy the type of person you are, I think he turned over a new leaf, said the copy ninja, making the whiskered blonde raise an eyebrow at that statement. What did you tell him about me? Asked Naruto as Kakashi peered his eye over to the blonde as they walked into Tezuna's house. The truth. Let's get some rest. You have to be up bright and early for your shift tomorrow with Tezuna, said Kakashi, and Naruto just nodded, knowing his sensei wasn't going to tell him what he told Inari. For days later, it was the day before, on the projected day of when Zabuza and the hunter named Haku would be coming back to finish the job of killing Tezuna. Naruto was the only one upstairs sleeping while the rest of his team and Tezuna went to the bridge to continue working on it. Naruto finished mastering the Chidori, and so he decided to maintain the guard duty while Sasuke and Sakura could get extra training for a couple more days. From what Kakashi said, they made a giant leap compared to when they started the mission they were on, and they both picked up everything rather quickly. Kakashi was rather impressed with Sakura because he showed her how to apply chakra to her limbs, and when she punched the boulder she was practicing on, she left a giant spider web crack, which made the blonde happy for her even though he subconsciously gulped. Kakashi also told him about Sasuke taking a little longer on the water walking exercise, but he completed it on the second day. He wasn't able to crack the boulder like Sakura, so he focused on increasing his speed by applying chakra to his legs. It was rather useful, but he was only able to do it in short bursts so he would exhaust his reserves. He was sleeping in on this day because the rest of Team 7 decided to give Naruto a day off. He worked 3 12-hour shifts consecutively, so they told him to get his rest so he would be well rested for the next day. Naruto didn't object to that, and he was going to take the day to relax and be lazy for once. That was until he heard Tsunami scream from the downstairs kitchen, and he jumped up. He grabbed his sword and dashed downstairs, and he saw Inari standing in front of his mother in a protective manner as there were 2 thugs with swords standing at the front door with sinister smirks. Look at this kid trying to protect his mother, haha. Let's just kill him and take the woman. Gato only told us to take one hostage to have leverage over the bridge builder, one of the thugs said, and the other nodded with a sinister grin. I don't think so. Everyone in the room snapped their heads to the stairs and saw our favorite blonde with a pissed-off expression, making the 2 thugs laugh. It's just another kid. Oh look, he has a sword. What are you gonna do with that little guy? Why don't you put the katana down before you hurt yourself? One of the thugs said condescendingly, making the blonde smirk. Why don't you come and try and take it? Unless you're scared to? Naruto said mockingly as he waved the sword back and forth, egging on the 2 thugs, and it seemed to work as they both gritted their teeth. One thug charged Naruto with his sword over his head, and before he could swing his blade down to kill the blonde, Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of the thug with his leg extended out, kicking the thug in the gut and sent him flying through the front door, shocking the second thug. Naruto looked over to the second thug and crouched down with his hand on his sheathed katana, and before anyone could react, the blonde disappeared and reappeared behind the thug with his sword unsheathed extended out. He resheathed his katana slowly, and once it made a click, a large gash appeared on the thug's chest before falling face first, presumably dead. Naruto summoned 10 Kagebushins before Inari and Tsunami processed what just happened. You both go into town and stay safe. My bushins will protect you if the need arises. I have to go now. Good job on protecting your Kasen Inari, but I'll take it from here, Naruto said. Before they could reply, the blonde disappeared in a swirl of wind. After Naruto was gone, both Inari and Tsunami ran out of the house and they saw the first thug knocked unconscious laying on the ground. Inari, for the first time in a long time, had hope in his young eyes. Go get them, Naruto and I, thought the young Inari with a smile on his face. With Team 7 on the bridge, Kakashi, along with his 2 genins and their client, just reached the bridge and noticed there was a mist surrounding the area. They looked around and noticed that Tezuna's workers were all laying around the bridge near the entrance, with senbons sticking out of their neck. Kakashi looked forward on the bridge and saw 2 figures, one with an exceptionally long sword. Zabuza, I see that you made a full recovery. You also brought that fake hunter nin with you, said the copy ninja, making the missing nin lift his kubikurabocho and rested it on his shoulder. Yeah, it would seem so, Kakashi. You and that blonde gaki with the Mokuton did a number on me. Who would have thought that Kanehegakure had another Mokuton user? It's too bad he couldn't make it. I would have loved to cleave him in two. I guess once we are done with you 3 and the bridge builder, I'll pay him a visit, said Zabuza as he flared his killing intent with a sadistic grin, even though you couldn't see it with the bandages covering his face. Mokuton, what is that, Kakashi-sensei? Asked the pinkette, but the question was ignored by her sensei. Sasuke, you take the hunter nin. Take your time because you can't afford making mistakes with him or you will be killed. Do not hesitate if you see an opening. Sakura, you stay with Tazuna and whatever you do not leave his side no matter what. I have Zabuza, said Kakashi as he lifted his Hitai 8 up, revealing his Sharingan eye. What about Naruto? What about our plan that we made? Sakura asked, nerves ever present in her voice. Plans change, Sakura. Naruto will be here and once he does he will know what to do. Sasuke, if you can't defeat the hunter nin, try to stall. Trust your instincts. Finished Kakashi, and Sasuke nodded in return with a smirk on his face. I'll be able to defeat him. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, said Sasuke, drawing a kunai as he finished, and Kakashi did the same. The mist started to get thicker, but Team 7 were still able to see the 2 figures before Zabuza dashed forward, along with his protege, and Kakashi and Sasuke followed suit. With Kakashi, Zabuza swung his blade overhead, intent on cutting the one-eyed shinobi in half. Kakashi dodged to the left before kicking the missing nin in the stomach, sending Zabuza flying back a few meters before righting himself midair and landing in a crouch. Zabuza had to jump back as Kakashi was already upon him, as he made a vertical slash with a kunai in hand. After dodging, Zabuza went through hand seals and noticed Kakashi was doing the same before they shouted, "Water release! Water dragon jutsu!" 2 massive water dragons rose from the river underneath the bridge before they shot forward, colliding with one another and burst in a rain of water. As the rain was falling from the cancelled-out water dragons, Kakashi appeared behind the missing nin and stabbed him in the back, only for water to leak out of the wound. Zabuza bursted into water before the original appeared behind Kakashi and cleaved him in 2, only for the copy ninja to turn into water. Zabuza brought his blade up and blocked a slash from the copy ninja with his Kubikurabocho and pushed the Sharingan-wielding ninja back a few meters. The 2 shinobi eyed each other before Zabuza stabbed his sword into the bridge with a grin. That Sharingan is gonna be a problem. Good thing I have something to counteract that, said Zabuza before going through a couple of hand seals, and the mist started to get thicker to the point Kakashi couldn't see 5 feet in front of him. Here, I thought you were gonna face me face to face. I guess I was wrong, said the copy ninja as he raised his kunai just in time to block the massive sword of Zabuza. Yes, you were. I have the advantage inside this mist. Silent killing is my speciality after all. Zabuza echoed throughout the mist, making it so Kakashi couldn't pinpoint his location. I hate this jutsu. I can't see anything, which makes my Sharingan useless. There has to be something I can do, Kakashi mused to himself before ducking underneath an overhead slash of the missing. The deadly game of cat and mouse had just begun. With Sasuke. After Sasuke rushed forward to meet his adversary, they met with steel meeting. Sasuke was shocked the hunter nin was using ice as a sword but got over it as the mask-wearing shinobi tried to stab him. Sasuke jumped back before throwing a handful of shuriken, only to be met by senbons, only for one of them to get by and pierce Sasuke in the leg. Sasuke grunted in pain and plucked the senbon out of his leg and ducking underneath the ice weapon of his enemy. Sasuke and the Hunter Nin fought back and forth to try and get a feel for the other and to see if the other would make a mistake. The Hunter Nin shifted to another gear as he picked up the pace, and the only way the raven-haired genin could keep up was if he pumped chakra to his legs and arms, something he was still getting used to. The Hunter Nin overextended on a punch, and that was what Sasuke was waiting for. Sasuke capitalized on his opening. Sasuke kicked the Hunter Nin in the gut, sending the Hunter Nin flying before going through hand seals and ended on the tiger seal. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As Sasuke sent a fireball at the masked shinobi, and out of nowhere an ice mirror appeared, and to Sasuke's shock the masked-wearing Nin materialized in the mirror, showing his reflection. Sasuke smirked before throwing a kunai with a paper bomb attached to it at the ice mirror, exploding on contact. Once the smoke cleared, the smirk on Sasuke's face disappeared as the ice mirror showed no signs of damage. Before Sasuke could react, more of the same ice mirrors materialized surrounding the raven-haired genin, and before he knew it he was in a dome of ice. Hayatan style, demonic mirroring ice crystals, finished the Hunter Nin. Sasuke darted his eyes back and forth between the mirrors, trying to figure out where the masked Nin would attack from. Each mirror showed a reflection of the Hunter Nin as the masked shinobi pulled 3 senbon out and launched them at the Konoha genin. Sasuke was surprised when multitudes of senbon started raining down upon him. Sasuke tried to dodge as many as he could, and to his surprise, it almost seemed like the senbon started to slow down, and he could even predict on their intended targeted area. He wasn't fortunate enough to dodge every single senbon, as he had half of a dozen land true on his person. Sasuke grunted in pain but stood standing, not letting the senbons deter him from the task at hand. Sharingan? No wonder you were able to dodge so many. But it matters not. Your defeat was cemented as soon as I trapped you in here with me. There is nothing you can do. Give up, said the Hunter Nin, and saw that Sasuke smirked in defiance and prepared himself for what was to come next. So be it, said the masked shinobi, releasing dozens upon dozens of senbons at Sasuke, who started blocking them with his kunai, only for a couple more to hit their marks on the young Uchiha. With Naruto appeared in gust of wind in front of the bridge, only to see the thick mist as before when they faced Zabuza 6 days prior. Naruto dashed forward and put his hands in the cross seal. 4 copies of the blonde appeared in a puff of smoke. They located Tazuna and a worried-looking Sakura, and before they could say anything the Bushins surrounded the two before erecting the same barrier they made before. Naruto saw a small glint in the distance and dashed forward towards it before coming to a dome of ice, mirrors, and squeezing through. Naruto surveyed the area, and one of the things he noticed was Sasuke barely standing up on his 2 feet. Sasuke had dozens of senbons sticking out of his body. Naruto appeared next to Sasuke and placed a hand on his shoulder, startling the raven-haired shinobi. Sasuke turned and looked Naruto in the eyes, and Naruto noticed that Sasuke awoken his Sharingan. He must have been pushed to the limit to awaken them. What took you so long, Dob dash? He was cut off as the raven-haired boy passed out and fell into Naruto's arms. Naruto gritted his teeth and picked Sasuke up and threw him over his shoulder. Naruto disappeared from view in a burst of speed, shocking Haku, who couldn't react in time. Naruto appeared beside the barrier with Sasuke before laying down the unconscious Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, is he dead? The pinkette screeched, making Tazuna wince from the loud outburst of Sakura. He's only knocked out, Sakura. I'm going back to finish off that Hunter Nin, Naruto said as the barrier deactivated and appeared once again. But this time Sasuke was inside, and Sakura rushed over to him and placed the raven-haired Uchiha's head gingerly in her lap. Naruto unsheathed his katana as he started making his way back to Haku. He didn't have to go far since Haku deactivated his ice mirrors and met him face to face. Naruto activated his Shinwigan as Haku started creating a sword made of ice. Naruto's eyes started glowing, and the whirlpool in his eyes was spinning as his eyes took everything in from the simple jutsu Haku just showed him. Naruto saw how Haku mixed both water and wind affinities in perfect synchronization to create the sword of ice. Naruto, wanting to test it out if what Erasure said was true, and started mixing both affinities the same as Haku did, and to his delight a sword of ice appeared in his left hand, making the blonde smirk, leaving the Hunter Nin stunned. How? Are you a part of the Wayuki clan? Asked a shocked Haku, making the blonde smirk. No, Haku, I'm not. Let's just say copying Kekkei Genkai is my specialty. Long story short, if I master the first 2 steps of the elemental affinities, I can copy the Kekkei Genkai at will and use it just as powerful as the initial user. But if I don't have them mastered, I wouldn't be able to. said Naruto as he twisted his katana and the sword of ice in his hands in a reverse grip, preparing himself to face the ice user. The Hayaton user shook off his shock as he had to bring up his blade just in the nick of time to block Naruto's katana. Haku had to shift to his left to dodge the ice blade that would have stabbed him in his gut. Naruto did a spinning back kick, and Haku had just enough time to bring his hands up in an X to block. Haku skidded back a few feet before he had to backflip away to dodge Naruto again before going through hand seals, and to his shock, Naruto was performing the same. Hayaton release. 1,000 flying ice needles of death. They both proclaimed as long ice needles formed all around both shinobi. They shot all the ice needles at each other, but they canceled each other out in a shower of ice. "Stop copying me!" exclaimed a frustrated Haku, which was out of character of the more stoic teenager. "Why would I do that?" asked a smirking blonde, and Haku went through more hand seals, and like before, a dome of ice mirrors appeared all around the blonde. Haku materialized into one of the mirrors as the blonde couldn't control the full-on grin that graced his face as he dodged the onslaught of senbons that came his way and deflected the rest with his two blades. "You know I can do the same now, right?" asked the blonde with the same grin ever present on his face, only for Haku to tilt his head in confusion. The confusion turned into shock after the realization hit Haku. "Don't worry, I don't know what will happen if I try to get in the mirrors with you. Besides, I'd like to see what this jutsu can do firsthand. You better hurry because you are running low on chakra. From what I can tell as well is that this jutsu eats away a lot of your reserves. So you better hurry," Naruto said with a smirk, griping his blades firmly as 8 black chains shot out of the bridge surrounding the blonde in a circle evenly spread out from each other. Haku didn't respond as the onslaught of senbons were being thrown at the blonde from every direction. The black chakra chains started whipping around his person, knocking the majority of the senbons away from Naruto harmlessly to the ground. Naruto spinning both blades in circular motions, blocking the remaining senbons that got past his chains. Haku, not believing what he just witnessed, continued throwing the remaining senbon he had to try and neutralize the blonde, but to no avail. It didn't matter what he did. He couldn't get through the blonde's defense, and when he tried jumping to another mirror, one of the chakra chains latched around his ankle. The black chain whipped around the masked Nin before slamming Haku into the bridge, effectively knocking the air out of his lungs. The ice mirrors surrounding the two shattered all around them, and before Haku could blink, he was thrown into the air by the chain. Haku was soaring up into the air and Naruto appeared above the hunter Nin as a swirling sound could be heard by the latter, and Haku noticed a blue spinning orb of chakra in the blonde's hand. "Time to finish this. Rasengan!" The blonde yelled and shoved the spinning orb into Haku's gut. Haku was sent careening back below to the bridge, his back hitting first, which created spider web cracks in the thick wooden boards. The shockwave of Naruto's Rasengan dispersed the mist in the surrounding area for a brief moment before coming right back like it never left. The mask on Haku's face slid off and fell beside him as the blonde landed beside Haku and saw he was unconscious with a smoking hole in his shirt where the Rasengan hit its mark. Naruto pulled out some ninja wire and tied up the boy so he didn't get any ideas before leaving to find Kakashi. "Kit, that flesh bag of a sensei is 35 meters behind you," said the QB, making the blonde jump slightly. It was going to be some time before he got used to that. Naruto was about to dash off in that direction before an idea came to mind as he smirked. The blonde hinged himself into Haku, making himself look identical to the hunter Nin, mask, and all. Naruto dashed forward until he was close enough to his sensei and Zabuza, who were interlocked with one another kunai against Kubikirabocho. Both Kakashi and Zabuza had some small cuts throughout their bodies. Kakashi had a slash mark across his torso with blood staining his jounin vest, but it wasn't anything life-threatening. He went through the hand seals for demonic ice mirrors, and a sheet of ice appeared in front of him floating. Naruto took a deep breath before slowing entering the mirror. The next thing both the missing Nin and the copycat ninja saw was a dome of ice mirrors surrounding the pair, making Zabuza smirk as he saw his protege reflections in the mirrors throughout. "It seems like my tool has beaten your little genin, Kakashi. Give up and hand me the bridge builder so I can finish my job. Or I can just kill you and finish my mission afterward," Zabuza said as Haku walked out of the mirrors beside his comrade, making Kakashi raise an eyebrow towards the hunter Nin. "You and I both know I can't do that, Zabuza. You would have to kill me to finish your mission, but it's too bad you aren't going to be able to. Isn't that right, Naruto?" Kakashi finished, and before the missing Nin could react, Black chakra chains erupted from the bridge behind Zabuza and pierced him through both of his shoulders, splashing blood towards Kakashi. Zabuza dropped his Kubikirabocho, losing the use of his arms, and Naruto kicked him behind his knee, making the missing nin fall to his knees, as the chains tightened so he couldn't move, making Zabuza grunt in pain. The mist started to clear from the bridge rapidly before disappearing altogether. Zabuza had a face of shock. How could this child have Mokuton and Hayaton? It just didn't make sense. What type of monster was this genin? But then that brought him to his next thought. Haku. Was he dead? Heh, I guess you were right, Kakashi. It looks like I lost this battle. I'm assuming you killed Haku. Gaki? Asked Zabuza, glancing over at Naruto, who disabled his henge and had a smirk on his face. He patted himself on the back, thinking of that on the fly. Even fooling a jounin of all people. No. But he's only knocked out and he's not going to be able to move around for the next couple of days. Naruto said as he eyed the jounin, who seemed to sigh in relief, something both Naruto and his sensei picked up on. For someone who called him a tool, you seemed relieved he's still alive. All this bravado you give off isn't fooling anyone. You care for him, don't you, Zabuza team? Asked the blonde, making the missing knee narrow his eyes. I don't think it really matters what I feel given the situation I'm in, Gaki. My time has come. Finish it, Kakashi? Said Zabuza as he raised his head and had a slight smile on his face, accepting his inevitable end. Kakashi went through a familiar set of hand seals, and the sounds of birds chirping could be heard in the area. Kakashi was about to end the life of Zabuza but stopped when he heard the sound of someone clapping. The group turned towards the edge of the unfinished bridge and saw a large group of thugs, probably just over 100. There was a short man who stood in front of the large group, Gato. Gato had shaggy brown hair and had a pair of small, circular black glasses. He wore a black suit with a purple tie with pointed black dress shoes and a black cane. He was the man who was the founder of Gato Shipping Company that secretly dealt drugs on the side and who basically ran Nami no Kuni and was a billionaire because of it. He was the one who had people killed if they ever got out of line and put his business at risk. He was the scum who was destroying this country and its families that lived in it. Well, Zabuza. How the mighty have fallen, haha. If only they could have finished the job, so I didn't have to see your smug face again along with your brat who sprained my arm. I came here with these men to kill you and your lackey after you killed the bridge builder, but it seems like you failed yet again. These men didn't cost half of what you wanted. It's funny really you thinking I was actually going to pay you that large sum. You shinobi are foolish and greedy and now you will all die here. Ha ha ha. The short man snickered as both Kakashi and Naruto looked at one another before the blonde tossed Kakashi his sword. Kakashi caught it with a raised eyebrow and to his surprise Naruto created 2 blades of ice shaped like his katana. Release me, Gaki. We are no longer enemies, said Zabuza in his gruff voice, only for Naruto to shake his head in the negative. No can do, Zabuza team. You're in no shape to fight. You'll only get in the way. Kakashi and I have got it from here. So you rest up and get some beauty sleep, said Naruto, which infuriated Zabuza as he glared at the blonde. Naruto put his fingers in the cross-hand seal before shouting, Taju Kagebushin no Jutsu. To the thug's shock and horror, there were easily 300 clones of the blonde that appeared in a large cloud of smoke. All the thugs took an instinctual step back, looking at all the whiskered blonde-haired Narutos. Don't worry everyone, it's just another one of the shinobi's tricks. Kill them all! Gato shouted, making the thugs think twice before charging at the clones. But what happened next did not go the thugs' way, carnage. One after another dropped to the ground, either unconscious or dead. Naruto's clones unleashed mayhem onto the thugs, and they couldn't do anything about it. And soon enough, after the last thug dropped, the clones that were left turned and faced a scared, helpless Gato. The clones were all dispelled, and the only ones that were left was the 3 shinobi. The chakra chains disappeared and let Zabuza go as the missing nin stood up and looked at Kakashi and the blonde. He's all yours, Zabuza. Do with him as you wish, Kakashi said as Zabuza bit off his bandages and showed his face and his shark-like teeth. Hey Gaki, toss me a kunai, said Zabuza, and Naruto obliged, tossing him a kunai and the missing nin catching it in his mouth while dashing towards a frightened Gato. Zabuza Independent Illinois Pay YU double. Try triple. Ju just let me live, exclaimed the pint-sized man. Zabuza didn't even acknowledge Gato, fully intent on killing the man. As Zabuza was getting closer and closer, Gato only saw his impending doom as a Hanya mask formed behind Zabuza, showing he was truly the Kirigakure no Kijin. With a final scream from the pint-sized man, it was over. Gato's reign and terror in Nami no Kuni was officially over. Zabuza walked over shakingly. The blood loss was finally making him lightheaded. He saw Haku about 15 yards away and slowly but surely made his way over to him before passing out beside him. Naruto and Kakashi walked over to the pair before picking them up and walking back over to their team. "So you copied that one's Kekiai Genkai, huh?" asked Kakashi as he lowered his Hitai 8 over his Sharingan eye. "Yeah, I did. How the hell did you know it was me anyway? You ruined my grand entrance," asked an irritated Naruto, receiving Kakashi's patented eye smile. "You forget my Sharingan can see chakra, and on top of that I know your scent," said Kakashi in a matter-of-fact tone, making the blonde frown. "You suck, Kakashi and I was hoping to scare you a little bit, but you had to ruin all my fun," pouted Naruto as his surrogate brother ruffled his moppy blonde hair, infuriating Naruto even more. Naruto and Kakashi made it back to the rest of their team along with a passed-out Zabuza and Haku. The barrier that was protecting the three deactivated and the clones dispelled right after. Tazuna had a smile on his face along with Sakura while Sasuke started to stir. "Hey everyone, we aren't late, are we?" Everyone turned to see Tazuna's grandson Inari waving along with the rest of the town, who were all holding some type of weapon looking to fight for their home country. Tazuna looked at everyone from town and couldn't help but cry tears of joy as he wiped them away with his arm. He couldn't thank Team 7 enough for all that they did, especially Naruto. Later that night, after the past day of events played again in Tazuna's mind, he took another celebratory swig of sake. He felt the burning sensation hit the back of his throat and slowly made its way down his windpipe. Everyone was asleep, but he wanted to relax and celebrate knowing his home country would be going back to normal and flourish once again. Tazuna didn't know how to feel about Zabuza and Haku staying at his house. Who could blame him? Zabuza was sent to kill him multiple times, but Kakashi put him at ease, telling him he was more of a friend than foe after Zabuza killed his meal ticket. On top of that, he won't be able to use his arms until they were fully healed courtesy of the blonde genin. He was still uneasy about the situation, but he trusted the jounin. He was about to take another sip of his sake but noticed Naruto coming down the stairs. Naruto walked up to the table and sat down across from Tazuna, and the latter smiled at the boy. "Can't sleep? Gak Naruto-san?" corrected Tazuna. He couldn't really call him Gaki anymore. He would show the preteen the respect he deserved. "No, not really, Tazuna Aji-san. I actually wanted to ask you something. It's more like me hiring your services," said the blonde, making Tazuna raise an eyebrow at the whiskered Jinchuriki. "You need to hire my services? What for exactly?" asked Tazuna. He was interested in what the blonde had to say. "Long story short, I need to hire you to help rebuild my ancestors' home, Ashiagakure no Sado. It has been in ruins since the beginning of the Third Great Shinobi World War, and I'd like to have it rise from the ashes and return it to its former glory. I have done a lot of cleanup when I was there the last time. I've done a little bit of work to start it off, but there is still plenty to do. Most of the debris and destroyed buildings have been cleared by my part. I've saved some wood and bricks that were salvageable. The only thing left that I need is a master builder. You fit with what I need done. I can make small houses, sure, but you can craft something that I can't, that only a master builder could build. I'll be able to pay you some up front, probably a good portion on what you are going to charge me. I have the map right here to get to Uzzio, and I can try and get Konoha to hire you an escort if need be. So what do you say?" finished Naruto with a hopeful smile. Tazuna leaned back in his chair as he rubbed his chin, thinking of what the blonde just asked of him. It would be a lot of work, this he already knew. This whiskered blonde, though, saved his country and helped change Inari back into the happy boy he was previously before everything happened. The old man sighed before giving the blonde a nod with a smile. "I'll be honored to do it, Naruto-san. We will need a lot of supplies, wood, and the such. I'll be able to start sometime next month and can give you a time frame on when it could be finished once I see what I have to work with. I don't think it would be a problem, especially if you loaned me some of those bushins you lent me on the bridge before. I can send in a submittal with the Hokage on when I will need a long-term escort," Tazuna said with a smile before pulling out another shot glass and pouring some for Naruto and putting it in front of the confused blonde. "No offense, Tazuna Aji-san, but I don't think I'm old enough yet for that," said Naruto with a raised eyebrow, which elicited a laugh from the old man. "So you're old enough to kill, but not drink a little sake? We just agreed to terms on a deal. This is a part of the deal. So drink," Tazuna said as he lifted his shot glass in front of Naruto. The blonde picked it up and clinked their glasses together. Naruto watched the old man tap it on the table before throwing back the shot and drinking it. Naruto did the same. Naruto started coughing from the burning sensation at the back of his throat. Do people actually drink that? What the hell was wrong with people? It tasted horrible. Tazuna laughed after he saw the blonde's face and said, "When you get older, you'll like it a lot more. Why don't you try and get some sleep, Naruto? We still have a bridge to finish." He finished with a smile. Naruto nodded and started making his way to Team 7's room. "Hey, Naruto-san," Tazuna said, making the whiskered blonde turn around. The bridge builder continued, "Thank you for everything you and your team have done for my family and country. We will forever be in your debt as well as Konoha's. Of course, you and your country don't owe us anything, though. Next time, just pay for a higher-ranking mission, though." Naruto laughed. Tazuna did the same and nodded at the blonde. Naruto retired for the night and Tazuna did the same not too long after the blonde. 1 week later, Team 7, along with Haku and a bandaged-up Zabuza whose arms were in slings. They were in front of the newly built bridge of Nami no Kuni. All the villagers and Tazuna and his family said their goodbyes to the team that saved their country. Naruto ruffled Inari's head, which made the boy smile as the rest of the team said their goodbyes. The 6 started walking away as they started to talk amongst themselves. "So what are your plans now, Zabuza?" Kakashi asked, looking at the missing nin, which gained his attention. "Haku and I will play it by ear. Gonna have to wait a while until my arms heal thanks to that gaki of yours," Zabuza said, narrowing his eyes at the blonde who sheepishly scratched the back of his head, who chuckled nervously. "Why don't you just come with us to Konoha? We could put in a good word for you even if you tried to kill us. I know Hokage would love to have another powerful shinobi in his ranks. What else do you have to lose? It's not like you are committed to a village or anything and you would have a place that you could call home," Naruto said, looking over at the two who pondered on what the blonde just offered. "Naruto, you can't just go offering that without discussing it with the Hokage, but he does have a point. He would probably put you on probation for a set period of time until he deemed you trustworthy enough. You can also do as many missions as your heart desires," said Kakashi, looking at Zabuza, who seemed to be deep in thought. "What do you think, Haku? Should we?" asked the gruff voice of Zabuza as he looked at his protege. "It would be nice, Zabuza-sama. We wouldn't be on the run anymore and we would have a place that we can call home," said Haku, making the missing nin sigh. "Sure, why not?" Zabuza said, and the blonde grinned ear to ear. "So we are just going to bring them with us, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Sakura with a concerned face, making her Jounin-sensei I smile at her. "Yes, Sakura," said Kakashi and left it at that. Naruto turned to Sasuke, which gained the raven-haired Genin's attention. "How are you feeling, team? I saw that you awakened your Sharingan finally. I know you have got to be excited for that," said the blonde as the Uchiha smirked. "Yeah, I'm not feeling as sore as before, and yeah, I am. It's about time that I did," said Sasuke with a smirk, making the blonde laugh. The group talked between each other as they made their way back to Konoha. The mission was completed. The mission was more than they expected, but in the end they made new friends and enemies that became possible comrades. It's funny how that works. Back with Tazuna. Tazuna and his family, along with the villagers, watched the group of 6 fleeting forms in the distance. Tazuna hasn't felt this happy in a long, long time. Today marked a new day for his country, and he couldn't wait to see the fruits of their labor of what's to come. He was brought out of his thoughts when someone asked, "What are we going to name the bridge?" "What about the Great Tazuna Bridge, haha?" he said with a laugh, making his daughter roll her eyes at him. "Tusan, we aren't naming it after you," she said, but couldn't help the smile that graced her face at her father's antics. "And why not? I'm the one who built it," he said with a grin, making her sweat drop and a good portion of the villagers. "What about the Great Naruto Bridge?" said Inari with a smile as everyone looked around between each other, and all of them kinda agreed with the boy. "The Great Naruto Bridge, huh?" said Tazuna as he looked in the distance and saw the blonde who was smiling and laughing. "I like that. So do we all agree then?" asked Tazuna and received nods in return as he smiled happily along with his family. "The Great Naruto Bridge it is then." Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, made it back to Konohagakure no Sato after a few hours of travel. They made it to the front gates before being stopped by a couple of familiar chunins named Hagane Kotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo. Kotetsu had long spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He had a strip of a bandage running across the bridge of his nose and a light-colored marking on his chin. He wore the standard attire of a Konoha shinobi complete with a Hittite and the standard Chunin vest. Izumo had brown hair and dark eyes. His hair is combed down and always covers his right eye. He wore Hittite like a bandana along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, which goes all the way up to his chin and the standard Chunin vest. Izumo and Kotetsu were best friends and they were always inseparable and they were kind of funny, to at least Naruto that was what the blonde thought. Halt! Kakashi-senpai, do we need to call Ibuki-san for these two? Asked Kotetsu as he narrowed his eyes at the missing Nin along with Izumo. No need you to. Surprisingly, he wants to try and join Konoha's ranks. We are taking him directly to Hokage-sama after we leave here, said Kakashi, making the two Chunins look at each other with raised eyebrows. That rarely happened. Why would he want to do that, and who was the girl with him? I'm assuming the girl is with him as well? Is she trying to join with him? Asked Izumo. The blonde just snickered at what the Chunin said. What's so funny, blondie? Asked Izumo with a confused look, making the blonde snicker even more. Well, she is a boy, he, said Naruto, making the two Chunin's eyes widen the size of dinner plates, shocking them both after Haku nodded, basically saying what the blonde said was true. The 6 shinobi started walking away, leaving the 2 baffled Chunins behind who watched them leave. There is no way that is a boy. What do you think, Izumo? Asked Kotetsu, and Izumo could only agree with his comrade. With Team 7, as they were walking through the village, most of the villagers gave strange looks towards the group. Well, they were directed at Zabuza with both of his arms in slings courtesy of our favorite blonde. Something the missing Nin was gonna get back at him for. He didn't know what exactly, but he'd figure something out. Zabuza, along with Haku, saw those same strange looks they were receiving turned into glares, but they weren't directed at them but Naruto. They wondered why they were glaring at the blonde, but they left it alone for the time being. They weren't the only ones who noticed the glares. Sasuke and Sakura also noticed the glares directed at their teammate. They both thought back of what he said when he yelled at the boy Inari. Was what he said really true? Why did they hate the blonde so much? It couldn't be because of the pranks that he did, was it? Couldn't be. While yes, the pranks were kind of annoying, but that wouldn't be enough to justify the looks he received from them. Sakura was about to ask before she stopped herself. She looked at her blonde teammate and noticed how he had just had the biggest grin, showing he was unaffected by the glares he was getting. How could he just not care? Why was it that she just started noticing it now? These were questions she asked herself that went unanswered, but in time they would be. Sasuke kind of gritted his teeth from all the glares directed towards the blonde. Naruto wasn't that bad, and he was a good person. He didn't deserve the looks that he was receiving, and it pissed the Uchiha off. If it was a month ago, he probably wouldn't have cared, but the blonde had been helping him get stronger, and they actually became good friends, especially after the mission they just had. He would ask the blonde about it but left it alone for now. Kakashi saw everyone noticed all the glares and he only sighed. He wished the villagers would get it through their thick skulls that Naruto wasn't the Kyuubi. In time though, he knows that Naruto would change their minds on what type of person he was. They all continued towards the Hokage Tower to report to the Hokage on their completed mission. 20 minutes later, Naruto and his team, along with Zabuza and Haku, were standing in front of the Hokage and already informed him of the completed mission, along with Zabuza and Haku's interest in joining Konoha. The old Hokage rubbed his temples, trying to get rid of the headache that threatened to split his head in two. Of course, Naruto would offer them a place to stay. Why am I not surprised? Thought Hiruzen, looking at the group who stood in front of his desk. Naruto, next time, be mindful of the ramifications this could possibly make, especially since he is a missing Nin of another village. Started Hiruzen with a stern look at the blonde who only nodded. But, with what's happening in Mizu no Kuni, I don't think it'll be a problem. So with that being said, Hiruzen opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out 2 hitayatesh that had a red cloth instead of the standard blue and black color and tossed them to the 2 shinobi. Haku caught his only for Zabuza's to hit him in his chest and fall to the ground. Everyone looked at Zabuza, whose eyebrow was twitching slightly, making the blonde laugh hysterically, only for Haku to pick it up and tuck it into one of Zabuza's slings. The rest of the group had sweat drops and Hiruzen had a apologetic look. I'm sorry about that, Zabuza-san. Once you leave here, Kakashi-san can take you to the hospital and see if they can heal your arms as good as new. The hitayatesh that have been given to the both of you, I'm sure you can tell they are a little different compared to the rest. You two will be on probation for the next 6 months. After the 6 months are up, I'll evaluate your files along with the comrades you will be working alongside in the field. Once it's been concluded that you are trustworthy enough, I will give you the standard color of blue or black. If I hear of any type of insubordination from either of you two, you will be stripped of being a shinobi for Kanehegakure no Sato along with Konoha turning you in to Mizu no Kuni to collect your bounty. Do I make myself clear? Finished Hiruzen with a stern gaze at the two new Konoha shinobi. Hi Hokage-sama. They both said in unison, making the Hokage nod while digging into another drawer in his desk, producing a scroll. This scroll contains the standard jounin attire. This is for you, Zabuza-san. Hiruzen tossing it to Haku. I expect you to wear it, Zabuza-san. Haku, you will be assigned as a genin for the time being until you have proven yourself after your probationary period. Afterward, we will have talks on making you a chunin if what Kakashi-san and Naruto-kun said of your skill set. Since you have a Kekii Genkai, it'll be hard for me to keep the council from not putting you in the Clan Restoration Act if you are not wedded by the time you turn 21. We have time for you to find a suitable partner, so be mindful of this information. Hiruzen said and got a confused look by the group, making the old Hokage sigh. The Clan Restoration Act, or CRA for short, it was instituted by our second Hokage, Tobirama. With times of war when I was an up-and-coming genin, if a clan was down to their last few members, they would have to wed multiple wives to help restore their clan and prevent it from extinction. This also includes both you, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun. You are both from prestigious clans, and I was going to wait until you were a little older to tell you, but now you know. The Hokage finished making all three boys blush at the aspect of multiple lovers while he pulled out his trusty pipe. Sakura had a look of pure anger because of the thought of someone else being with her, Sasuke-kun other than herself or with her. Then she had a blush of possibly having her Sasuke-kun's baby. Then, it turned into anger again, thinking of Ino having her Sasuke-kun's baby. The emotions went wild in the Pinket's brain, something Sasuke shuddered at. Kakashi and Zabuza had the same line of thinking of how lucky those three bastards were if they did have to take multiple wives. Zabuza cleared his throat before getting the Hokage's attention. I'm from a clan, Hokage-sama, said Zabuza, making Hiruzen raise his eyebrow along with the rest of Team 7. Do you have a Kekii Genkai, Zabuza-san? Asked the Hokage as he took a puff out of his pipe. I have the Kubikirabocho. That should count as something, shouldn't it? Said Zabuza, motioning towards his sword, making Team 7 face fault along with Haku. Sorry for ruining your mood, Zabuza-san, but that doesn't count. Not even remotely close, said the Hokage with a massive sweat drop as everyone who face-faulted stood up. Well, it was worth a shot, said Zabuza with a shrug as everyone in the room shook their heads. Okay, you're all dismissed. Zabuza-san, go with Kakashi to the hospital. After you're all patched up, come back, and we will talk about the living arrangements for the two of you. You may all go, Hiruzen said as he rubbed his forehead while closing his eyes. Our favorite blonde just gave him another headache for the umpteenth time. Hiruzen looked up expecting everyone to be gone so he could catch up on his new Ika book only for our favorite blonde to be standing there smiling. Did you need something, Naruto-kun? Asked Hiruzen with a quizzical look and Naruto just nodded while sitting down in one of the chairs in front of the aged Hokage's desk. Yeah, there is Gigi. There are two things. First, long story short, I met the QB and I convinced him to work alongside me. You remember the man I met in Ashiagakure Arashi-san, correct? Paused Naruto before he continued and received a nod in return. He told me to come back once I met him. If it would be possible, I would like to go back to Uzuyo to do just that. Second, I hired Tazuna to basically rebuild my ancestors' home. I will be able to produce all the wood that he will need and create some small houses, but I will need some financial aid along with a long-term escort for him until the job is done. Naruto said, making the Hokage rub his head as his headache got worse. Damn blondes. So let me get this straight. You met the QB and is willing to work with you. And on top of that you are rebuilding Ashiagakure? When does he plan on doing that? Asked the Hokage, eyeing the blonde with a stern look. That about sums it up, Gigi. And to answer your last question, in about a month's time, maybe sooner, replied the blonde, making the old man sigh as he leaned back in his chair. What are your plans for Ashiagakure, Naruto? What is the end game here? Asked his grandfatherly figure as he started packing his pipe again. There is no end game GG. I was hoping to bring back Uzuo and it could give the Uzumakis that are left some semblance of hope. Can give them a home again. As far as I know, I am technically the last Uzumaki. If I have family out there, I want to know about it. They can live peacefully again in where it all started for the Uzumaki. On top of all of that, Konoha can use it as some sort of base of operations. Perhaps to even train the new and up-incoming Umbu. I just know it could be beneficial for my clan and Konoha. Naruto finished, not taking his eyes off of the stoic gaze that Hiruzen was giving him. Hiruzen thought over what the blonde had said. The possibility of having more Uzumaki throughout the elemental nations come home to Yuzu was very tempting. Could also have major ramifications as well. The Uzumaki were feared because of their sealing capabilities and they were wiped out because of it. Konoha didn't make it in time because by the time that they did make it, they were all gone. Uzushigakure was on its way to prominence among the other 5 major villages, almost overtaking Suna. They weren't as big as Suna, but one of their shinobi was worth 10 compared to Suna's 1. That is why they were so feared. The sealing arts were on a different level if used properly in the field. Along with their chakra reserves, a mere genin already had jounin to Kage level reserves. They were all chakra monsters. Could cause some issues, but Uzushio could bolster Konoha's ranks if there were survivors. Uzushio could come back and rise to its former glory, all because of Naruto's doing. Hiruzen sighed. Hopefully the decision he was about to make wasn't gonna bite him in the ass in the future. Okay, Naruto. I think Konoha owes it to Uzuo. As the Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, it is time to bring Ashiagakure no Sato back. It will rise from the ashes along with the Uzumaki clan. Konoha will cover all of the costs. There will be some terms, but I'll have to discuss that with the council on the possibilities. Uzuo could be used to help Konoha and vice versa, said Hiruzen, and the blonde couldn't help the full-blown grin that spread across his face. I think the escort would be good for Zabuza and Haku along with a couple others keeping an eye on them. Now back to your first question. I think you should wait until your godfather, Jiraiya, gets back to the village. I will send word for him to come back sooner than he was supposed to. He can also help you with your training in using the Kyuubi's power while the 2 of you are out of the village. He was originally supposed to be back during the Chunin exams that's happening in the next 2 months. I'll send for you when he makes it back to the village, but until then no more C ranks or leaving the village until he arrives, said Hiruzen, making the blonde frown, but he nodded in understanding. I understand, GG. Do you know when he would be back if you had a guess? Asked Naruto as Hiruzen took a puff out of his pipe. Give or take a week or 2. It really depends on where Jiraiya-kun is at the moment. But he will be here within that time range, said Hiruzen, and Naruto got up from his seat smiling at the aged Hokage. Okay then, GG. I'm going to head out. Did you want to come with me to Ichiraku's? Asked Naruto with a hopeful smile. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't. Especially with all the paperwork I will have to do now for Uzuo's reconstruction. Hiruzen said with the apologetic smile. The blonde nodded in understanding. Yeah, I understand. I still don't understand why you don't just use Kage Bushins to do the paperwork, said Naruto nonchalantly, making the aged Hokage drop his pipe out of his mouth in shock. What did you just say, Naruto? Asked a shocked Hiruzen, only for Naruto to give him a confused look. I said, I don't understand why you can't use Kage Bushins to do your paperwork. The memories go back to the user, so I just assumed you liked doing it, Naruto said with the same confused look on his face. That's when it hit the old Hokage. He created 3 Kage Bushins on the spot and they started working on the paperwork. He stood up from his desk gracefully and walked over until he was standing in front of Naruto. He grabbed Naruto's shoulders before pulling him into a bone-crushing hug. Thank you, Naruto. Let's go get some ramen, my treat, he said happily with anime tears running down his face. GG, you're freaking me out. Get off me, yelled Naruto, only for the old man to laugh gleefully, which scared the blonde as he was able to get out of the Hokage's grasp. No wonder Minato was able to finish his paperwork so quickly. He couldn't believe he never thought of that. 40+ years as a Hokage and you would think he'd figure it out by now. All that wasted time and long hours he could have used the Kage Bushins. He felt so stupid. Both Naruto and Hiruzen left and went to the blonde's favorite place as they caught up with one another like the good old times. 11 days later, Naruto just got finished with his team and he could be found at his favorite training ground. He was fine-tuning his first step in his lightning and fire manipulation. He would have been done with the first step, but he kinda slacked off for a little bit, wanting to take a break after the mission to Nami no Kuni. He was basically completed with the first step and was ready to start the second. He was interrupted in his training when a masked Umbu who wore the standard Umbu attire appeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto recognizing the Umbu mask that was covered in red and green markings that resembled a cat. "Tenzo? Is that you?" asked Naruto. It had been ages since the last time he saw him. "Yo, Naruto. Yes, it is. I see you're still training really hard as usual. But as much as I want to catch up with you, Hokage-sama wanted me to inform you that Jiraiya-sama is back in the village. He told me to tell you that you can find him in Konoha's hot springs. Whatever that means. I got to get back, but when I get some time off, I'll catch up with you. Later," Tenzo said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto should have known he was only coming here on business. Hiruzen kept him busy with him being an Umbu captain after all. Naruto deciding to wrap up his training and left the training ground on his way to meet his godfather. He was kinda nervous. What type of person was he gonna be? Who was he kidding? He was a fucking pervert for writing all those damn Ika books. But he couldn't be that bad, right? 7 minutes later, Konoha Hot Springs. Naruto arrived at the hot springs, and after paying and getting undressed and wrapped in a towel, he walked into the bathing area. He looked around, but he didn't see anyone. It was a ghost town in the hot springs, at least on the male side. Deciding to just relax for a few minutes before he went to go search for his godfather. He needed it anyway. After getting in the hot water and dunking his head in, he rested on the side with his head leaning back as he closed his eyes. It was so relaxing, Naruto thought. All those aches that he had just disappeared instantly. Naruto felt himself starting to drift off to sleep before he heard someone giggle. Not any type of giggle either. A very perverse one. Like Kakashi when he was reading those Kami awful books. Naruto looked around before squinting his eyes and noticed a man with long spiky white hair. That was tied in a ponytail. He was crouched down, scribbling furiously away in a notepad he had looking through a hole in the fence that led to the woman's side of the hot springs. Naruto's sweat dropped while getting out of the spring and wrapping his towel around him. Naruto walked behind the man and peeked through the hole the man was looking out of. What Naruto saw made him blush furiously as some blood came out of the blonde's nose. He saw a lot of the most beautiful women Konoha had to offer. Those voluptuo. Naruto shook his head from the impure thoughts he was having and wiped his nose of the blood trail. He'd be damned if he became a pervert like this old man. Naruto stepped back and cleared his throat, trying to get the attention of the white-haired man only to be ignored. The man continued giggling perversely and scribbling in the book he had. It almost seemed like he was in some sort of trance. Naruto started to grow a tick mark on his head before he had enough. "Yo, Arobaka, are you gonna keep on peeking on those women?" Naruto yelled, which the women who were on the other side heard what Naruto said as they all frantically left after hearing that. Soon enough, the women's side was a ghost town. It was the white-haired man's turn to grow a tick mark before turning around quickly with an angry look. "You damn gaki. Now, and look what you did. You ruined my peeking. I mean my research. These books aren't gonna write themselves," said the man while Naruto actually got a good look at him. He was a tall and well-built man with fair skin. He had waist-length, spiky white hair that was tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes, which extended down, going all the way to the bottom of his face. He had some wrinkles and a wart on the left side of his nose. He had a hitayate with the kanji for oil wrapped around his head. He also had a large scroll wrapped around his back. "It could if you actually got some Arobaka. Who are you anyway?" exclaimed Naruto as he glared at the man who smirked. "I am the epitome of manliness, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, as all the beautiful women fall to my charm. When you're me, you only need to flash that sexiness to have women fall at your feet. I am Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin." He finished with a pose as Naruto just gave him a deadpan look. "So, I'm assuming you're my perverted godfather, Jiraiya, I'm assuming," said Naruto as Jiraiya's face turned to shock. "And Naruto?" the Sannin asked, making the blonde nod his head with a smile. Jiraiya looked at the boy. The resemblance to his father was uncanny. It had been many years since he last saw Naruto. Hell, he was probably a toddler. The only difference between Minato and Naruto were the whisker marks Naruto had. "You've grown a lot. Last time I saw you, you were nothing more than a little pipsqueak. Now look at you. You're so tall now. I bet all the kunoichis want a piece of you, like your old man." He How about we go back in so you can get dressed and we can head out to see Sensei. On the way, you can tell me all about yourself. Sensei told me a lot about you, but I'd rather hear it from you. We have a lot of catching up to do, Jiraiya said with a smile as he put his arm around the blonde's shoulders as they walked inside. After Naruto got dressed and met Jiraiya outside the hot springs, Naruto walked up to Jiraiya, who was grinning at the blonde, and Naruto gave him a grin back. Jiraiya started walking towards the Hokage Tower, and Naruto followed suit. So, do you know why Sensei called me back so soon? He said it was about you and assumed you would know. Asked said Jiraiya, making the blonde look at him. Yeah, I do know. The two of us are going to Ushiagakure, the blonde said, simply making the man raise an eyebrow. Why are we going there? It's in ruins, isn't it? Asked Jiraiya, looking at the blonde with a perplexed look. Long story short, it has to do with the man who told me what my dojutsu is, and he told me to come back when I meet the Kyuubi. Why, I don't know, said the blonde, making the white-haired man nod. Wait, dojutsu? What are you talking about? Asked Jiraiya, and it was Naruto's turn to raise an eyebrow. Hiruzenjiji never told you? Asked the blonde, and Jiraiya shook his head in the negative. Naruto was discreet so only his godfather could see his eyes while activating his Shinwigan. Jiraiya had a shocked look. It looked just like the Uzumaki insignia minus the 3 tomos. Naruto deactivated them after Jiraiya had a long enough look. Damn, Gaki. I'm assuming by the way that it looks the Uzumaki did have a dojutsu. Your mother Kushina said something about it once, but she said it was nothing but a myth. She said there were rumors of the Uzukage having one, but no one ever could confirm it. At least no one who was willing to admit to it. I guess she was right. So what does it do? Said asked Jiraiya, and the blonde just smirked. Oh, just being able to read Fuinjutsu and copy Kekkei Genkai on the spot besides other dojutsu, being able to dispel genjutsu or at least see through them just like your other typical dojutsu. There is supposedly more that I'm trying to figure out, but in time I will. The blonde said simply with the same smirk as Jiraiya's eyes grew to the size of dinner plates. What the hell, Gaki? That's amazing. The capabilities of copying other Kekkei Genkais would just make you a cheat code. Why are all the blondes so damn lucky? It's just not fair, said Jiraiya with anime tears. He worked so hard to be the shinobi that he was. But Minato and Naruto show up and make everything look so damn easy. He didn't really know Naruto's capabilities, but if he was anything like his father, he wouldn't be surprised if he was better than his father at his age. You are able to read Fuinjutsu as well. How does that work? What's your level in Fuinjutsu? Asked Jiraiya. Yeah, I can. It's kind of weird, honestly. Basically, I look at a seal with my Shinwigan, and it just deciphers it. It almost gives me like a step-by-step solution for creating the seal. It breaks it down completely to the very first brush stroke until the very last. I only have to look at a seal once, and I get the basic understanding of it and use it. That's the best that I can explain it. I'm basically a seal master. With my Shinwigan, there is no seal that I can't decipher or replicate. Finished Naruto, making the Sannin cry even more anime tears. How is that even possible? He was only 13. His father wasn't even that good at Fuinjutsu at that age. I can't believe this. Took me years to be a seal master and you only have to unlock a dojutsu to be one. So unfair, Jiraiya said as he sulked to himself, making the blonde laugh at his godfather's antics. I still had to practice it. It took me a couple of years to be one, said the blonde, making Jiraiya face fault. That's not the point, Gaki. The point is that it took me over 20 years to be one. It's amazing that you were able to do it in the time that you did. But I just call hacks on your part, he said with a sigh. It was just unheard of. Jiraiya was brought out of his thoughts when he noticed the glares directed towards Naruto as they were walking through the business sector of Konoha. Hey Gaki, not to change the subject, but how was it growing up in the village? By the looks of it, they aren't too fond of you. Something that I was afraid of, Jiraiya said as he glared back at the civilians who flinched and looked away. I'm pretty sure you know the life of a Jinchuriki. We are pariahs in our own home, at least I am. One day, they will see me as me and not just the person who contains the Kyuubi. They just fear me. They did attack me a few times but stopped the day the two Chunins were apprehended by me when I was 7. That was actually the day I activated my Shinwigan, said the blonde with a shrug of his shoulders, and he started to feel killing intent, but it was directed at him but the civilians that passed by. Don't be upset. They were just fools acting out of fear of me, but I'll change their perception of me one day. One day they will respect me and trust me. They will see me in a different light even if I have to die to prove to every single one of them that they were wrong about me. That I'm not the Kyuubi reborn but the future Hokage and protector of Kanagakure no Sato. Naruto proclaimed, making his godfather smile. Just like his parents. Jiraiya thought as he ruffled Naruto's hair as the blonde tried to swipe his hand away, but to no avail. Hopefully he'll be alive to see it, Gaki. Let's hurry up and see Sensei, said Jiraiya as they picked up the pace. 5 minutes later, Naruto and Jiraiya made it to the Hokage's office and were standing in front of the Sandaime Hokage. He was smoking on his pipe, relaxing while he had 5 Kagebushin's work on the mountains of paperwork that was on his desk. I owe it to you, Naruto, for helping me by passing off all this paperwork. I can't thank you enough for it. Now let's get down to business on why I called you back sooner than anticipated, Jiraiya-kun. I'm pretty sure Naruto has already informed you of the two of you going to Ashigagakure? Asked the Hokage. The two nodded. That isn't the only reason. I have already sent Zabuza and his apprentice Haku along with one of our Tokubetsu Jounin Shiranui Genma as the protection detail for Tazuna. Genma will be overseeing the duo on how well they do and make sure no problems arise. Tazuna was willing to go sooner since we have the Chunin exams coming to Konoha in 8.5 weeks. During the finals, I tend to give the shinobi time off from missions and enjoy the exams. I wanted all my shinobi back in Konoha during that time so they could see the up-and-coming genin that Konoha has to offer. There will be a month break before the finals, so Tazuna, along with his workers, have 12.5 weeks to at least make some headway on the reconstruction of Ashigagakure. That last part piqued Jiraiya's interest, looking at the aged Hokage. Reconstruction? What are you talking about, sensei? Asked Jiraiya with a raised eyebrow. Kanagakure is financing of the reconstruction of Uzushio. Naruto gave me a proposal on restoring it and I accepted. The council and I are still going over the details on how it can be beneficial to the village. We are also hoping that any Uzumaki that are left catch wind of it and decide to go back to Yuzu. If there is any Uzumaki left other than Naruto, it would be beneficial for Konoha and Ashiagakure's revival of the Uzumaki clan, said Hiruzen, making his old student nod. Now back to why I wanted you back sooner. I want you to train Naruto during these 8.5 weeks. Kakashi has already trained him in everything he knows, and they both hit an impasse, a wall if you will. Other than myself, you are the strongest and most experienced shinobi Konoha has to offer, and I would like you to train Naruto-kun to the best of your abilities. I've informed you of Naruto meeting the Kyuubi who is willing to work with him, and I want you to help him control this power. You both will be secluded from the village, which would be ideal just in case something happens, as well as anything you would like to train him in, Jiraiya-kun. I want Konoha to crush the competition at the Chunin exams, and Naruto is the front runner on winning it all. Hiruzen finished as both the godfather and godson duo looked at each other and back at the aged Hokage and nodded. Good. This will be an S-rank mission for the both of you that will be off the books. Naruto, don't worry. I already informed Kakashi-san and he understood. I also told him to take the next step in your teammates' training along with the rest of the Rookie 9. I also want you to be there for the reconstruction of Yuzu because you can help with the building process. Naruto, go home and pack for your training trip. Jiraiya-kun will meet you at the North Gate in 1 hour, said Hiruzen, making the blonde nod before disappearing in a swirl of wind. To the dismay of the Hokage, all the paperwork that was completed by his Kagebushins flew off of his desk in a rain of paper. I have to tell him not to do that in my office anymore, mumbled the old Hokage as his old student snickered. Can I ask you a question, sensei? Asked Jiraiya, making the old man pause from stacking all the papers back onto his desk. What is it, Jiraiya-kun? Asked his old sensei, making the white-haired man gather his thoughts. How strong is the Gaki? Asked Jiraiya, which made the aged Hokage smirk, something his old student picked up on. Let's just say comparing his Tusan and Naruto at the same age, Naruto is now the boy would defeat him handedly. Naruto is a true prodigal genius of his generation. Don't get me wrong, the Yondaime was one as well, but Naruto can do something that none of the previous Hokage, including all the generational talent that has come out of Konoha and throughout the elemental nations. He can create hundreds, and I mean hundreds of Kagebushins to help him train. Something that would take someone years to master, Naruto can do it in a week or two. He has so much untapped potential, like both the founders of this village, said Hiruzen, making the Sannin drop his jaw in shock. The possibilities of Naruto's strength was endless if he was able to use the Kagebushins at that magnitude. It was just unheard of using that many without dying from chakra exhaustion. If that boy could use them in that way, what his sensei was saying was absolutely true. That's good to know then. He can learn pretty much anything that I throw at him during our training trip. I have a suggestion, sensei, said his old student, making the Hokage raise his eyebrow. After the Chunin exams have concluded, let me take him on another training trip. This one I would like to take him for 2 or 3 years. During that time I can get him the experience he needs and also everything I learned throughout my time as a shinobi. After I'm done with him, no one would be able to face him and live to tell the tale about it. What do you say, sensei? Said Slash, asked his student as the aged man rubbed his chin in thought. It would be a great idea, but he wanted Naruto to build relationships with his comrades and the villagers. He could always do that when he gets back to the village. Hiruzen thought about for a couple minutes before he made up his mind. I think that would be a great idea, Jiraiya-kun. I agree, you could turn him into an even finer shinobi than he already is. So it's decided then. Hiruzen finished with his grandfatherly smile, and Jiraiya smiled back before disappearing in a shunshin himself. North Gate. 1 hour later. Naruto was by the gate with his eyes closed, waiting for his perverted godfather Jiraiya. Naruto was in his usual attire, the only difference was he was sporting an additional katana. It was the same katana he found in Uzukage's office when he was 10. He had both his katanas on his hip, one on each side, that was covered by his black haori with red flames coming from the bottom. Naruto didn't have to wait much longer when Jiraiya appeared via shunshin in front of the blonde. Jiraiya smirked at the boy and Naruto gave him one back. They both walked over to the 2 Chunin who were manning the gate. It was both Kotetsu and Izumo who smiled at the pair walking up. Do you guys always have gate duty or something? Asked Naruto as he fist-pumped both the Chunins, making the 2 sweat drop. We get missions from time to time, but our main gig is guard duty. It isn't so bad, you know, Izumo said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Once you become Chunin you will understand, Naruto, Kotetsu said almost in a defensive manner. I don't know if I would want to do that, but we are here because we are leaving for the next couple months, said Naruto as Jiraiya handed them a scroll that had the information they needed. Okay, it looks like everything is in order, you two are good to go, Izumo said as the 2 walked through the gate before dashing to the treetops. After watching the 2 leave, Izumo turned to his partner and Crime with a questionable look. Wasn't that the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Izumo, making Kotetsu scratch his chin in thought. That's what it looked like. I wonder if he is taking Naruto as an apprentice? If that's the case, we better start stepping up our training or Naruto will be promoted to Jounin before us, Kotetsu said, and Izumo could only nod in agreement. One day later, Naruto and Jiraiya made their way to Ashigakure without any interruptions in their travels. They both reached the entrance, or what was left of the entrance of Uzzio, and made their way into the village. To Jiraiya's surprise, he thought he would see rumble and destroyed buildings everywhere. The only problem, if you want to call it that, was there was none. Jiraiya looked at his godson before asking, "Did you clean up all of this?" Naruto looked up to his new sensei before replying, "The first time I came here, I created a storage seal that contained 500 Kagebushins. When Kakashi and I left, they cleaned up the village the best that they could and save any wood and brick that could be used to help rebuild Uzzio. They did an amazing job, but they weren't able to get everything. They got the vast majority of it though." Jiraiya nodded, accepting the answer Naruto gave to him as they continued on until they reached the Uzukage Tower. To Jiraiya's shock, again, out of the entire village, the tower was the only thing left untouched. Not even a single shingle was out of place. Naruto, seeing this, said, "When Kakashi and I came here a few years ago, this building was the only thing left untouched here. Why, I don't know. If I had to guess, this building is layered with seals to prevent it from being destroyed. Something I plan on doing for each building in Ashigakure. So something like this will never happen again," Naruto said, making his new sensei widen his eyes in shock. "You do know that would almost be impossible, right?" said Jiraiya, making the blonde smirk. "No, it won't. I'll be creating all the wood, and I'll be having my Bushins craft up the seals. It will actually be a very smooth, fast process," said the blonde as Jiraiya looked at the boy with a skeptical look. Naruto, deciding to show Jiraiya what he was talking about, started creating the wood from the ground using his Mokuton. Naruto created a stack of wooden planks right before their very eyes. Naruto then drew up a seal on each board before applying his chakra to it. The seal glowed before disappearing altogether. The entire process took about 30 seconds. which shocked Jiraiya. The village would have to take a direct hit by a Bijudama for it to take damage. At least that was the idea Naruto had. Jiraiya then pondered on the idea of whether this was possible to do for Konoha. "As you can see, it doesn't take that long," said Naruto before the realization hit Jiraiya. Wait. You have Mokuton? Was that one of the Kekkei Genkais you copied?" asked his godfather in a shocked tone as Naruto nodded with a smirk. "Yeah, I do, and yes, it was. Granted, mine isn't as powerful as the Shodaime Hokage's, but one day it will be," said the blonde as Jiraiya just rubbed his temple. This boy just kept surprising him in every way. "You still possess the ability that made the Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi. He could restrain and subdue all 9 Bijou with the Mokuton. He even used it to create Konohagakure no Sato into what it is today. But I do know of one way in making your Mokuton stronger," said Jiraiya with a serious expression, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. "What would that be?" asked Naruto, making the white-haired man grin. "It's senjutsu, something I'll teach you later on, but not right now. We have other things that we have to do. Speaking of which, I thought you were supposed to be meeting someone here?" asked the Sannin as the blonde nodded before walking towards the UZUMAKI tower. "Yeah, I am. I'll be back in a few Erosenin," said the blonde as he entered the tower. Jiraiya grew a tick mark as he watched him enter the tower before taking his scroll off his back and setting it down. "I guess I'll just take a nap until he gets back, and he better not call me that again, that damn Gaki," he said to no one in particular. It was going to still be about a few days, maybe even a couple of weeks before Tazuna along with his escort would be here, so he didn't really have nothing to do. He used the scroll as a pillow, and not long after he soon fell asleep. With Naruto made his way to the archives room. He opened the door and started deck-ending down the stairs. After walking down the stairs, he looked to the right and noticed the same 26 masks were still hanging on the wall, only missing one was the Death God mask. At least none of the others were taken, that was good, he guessed. The blonde activated his Shinwigan, and like before, he saw the same seal that was shaped similar to his Shinwigan. After he activated his eyes, the seal started spinning before he disappeared, as if he was never there. Naruto, who was prepared this time, appeared in the same room he was before and looked around and didn't see Erasure. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. There wasn't another way in, and it got him wondering if Erasure would appear sometime soon. The room was relatively empty minus the cushions along with a shelf and a desk. Naruto walked over to the desk but didn't see anything that was relatively important, same as the shelf. This room was almost like a storage area of some sort, he concluded. "Long time no see, Naruto," said a familiar voice in a joyful tone. Naruto screamed as he grabbed his chest to calm down his heart that was about to beat out of his chest. "Stop doing that, Arashi Jiji," Naruto proclaimed as the now named Erasure just snickered. "Ha, that never gets old, hee," laughed the aged Uzumaki as the blonde had a tick mark on his head as he thought of a way to get back at him. Naruto was brought out of his musings on getting back at Erasure, who said, "You have grown stronger, Naruto-kun. Also, I see that you have been putting my katana along with your kasans to good use. Take good care of them, they were crafted by the best smiths that Uzushio had to offer." Naruto looked at Erasure, who was giving him a grandfatherly smile similar to the one that he gets from the Sandaime Hokage. "You bet I have. Thanks to Kakashi-sensei and some of the shinobi that I've met throughout the years. I wouldn't be where I'm at without their guidance, and I promise I'll take care of them," Naruto said, smiling back at the former UZUMAKI. "Yes, that is true. But don't sell yourself short, Naruto-kun. You were the one who took the time and effort to learn by yourself as well from what your parents left you to," said Erasure as Naruto blushed from the praise he was getting from the old UZUMAKI. Getting back to the point on hand, Erasure gained a serious expression, something Naruto picked up on. "You've finally met the Kyuubi no Yoko. To my surprise, he is willing to work with you for the time being. Something he refused to do when I first sealed him away into Uzumaki Mito. Granted, I only helped her along with her husband Senju Hashirama and his Nisan Tobarama. Speaking of which," Erasure said as he walked over to the blonde before placing his hand on Naruto's head. The next thing Naruto saw was the Kyuubi's cage that kept him at bay along with Erasure by his side, which shocked the blonde. "How did you do that, Arashijiji?" asked Naruto, making the old man smile. "There is a lot for you to learn about Fuinjutsu, Naruto-kun. You will learn it one day, but let's get back to the matter at hand." "Kurama, come out here, you cranky bastard," yelled Erasure, making Naruto look at the man with a confused look. Who dares to call me by my nom dash you? What the hell are you doing here? I told you the next time I see you I'll tear you limb by limb. Come inside of here so I can make do on my promise. Growled the now named Kurama as he slammed his claw-like hands against the bars of his prison. You know it would be nicer if you asked me how have I been, but knowing you this was to be expected. I'll have to take a rain check on coming in there with you. This isn't about our past, Kurama. Why I'm here is to inform both of you of a training area here in Ushiagakure that Naruto can use to help control your power with your guidance. On top of that, if you were to ever lose control, the training ground is littered with seals that will force Kurama's chakra back into its seal. It was originally made for your Ka-san, Naruto, but then we were attacked on that fateful night, Erashur said, looking at the great Kyubi no Yoko as the fox glared at the man. You have a name? Asked Naruto, looking at the massive beast who glared at him. Of course, I have a name, you baka. It was lost throughout history, but somehow, this flesh bag learned of what it was, said Kurama with a snarl directed at Erashur, who only sighed. Can we get back to the matter at hand? I don't have much time left here, and there is still more. I have to tell you, Naruto, said Erashur with a stern look, making Naruto nod, and the Kyubi just rolled its slitted eyes. You said you will work with young Naruto here, correct? And it isn't some ploy to weaken the seal so you can try to escape, right? Asked Erashur, who looked at the massive beast with a critical eye, making the Kyubi huff before nodding his head. Good. Now that leads me to you, Naruto. When using Kurama's chakra, do not overdo it. You must know your limits and whatever he says about how to go about it. You listen. Do I make myself clear? Asked the former Shodai Uzukage as the blonde nodded. Thank you, Kurama. I know we have had a complicated past, but I hope one day you can forgive me, Erashur said as he bowed in front of the cage, making the Kyubi raise an eyebrow before laying down and resting his head on one of his arms. See you in the next life, Kurama, Erashur said with a smile before the duo disappeared, leaving the Kyubi to his thoughts. Well, I guess I can't use my chakra to weaken the seal anymore, even though over time the seal will because of my chakra. I mean, I still could, but I'll play along for now, thought Kurama before he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. With Naruto along with Erashur opened their eyes after leaving the blonde's mindscape, something Naruto got slightly dizzy over. Erashur removed his hand from Naruto's head before going over and sitting on one of the cushions as he waved for Naruto to come sit down. Come sit, Naruto. There are a couple more things I must give you before I leave you, said Erashur as Naruto sat down in front of the aged Uzukage. Naruto looked at the man with a raised eyebrow before asking, You're talking as if we won't ever see each other again. I will see you again, won't I? Erashur looked at the boy with a sad smile before replying, You will one day, Naruto-kun. This room I created, I made a seal that I siphoned chakra to over the years while I was alive. That seal is what is allowing me to talk to you now, but the only drawback, it uses a massive amounts of chakra. Something I'm running out of with each passing second. Naruto-kun, you are the future of the Uzumaki, and I have no doubt you will lead our brethren to greater heights than I ever could. Now give me your hand. Erashur reached out with his hand as Naruto did the same. Erashur grabbed the blonde's hand, and after a couple seconds Naruto started to feel a burning sensation in his palm. Naruto gritted his teeth as the burning sensation felt like he was touching a hot burning skillet. After about 30 seconds the pain subsided and the aged Uzukage let go of the blonde's hand. Naruto looked at his hand and noticed there was a seal that looked like Uzumaki insignia in his palm. The seal was glowing red before it disappeared as if it was never there. That seal is for you to help locate our brethren throughout your travels. Once you are near another Uzumaki, it will appear upon your palm. That seal is the legacy of the Uzumaki and I pass it on to you. As of now, you are the clan head. You have already done so much and I can't thank you enough. You will have many trials and tribulations throughout your life, but nothing you can't handle, this I know for certain, started Erashur as Naruto nodded. The rebuilding process of Ushiagakure warms my heart that the Uzumaki won't be forgotten. Once Ushiagakure is rebuilt, the Uzumaki will have a home once again. There are more Uzumakis out there. Most will want to come back to Yuzu, but some will not. Also, I want you to have this, said Erashur as he untied his hitayate before handing it to Naruto, who accepted it with his widened eyes. This is our country's hitayate. Wear it with pride and honor. This is the map to get to the training ground. It is inside the mountain that surrounds behind Uzushio. You must train like never before, Naruto-kun. You will have many powerful enemies throughout your travels. You must be ready for when the time arises. I know you will restore our clan and have it rise from ashes like a soaring phoenix. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Until we meet again. Thank you for everything, said Erasure as he started glowing white, making Naruto widen his eyes. Erasure activated his Shinwigan and looked into Naruto's eyes, who subconsciously activated his. Both of their eyes glowed for a second before Erasure started to fade away. Erasure slowly disappeared with a smile etched on his face while looking at our favorite blonde. Naruto with shocked eyes reached out with his hand to try and stop him from leaving, only for Naruto's hand to grab nothing but air. The blonde with his hand still extended out had a tear fall down his face until more started following after the first. Naruto was like that for a couple of minutes before he wiped his tears and walked towards the wall he entered in with renewed vigor in his eyes. I'll make you proud, Arashi Gigi. I promise, Naruto said simply before activating his Shinwigan and disappearing from the room. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya was still napping until he heard footsteps coming near him. He peered open one of his eyes and saw Naruto walking over to him with a fire in those cerulean blue eyes. Jiraiya got up from his spot and slung the scroll back over his shoulder. What's up with you, Gaki? Asked Jiraiya, as the blonde looked up at him. It's nothing, Jiraiya-sensei. When do we start my training? Said Slash asked Naruto as Jiraiya gave Naruto an incredulous look for dodging the question before leaving it alone. I was hoping to start tomorrow, but I actually can give you something to work on in the meantime. How would you like to be a summoner of the toads, like your Two-san and I? Said Slash asked Jiraiya with a grin, and Naruto got a massive grin on his face as he tried to hold in his excitement. Hell yeah, I do. I read about summoning companions that would be so cool, said the blonde as his excitement started to boil over. If that's the case, started Jiraiya as he went through hand seals before saying, summoning jutsu. A very large toad appeared in a puff of smoke. He was big enough for Jiraiya to sit on his back while Jiraiya grinned at the blonde. He had orange skin which was covered in blue markings. He had bandages wrapped around his body and left foreleg, and wore a necklace with 7 large beads on it. The large orange toad extended out his tongue that was wrapped around a scroll and placed it on the ground in front of Naruto. Naruto unfurled the scroll and noticed 5 names. 2 of them were legible while the first 3 he couldn't really make out. The last 2 names were Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, his father. You will need to draw blonde from your thumb and sign your name. After dab all of your fingers and at the bottom put your fingerprints and you will officially be a summoner of the toad contract. Jiraiya said as he sat in the lotus postyon on the orange toad, and the blonde nodded. Naruto did as he was told, biting his thumb, causing it to bleed. He signed his name and dabbed a little blood on each fingertip and pressed his fingers down onto the scroll below his name. The scroll glowed for a second before his name was etched in the scroll permanently. Jiraiya showed him the hand seals for the summoning jutsu while smiling at the blonde. Make sure you apply a large amount of chakra into the summoning jutsu, or you will probably only summon a tadpole if you're lucky. He finished and received a nod in return. Naruto bit his now healed thumb again and went through the necessary hand seals before applying some chakra before saying, summoning jutsu. To Naruto's surprise, a small orange toad with purple markings around his eyes, along with a blue jacket, appeared in a puff of smoke. The toad was small enough that it jumped up and landed on Naruto's head, where he sat looking down at the blonde. Heya, Gamakichi. Do you have any candy? Asked the orange toad as Naruto grinned in excitement while looking at the toad on his head. That's actually not half bad. He was still able to summon one of the toads on his first try, even if it's only Gamakichi, thought Jiraiya, smiling at the pair's interaction. Hey Jiraiya-sama, hey Gama-san, said Gamakichi with a smile, looking over at the white-haired man and the toad he was sitting on. How are you doing, Gamakichi? Asked Jiraiya as he jumped down from the now named Gama, who picked the scroll up with his tongue and disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm doing good. Is Blondie here a new summoner of the toads? Asked the small orange toad while looking down at Naruto from the top of his head. I sure am. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. It's nice to meet you, Gamakichi, said Naruto, answering for the white-haired man. It's nice to meet you too, Naruto-san. I'm sorry, but I have to get back. Shima-sama was making supper. It was nice seeing you again, too, Jiraiya-sama. Later, said Gamakichi, disappearing in a puff of smoke as Naruto and Jiraiya waved goodbye. That was pretty good, Naruto, but you didn't use enough chakra to summon one of the boss summons. You will have to use significantly more if you want to do that. You have an understanding on the matter, though, so how about I'll teach you something that doesn't require hand seals? Jiraiya grinned as he held out his hand and a familiar spiraling ball of chakra appeared in Jiraiya's hand only for Naruto to look at him with a deadpan expression. What's wrong, Naruto? I thought you would be exit. Jiraiya was cut off as Naruto raised his hand and the same ball of chakra swirled to life. I already learned the Rasengan a couple years ago. Tusan left me the notes for it and I figured out the rest. Naruto said as he released the Rasengan and it disappeared as did Jiraiya. Really? How long did it take you to learn it? Asked Jiraiya. He couldn't wrap around the young blonde. It just seemed like he was always a couple steps ahead. Give or take a week. 10 days without the help of a Kagebushin, said Naruto with a shrug of his shoulders, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped in shock. Jiraiya continued to look at Naruto slack-jawed. It took Minato 3 years to develop the technique, and it even took himself a total of 6 months. What the hell was Naruto on being all nonchalant about it? That was an A-rank jutsu, and he completed it within a week and a half. He guessed the Sandaime was right after all. That's surprising. I guess Minato always thought ahead. Speaking of which, he left you notes. How did you get them? Asked Jiraiya with a perplexed look as Naruto smiled sheepishly. I'll tell you if you promise you won't tell anyone. You would be the first person I would tell. Not even the Sandaime can know, Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded. Okay, well, Tusen left me all of his notes including ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu and including the things my Kasan had along with some other books and scrolls they both gathered throughout the years. All of it was stored inside of his stoned head on the Hokage mountain. Naruto said sheepishly while scratching the back of his head, making Jiraiya laugh. He would hide all of that in there, wouldn't he? Haha. Wait, what do you mean about all of his notes? What other notes did he leave you? Asked Jiraiya with a quizzical look as the blonde smirked. There were notes possibly apply nature chakra to the Rasengan, something he wasn't really able to get to from how the notes abruptly ended. The Otama Rasengan and a couple other personal ninjutsus he was working on. There's only one I haven't been able to learn and I've been working on it for almost a year, Naruto said, which piqued the Toad Sage's interest, who raised an eyebrow. Which one would that be? Gaki? Asked Jiraiya with a confused look as Naruto pulled out the same sealing paper that had a seal that looked like it was almost finished. Jiraiya looked at it for about 20 seconds before it dawned on him of what the unfinished seal actually was. The Toad Sage went slack-jawed as he looked at the smiling Naruto. Jiraiya just shook his head in shock. The Hiraishin? Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto's grin grew even wider. The one and only. I just can't figure out the last part of the seal. It's been like this for the last few months, I just don't know what I'm missing, said Naruto in frustration, making Jiraiya raise an eyebrow. Why don't you just activate your Shinwigan? Asked Jiraiya as Naruto sighed. Because I want to do this by myself. My Tusan was able to do it without a Dojutsu. I just feel like I should do this without using it, Naruto said, and the Sannin nodded. Jiraiya held out his hand towards the slip of sealing paper and Naruto handed it to him. Jiraiya looked at the intricate seal and noticed the only thing that was missing was tying the seal together in the center. He could only smirk. You know what's funny about this? Said Jiraiya, making the blonde look up at him with a quizzical look as his sensei smiled at the boy. Your Tusan had the same exact problem when he was trying to replicate this seal. I don't know much about how space-time ninjutsu or fuinjutsu in this case works. This part one do know and I'll give you a hint, Jiraiya said as he pulled out a storage scroll. Jiraiya applied some of his chakra to the scroll and a kunai appeared from it. Doing it again, the kunai disappeared into the scroll. The blonde watched on until his mouth slowly dropped as the realization dawned on him. There was just no way. Sometimes in fuinjutsu you just have to go back to the basics, Gaki. Something your Tusan had to learn too. For a seal like this to work, instead of storing a simple kunai, you are transporting yourself to the seal similar to the storage seal. At least that's what your Tusan told me once he figured it out. Jiraiya finished sticking the scroll back into his pocket while looking at a dumbfounded Naruto. The white-haired man handed him the slip of sealing parchment paper while Naruto looked at it. Naruto pulled out a paintbrush before biting his thumb to draw some blood. He dipped the brush into his blood before finishing the seal as he interconnected the seal together. Once Naruto was finished, he applied chakra to it before it glowed white and turned black, showing Naruto that the seal was completed. Naruto smiled as he held the paper in his hands while marveling over his work. The blonde pulled out a scroll before adding some chakra to it and a three-pronged kunai appeared. Naruto wrapped the parchment paper around it before throwing it towards a tree, and Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash, making Jiraiya widen his eyes in shock. Jiraiya's face faulted as he saw Naruto appeared and rammed face first into the tree. The blonde's eyes were swirling from the speed and from hitting the tree with his head, which indented the tree. Naruto jumped up from his spot and released the contents from his stomach violently. Jiraiya walked up and started rubbing Naruto's back as the blonde continued to throw up. After the blonde was done throwing up, he sat down to drown out the dizziness from the technique he just attempted. Out of all the things that could have happened, he wasn't expecting that at all. Maybe some of the dizziness, but he grew a newfound of respect for his Tusan and even Tobirama. Yeah, I was gonna warn you about that too. Minato had the same problem as well the first few times he attempted it. His body got used to it over time, but he was a few years older when he completed this technique. I can't really help you with this because I don't really know much about space-time ninjutsu. So don't rush it, you have plenty of time. Naruto? Said Jiraiya, and Naruto nodded before laying down on his back, passing out. To think he was able to recreate the Hiraishin. He is truly one of a kind. I guess I'm really gonna have to step up his training. You'd both be proud of the shinobi your son will become, Minato and Kushina. Thought Jiraiya as he slung Naruto over his shoulder and headed towards the UZUMAKI tower. Now that I think about it, I think Minato had to increase his speed drastically to even perform the Hiraishin properly. Only one way to find out, I suppose, thought the Sannin before entering the tower. Next day, Naruto awoke with a groggily, slowly sitting up from his cozy sleeping bag. As he rose, his hands instinctively went to his temples, as if trying to alleviate the headache that threatened to split his skull in two. The side effects of using the Hiraishin technique had taken him by surprise. Typically, he would have recovered by now, but the lingering effects continued to linger, refusing to relinquish their hold on him. Naruto glanced across the room and spotted his godfather, Jiraiya, leaning against the wall, engrossed in scribbling away in his journal. Sensing Naruto's groggy state, Jiraiya's concern surfaced in his question. How are you feeling, Gaki? Feels like I got my ass kicked and then some. Naruto replied with a sigh, making Jiraiya snicker. Jiraiya nodded knowingly, his eyes reflecting a sense of understanding. Yeah, it's a lingering effect that your old man dealt with too, he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of reminiscence. But now it's time to train Naruto. Naruto let out a low groan, his enthusiasm dampened by the discomfort coursing through his body. Normally, he would be ecstatic at the prospect of training, but today he just couldn't muster the energy to match his usual self. As Naruto began to stir, Jiraiya directed his attention towards him, his eyes filled with curiosity. All right, Naruto, Kakashi-san mentioned that you've been incorporating gravity seals into your training to enhance your speed. Is that right? He inquired, observing the blonde as he got up from his sleeping bag. Yeah, that's right. Why? Asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Jiraiya's mischievous grin widened as he delivered his next instruction, fully aware that Naruto wouldn't be thrilled about it. Well, brace yourself, kid. We're going to push your limits even further, he chuckled. Whatever level your gravity seals are currently set at, I want you to double the weight. We need to push your QB-enhanced regeneration to its maximum potential. If you're serious about mastering the Hiraishin, we have to significantly boost your speed, allowing your eyes to adapt to the technique's incredible speed. Jiraiya's tone carried a sense of admiration as he continued. Minato's speed was unparalleled, even without the Hiraishin. But with the technique, he was on a whole different level. We need to get you there too, Naruto, so you can unlock its true power. Naruto's internal groan was palpable, but he nodded resolutely, knowing that this demanding training would be crucial to his growth. Naruto formed a hand seal, focusing his chakra into the gravity seals he had placed on himself. The seals emitted a vibrant green glow, pulsating with power. As the glow subsided, Naruto's body visibly trembled under the intensified weight. He fought to maintain his stance, his arms hanging limply by his sides, unable to lift them due to the tremendous heaviness burdening every limb. With a mischievous grin etched across his face, Jiraiya observed Naruto's struggle, his eyes filled with both amusement and pride. All right, Naruto, here's what I have in mind, Jiraiya began, a sly grin spreading across his face. I want you to start with a set of 500 push-ups, followed by 500 squats, 750 sit-ups, 500 dips, 100 pull-ups, 100 lunges, and 75 burpees. Also, you will run 100 laps around Uzushio. Once you've finished that, I want you to finish up with sparring some of your Kagebushin. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he processed the daunting challenge set before him. It was an intense regimen that pushed him far beyond his comfort zone. But Jiraiya wasn't done yet. And to top it off, Jiraiya continued, I want you to create 100 Kage Bunshins so you can continue practicing your lightning and fire manipulations, specifically focusing on the second step that you mentioned you were working on. Naruto's jaw dropped, realizing the magnitude of the task. It was an overwhelming combination of physical and chakra-intensive exercises that would test his limits like never before. Naruto's frustration surged within him, his voice filled with disbelief and irritation. Are you kidding me? How the hell am I supposed to accomplish all of that? He exclaimed, his glare fixed on Jiraiya. The Godfather's persistent grin only fueled Naruto's anger, intensifying his exasperation. I can barely lift my arms, Arobaka. I can hardly stand on my own. Naruto's words carried a mixture of exasperation and defiance, his frustration mounting at the seemingly impossible task set before him. Jiraiya glared at the infuriated blonde more for the nickname than the back talk, his tone firm and determined. You need to figure it out quickly because that's just the warm-up. We'll be sparring to refine your taijutsu next, so you better hurry. Gaki. I don't have time to wait around. Naruto let out an exasperated sigh, his frustration evident. He summoned his Kage Bunshins and dropped down, commencing a grueling session of push-ups. With each repetition, he felt his arms quiver uncontrollably under the influence of the gravity seals that Jiraiya had set. It was clear that if this was only the warm-up, the next 2 months were going to be a monumental challenge. The routine intensified as Naruto transitioned from push-ups to sit-ups, feeling the strain in his core muscles. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he pushed himself to the limit, determined to finish under Jiraiya's watchful eye. The gravity seals continued to test his endurance, making every movement feel like a Herculean task. Next came the laps around the village, where Naruto weaved through a series of hurdles and obstacles with lightning speed. His legs burned with exertion, but he refused to slow down. Jiraiya's keen gaze followed his every move, ensuring he gave it his all. Naruto concluded the workout with a series of intense sparring sessions. He traded blows with multiple Kage Bunshins, honing his reflexes, speed, and technique. Sweat poured down his face as he relentlessly attacked and defended, determined to surpass his limits. As Naruto pushed himself through the grueling workout routine, he knew that these 2 months would be a true test of his dedication and resilience. Jiraiya's demanding training regimen left no room for slacking off. It was a challenging path, but Naruto was determined to embrace it wholeheartedly in his quest to become a stronger shinobi. As Naruto dedicated himself to what Jiraiya considered a mere warm-up, the 100 Kage Bunshins divided into 2 groups of 50. One group focused on advancing to the second step of lightning manipulation, while the other 50 delved into the intricacies of the second step of fire manipulation. In the group practicing fire manipulation, each clone meticulously channeled their chakra, forming a sphere of flames in their palm. They concentrated on controlling the intensity and shape of the fire, honing their ability to manipulate its properties. With Jiraiya's guidance, they gradually progressed through the second step, where they were tasked with shaping the flames into specific forms. Under Jiraiya's watchful eye, the clones practiced transforming the fire into various shapes: a roaring dragon, a swirling vortex, or even delicate petals dancing in the air. They meticulously adjusted their chakra flow, ensuring precise control over the flame's size, temperature, and movement. The air crackled with the heat radiating from their concentrated efforts. Meanwhile, the other group of clones delved into the second step of lightning manipulation. They focused on molding their chakra to generate electrical energy, forming small sparks between their fingertips. With each attempt, they aimed to refine the shape and intensity of the lightning. Under Jiraiya's guidance, the clones progressed to the next level, learning to shape the sparks into more complex forms. They meticulously adjusted their chakra flow, coaxing the lightning to twist and coil, simulating the movements of serpents or lashing tendrils. The crackling energy danced across their palms, demonstrating their growing mastery over the element. Throughout the training session, Naruto observed the progress of both groups while taking breaks in between his reps, his determination fueling his own efforts. He absorbed the lessons, mentally preparing himself to tackle the intricacies of fire and lightning manipulation in due time. With each passing moment, Naruto's understanding deepened, and his control over chakra manipulation grew. He knew that mastering those elemental techniques was an essential step on his journey to becoming a formidable shinobi. And so, he pushed forward, eager to embrace the challenges that lay ahead, fueled by the knowledge that greatness awaited him on the other side of perseverance and hard work. S/N, I don't really know what the second steps are for fire and lightning manipulation. So this is my version. Let me know what you think. Thanks. Jiraiya glanced at the busy army of blondes and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had a clear vision in mind, to train Naruto relentlessly until every single bone in his body throbbed with fatigue. A mischievous smirk formed on Jiraiya's face, knowing that Naruto's current efforts were merely the tip of the iceberg compared to what laid ahead. Jiraiya was determined to unveil a grand plan, pushing Naruto to new heights and unlocking his true potential. With unwavering resolve, he vowed to transform Naruto into an unstoppable force, a force that would remain hidden beneath the surface until Naruto decided to unleash it. 8 hours later, despite his lack of understanding, Naruto somehow summoned the strength to complete the grueling warm-up that Jiraiya had assigned. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, the blonde laid on his back, gasping for air, while Jiraiya towered over him, looking down at our favorite blonde. "You made me wait, Gaki," Jiraiya grumbled, his impatience evident in his tone. "I've told you before that I don't like being kept waiting. I must admit, though, I'm impressed that you managed to finish. But now it's time to spar." Jiraiya watched as Naruto groaned, attempting to rise but failing miserably. The blonde lacked the strength to even stand on his own before succumbing to complete exhaustion and slipped into unconsciousness. Jiraiya stooped down and effortlessly lifted Naruto's heavy form into his arms and slung him over his shoulder. The weight of the blonde from the gravity seals would have posed a challenge even for someone as formidable as Guy. Yet, Jiraiya couldn't help but admire Naruto's incredible resilience and unwavering determination. Carrying Naruto, Jiraiya embarked on the journey back to the UZUMAKI Tower, where he intended to grant the exhausted blonde the chance to recuperate, allowing his fatigued muscles to find solace in deep slumber. 1 week later. Throughout the past week, Naruto faithfully carried out his daily warm-up routine, gradually acclimating his body to the gravity seals. True to his word, Jiraiya informed Naruto that he would double the weight of the seals every week until their departure. Moreover, he emphasized that Naruto would be unable to deactivate the seals unless given his permission. Naruto had grown accustomed to the rigorous training routine, but he found himself struggling to surpass the initial warm-up phase each day. For the first 3 days, he would complete the warm-up exercises only to collapse in exhaustion shortly afterward. Frustration gnawed at him, fueling his determination to progress. On the 4th day, however, Naruto managed to push through the grueling warm-up and muster enough energy to engage in a sparring session with his sensei. Excitement coursed through his veins as he faced off against Jiraiya, hoping to prove himself. But his hopes were swiftly quashed. Jiraiya effortlessly outmaneuvered and outclassed Naruto, leaving the young blonde unable to land a single strike. It irked Naruto immensely, fueling a burning desire to retaliate against his godfather for his seemingly sadistic training regimen. Naruto completed the arduous warm-up exercises, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he crouched down to catch his breath. Across from him, Jiraiya sat on the ground, engrossed in scribbling away in his personal journal, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Sensing Naruto's gaze upon him, Jiraiya swiftly closed his journal and tucked it into the folds of his haori. With a smooth motion, he rose to his feet, which gained his protégé's attention. "All right, Gaki," Jiraiya declared, a hint of approval in his voice. "Your body seems to be adapting to the increased weight. Now, come on, follow me." With a flick of his cloak, he pivoted and set off towards the towering mountains of Yuzu, his steps purposeful and determined. Naruto, albeit a bit sluggish, hastened to keep pace with his mentor, excitement brewing within him as he wondered what awaited them amidst the majestic peaks. After a few minutes of walking, Naruto found himself standing at the foot of the imposing Yuzu Mountains alongside Jiraiya. He craned his neck to gaze at the steep ascent before him, a mixture of awe and curiosity filling his expression. With a quizzical look, he turned his attention to his godfather, silently questioning what his white-haired sensei had planned for him. "What are we doing here?" Naruto inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Jiraiya. The mischievous twinkle in his godfather's eyes sent a shiver down the blonde's spine, causing him to instinctively brace himself for what might come next. Undeterred by Naruto's reaction, Jiraiya simply responded with a wide, knowing grin, relishing in the anticipation he had created. The silence lingered for a moment, amplifying Naruto's curiosity and prompting him to press further. "Well, don't keep me waiting, Ero-sennin. What's the plan?" he asked, a mixture of eagerness and wariness in his voice. "I want you to climb this mountain," Jiraiya declared, his voice firm and unwavering. "And here's the catch, you can't use any chakra. You'll have to rely solely on your physical prowess." As Jiraiya's words settled in, Naruto's face paled, his gaze instinctively shifting up towards the dauntingly steep incline of the mountain before him. The weight of the challenge hung in the air, and a mix of apprehension and determination flickered across Naruto's expression. Adding to the daunting task, Jiraiya continued, "And while you're at it, try to locate that training ground on the map Arashi-san gave you." The gravity of the mission sank deep within Naruto, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation as he contemplated the arduous journey that lay ahead. "You can't be serious," Naruto exclaimed, incredulity tinging his voice. "What's with you and Kakashi and I wanting me to scale mountains all the time? We just finished the warm-up, and my body is already struggling to keep me upright." He glanced up at the towering mountain, his gaze a mix of concern and apprehension. A single bead of sweat trickled down the side of his face, evidence of the pressure he felt mounting. "And with these gravity seals weighing me down, one wrong move and I'm a goner," he added, his voice laced with a hint of worry. Jiraiya gazed down at Naruto with a stern expression, his voice firm and unwavering. "This is a crucial part of your training and conditioning, Naruto, so that really isn't my problem. You sought to become stronger, and it's my duty to ensure I fulfill that obligation. I will relentlessly push you to your absolute limits because I am determined to discover where those limits truly lie." Naruto met his godfather's gaze, a mix of determination and uncertainty in his eyes, understanding the gravity of Jiraiya's words. Jiraiya's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of responsibility. Naruto's brows furrowed as he processed the intensity behind his godfather's resolve. He had always admired Jiraiya's strength and wisdom, but now he was faced with the reality of what it truly meant to be trained by a legendary shinobi. Taking a deep breath, Naruto squared his shoulders and met Jiraiya's stern gaze head-on. There was a fire in his eyes, a determination that matched the resolve of his mentor. He knew that this journey would be grueling, pushing him to his limits and testing his endurance. But Naruto was ready. He had come too far and faced too many obstacles to back down now. "I understand, Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto finally responded, his voice carrying a newfound determination. "If this is what it takes to become stronger, then I'm game. I want to discover what my true limits are and surpass them." Jiraiya's stern expression softened slightly, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. He had witnessed some of Naruto's growth firsthand, from a mischievous and impulsive young shinobi to a resilient and courageous one. He knew that Naruto possessed an unwavering spirit, one that could overcome any obstacle in his path. "Good," Jiraiya said, his voice filled with a mix of approval and encouragement. "Remember, Naruto, this journey won't be easy. There will be moments when you'll feel like you can't go on. But it's during those times that you'll discover your true strength. I'll be there to guide you, but it's up to you to push through and rise above your limits." Naruto nodded, a determined smile gracing his lips. He was ready to embrace the challenges ahead, knowing that every trial would mold him into the shinobi he aspired to be. With Jiraiya by his side, he felt an unyielding sense of purpose and an unwavering belief in his own potential. But Naruto couldn't help but feel a certain curiosity gnawing at him, a question that had been lingering in his mind. "Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto began tentatively, casting a sidelong glance at his godfather. "I just have one question. Why are you pushing me so hard? I mean, I know I wanted to get stronger, but is there a specific reason for pushing me to such extremes?" Jiraiya's gaze softened as he turned his attention to Naruto, recognizing the earnestness in his question. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "I'll tell you as long as you promise after I'm finished telling you, you complete the task at hand, Gaki," Jiraiya said, and Naruto gave him a nod. "Listen, Gaki," Jiraiya began, his voice tinged with a mix of regret, something the blonde picked up on. "I understand that I haven't been as present in your life as I would have liked to, but there are reasons behind that, reasons you need to know. You see, I hold a crucial role in Konoha as the spy master. I have a network of spies and contacts scattered throughout the elemental nations. Naruto's eyes widened with surprise as he absorbed Jiraiya's revelation. The pieces of the puzzle started to come together, and he realized the weight of responsibility his godfather carried. So, Jiraiya continued, his voice firm, if I ever catch wind of foreign or even domestic shinobi plotting to harm Konoha, it's my duty to report it to the Hokage or take matters into my own hands. It's a role that demands my time and attention, often forcing me to be away. Naruto's initial confusion transformed into understanding. He began to grasp the sacrifices Jiraiya had made and the dangerous path he walked to protect their village. A mixture of admiration and gratitude welled up within him. I get it, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said earnestly, his voice filled with newfound understanding. I never realized the extent of your responsibilities. Knowing that you're out there, looking out for Konoha and keeping us safe, it actually makes me even more determined to become stronger. A hint of pride flickered in Jiraiya's eyes as he looked at Naruto. He saw the determination and resolve etched upon the young shinobi's face, mirroring his own spirit. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto, Jiraiya replied, his voice carrying a mix of warmth and encouragement. Your growth and strength are essential for the future of Konoha. I believe in you, and I'll do everything in my power to help you reach your full potential. But that's not the only thing I wanted to tell you. While I was on my travels, I stumbled upon some disturbing information. Naruto? Jiraiya began, his voice serious and filled with concern. There's an organization called the Akatsuki, and they're becoming a growing threat. They consist of 10 S-ranked missing nin, and their primary interest lies in capturing the 9 Bijou. Needless to say, their intentions are anything but good. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm as he absorbed the gravity of Jiraiya's words. The thought of such a dangerous group with malevolent intentions sent shivers down his spine. I don't know their full plans yet, Jiraiya continued, his voice firm, but I want to ensure that you are prepared for any situation, especially if they were to ever come after you. That's why I've been pushing you so hard, Naruto. What you're experiencing now is nothing compared to the challenges that lie ahead. Naruto let out an exasperated groan, his irritation evident on his face. The weight of the situation combined with the rigorous training was beginning to take its toll on him. Why can't my life be simple? You know what, fuck a simple life. If they want the furball they can try and take him, but I'll kick all their asses, exclaimed Naruto as a fire burned in his cerulean blue eyes, making the Sannin smirk. As Naruto voiced his frustration, Kurama's voice echoed within his mindscape, interrupting his rant. Watch who you're calling furball, pipsqueak, Kurama growled, causing Naruto's eyebrow to twitch in response to the condescending remark. And you better watch who you're calling pipsqueak, you oversized 9-tailed plushie, Naruto yelled defiantly, his words echoing through the air. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden outburst of his blonde student. Why don't you come in here and say that to my face, pipsqueak? Or are you too afraid I'll devour you? The QB taunted with a sadistic tone, relishing in the provocation. Naruto's tick mark grew tenfold in response to the 9-tailed beast's menacing words. How about I just kick your ass, you furball? Naruto exclaimed, his voice seething with determination. The QB let out a snort, further infuriating the blonde shinobi. Bring it on, blondie, Kurama retorted with a sadistic grin, his voice dripping with venom. Naruto, who are you talking to? Jiraiya asked, concern etched on his face as he regained Naruto's attention. I was talking out loud, wasn't I? The blonde asked, wearing a sheepish expression as he scratched the back of his head. Jiraiya nodded in confirmation, his concern still evident on his face. I was talking to the QB. It's okay. We have these little spats all the time, don't we, Kurama? Naruto asked with a grin etched on his face. The QB huffed in frustration, while rolling his slitted eyes in response. See, hee, Naruto chuckled, causing Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow in confusion, wondering what exactly the blonde was referring to. He can't hear me, you baka. Out of all the flesh bags the Yondaime could have chosen, he had to seal me inside you. You may come off as smart to all the other humans you encounter, but to me, you're nothing but a baka, Kurama sneered, his words stinging Naruto like a sharp jolt. The blonde's eyebrow twitched in irritation at the QB's insult before he cut the mental link, abruptly ending the conversation. All right, well, let's get back to the matter at hand. Start climbing, Jiraiya instructed, pointing up at the mountain face. Naruto gulped nervously, feeling a surge of apprehension, but he nodded nonetheless, summoning his resolve to take on the daunting challenge ahead. Naruto slowly made his way up the mountain, each step becoming increasingly challenging and arduous. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he gripped the rocks tightly, trying to maintain his balance. Jiraiya, on the other hand, effortlessly ascended beside him, his experienced feet finding secure footing with each stride. The stark contrast in their climbing abilities was evident, amplifying the daunting nature of the task for Naruto. As they continued their ascent, Naruto's breath grew labored, his muscles strained, and doubt began to creep into his mind. The gusts of wind grew stronger, threatening to push him off the treacherous path. The jagged edges of the rock face seemed to mock his every move, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming adversity. After a while, Jiraiya, recognizing Naruto's struggle, decided to forge ahead on his own. As Naruto watched his mentor disappear into the distance, a sense of isolation and apprehension settled upon him. The mountain now seemed more imposing and unforgiving, the challenge ahead more daunting than ever before. Naruto stood on the precipice, battling his own fears and uncertainties, as he prepared to continue the arduous climb alone. Naruto clung to the sheer rock face, his fingers digging into the unforgiving surface as darkness blanketed the sky. The moon, full and haunting, cast an ethereal glow upon the jagged cliffs. Every muscle in his body trembled with exhaustion, pushed to their breaking point. The weight of his own body threatened to pull him down, but he refused to surrender. Blood stained his hands, trickling from the raw wounds left by the abrasive rock. Each handhold was a battle, a test of his endurance and fortitude. The mountain seemed to taunt him, as if relishing in his struggle, its sharp edges tearing at his flesh, challenging him to falter. But Naruto was undeterred. His determination blazed like a wildfire, consuming any doubt that threatened to extinguish his spirit. Each upward movement was an act of defiance, defying gravity itself. The mountain, an imposing adversary, bore witness to his unyielding resolve. As he glanced up at the moon, its pale light bathing the treacherous path, Naruto found solace in its presence. It was a silent companion, a celestial guide that whispered encouragement through the night. The moon's serene gaze seemed to say, "You can do this. Keep going." With a surge of adrenaline, Naruto summoned his last reserves of strength. His battered body protested, but he pressed on, fueled by a relentless determination. Each foothold became a battle against fatigue, a testament to his unwavering spirit. The mountain trembled beneath his touch, as if acknowledging his indomitable will. In that moment, Naruto embodied the essence of resilience and bravery. His ascent was not just a physical feat. It was a testament to his unwavering belief in himself. He defied the laws of gravity and conquered the insurmountable, defying the mountain's attempts to break him. And so he climbed, his body bruised, his spirit unbreakable. With every grueling move, he etched his legacy into the unforgiving rock face. The mountain would forever remember the night a determined young ninja dared to challenge its might, guided by the moon's luminous embrace. Naruto's triumph would echo through the ages, a testament to the unyielding power of the human spirit. The mountain stretched on endlessly, its summit seemingly out of reach. Naruto's weary voice trailed off, the weight of exhaustion pressing upon him. But just as despair threatened to consume him, his fingers brushed against a smooth, flat surface. With a surge of hope, he seized the newfound handhold and pulled himself up. Lying on his back, legs dangling over the edge he had just conquered, Naruto gasped for air, his chest heaving with each deep breath. The world around him seemed to fade away as he absorbed the magnitude of his achievement. The mountain had tested his limits, pushed him to the brink, but he had prevailed. As he laid there, the wind whispered through his hair, carrying away the echoes of his struggle. The night enveloped him in a cloak of silence, broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat. With each pulse, he could feel the surge of adrenaline receding, replaced by a profound sense of accomplishment. From this vantage point, Naruto allowed himself a moment of respite. He gazed up at the star-studded sky, the full moon casting a soft glow upon his battle-weary form. The world seemed vast and limitless, a testament to the boundless potential that lay within him. "You finally arrived, Gaki. It's about time," spoke his white-haired sensei, his voice laced with a mixture of pride and amusement. He sat a few feet away, tending to a crackling fire with a stick, his eyes glinting with a knowing spark. Naruto glanced wearily at his sensei but remained silent. He lacked the strength to even utter a word or shift his position. All he yearned for was to surrender to sleep, hoping it would alleviate the excruciating ache pulsating through his limbs. Naruto's eyes slowly closed, shutting out the world. Before Jiraiya could utter a single syllable, the gentle sound of his apprentice's peaceful slumber reached his ears. Jiraiya let out a soft chuckle as he stood up and made his way towards the exhausted blonde. He lifted Naruto off the ground, his arms straining under the unexpected weight. It took Jiraiya a moment to realize that Naruto's added heft was due to the gravity seals he had applied. Jiraiya gently placed Naruto on top of the waiting sleeping bag, marveling at his apprentice's determination. Jiraiya gazed down at the slumbering blonde, a mixture of concern and affection etched on his face. Despite the exhaustion weighing heavily on him, he knew that pushing Naruto was necessary for his growth and development. "I know it might seem tough, Naruto, but it's all for your own good," he thought silently, a gentle smile gracing his lips. With a final glance at his apprentice, Jiraiya settled onto his own sleeping bag, ready to rest and recharge himself. Trusting in Naruto's resilience, he drifted off to sleep. Next morning, Naruto awoke, with a surge of renewed energy coursed through his body. He stretched his limbs, relishing in the refreshed feeling that greeted him. Casting his gaze around the surroundings, he took in the sight of the extinguished fire pit and the absence of his sensei. Curiosity piqued, Naruto proceeded to roll up his sleeping bag meticulously, ensuring its compactness, and then sealed it within a storage seal. Ready to face the day's challenges, Naruto embarked on his journey, determined to find his elusive mentor and continue his training. As Naruto scanned his surroundings, his cerulean eyes caught sight of a narrow path snaking along the side of the mountain face. Intrigued, he chose to follow its meandering trail, his curiosity leading the way. After a few minutes of steady walking, he came upon a remarkable sight. His white-haired sensei, Jiraiya, gazing intently at a seemingly ordinary double-sided wooden door. However, what caught Naruto's attention were the UZUMAKI insignias adorning the center of each door, a symbol that resonated deeply with his own lineage. "How are you feeling, Gaki?" asked Jiraiya without taking his eyes off the double doors. "As good as new, Ero-sennin. I bet this is the entrance to the training ground that Arashijiji mentioned, right?" Naruto exclaimed with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twitch forming on his brow at the mention of the nickname the blonde had bestowed upon him. "Stop calling me that, you damn Gaki!" exclaimed Jiraiya as he glared at Naruto, who snorted. "And why should I stop? You're a pervert, and not even a discreet one," Naruto retorted, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Jiraiya shook his head in a disapproving manner. No, you've got it all wrong, Naruto. I'm not just a pervert. I'm a grand, magnificent pervert," Jiraiya declared with a self-assured tone, his statement dripping with an odd sense of pride. The unexpected proclamation hit Naruto like a surprise attack, causing him to faceplant in utter disbelief. The absurdity of his sensei's remark was simply too much for him to handle. "Out of everyone my Tusan could choose to be my godfather. He chose you, you damn pervert. Ga, and this is why I'll always call you Ero-sennin, Erobaka," exclaimed Naruto as Jiraiya grew a second tick mark, much to the blonde's delight. "Big words coming from a dwarf," said the toad sage with a smirk. "I'm 5'9", how am I a dwarf?" asked Naruto as he glared at the smirking Sannin. "Whatever you say, you are still shorter than me, pipsqueak," Jiraiya said nonchalantly, making the blonde's temper flare. "I like him," the Kyuubi added inside his mind before the blonde could retort. Naruto's inner frustration erupted within his mindscape, and he unleashed his irritation at Kurama. "Shut up, you giant plushie," he yelled, cutting off the connection before Kurama could respond. Jiraiya redirected their focus, determined to steer the conversation back on track. "All right, let's refocus on the matter at hand," he stated, his tone firm. Naruto grumbled under his breath, his gaze fixed on the imposing double doors ahead. A quizzical expression graced Naruto's features as he arched an eyebrow, a surge of anticipation coursing through his veins. Drawing upon the power of his Shinwiken. With his enhanced vision, Naruto discerned the presence of the blood seals adorning the imposing double doors, an archaic safeguard designed to thwart intruders not bearing the noble lineage of the Uzumaki. With determined strides, Naruto approached the imposing door, his teeth sinking into his thumb to draw forth a crimson bead of blood. Focusing his chakra, he infused the life essence into the wooden surface, causing a fleeting radiance to envelop the once solid barrier. As the glow faded, Naruto exerted his strength, pushing the doors inward to reveal a sprawling hallway that meandered deep into the heart of the mountain. As the doors swung open, casting a warm light upon the hallway, flickering torches adorned the opposing walls, illuminating the path ahead. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged a knowing glance before stepping forward, venturing into the mysterious corridor. They proceeded with purpose, their footsteps echoing softly until they reached the far end, where a second door beckoned them onward. As Naruto swung open the door, a gateway unfolded before him, revealing the coveted training ground they had sought. Stretching out before him, the expansive area spanned 50 feet in both width and length, providing ample space for the blonde's intended endeavors. The stonework, meticulously hewn, formed a flawless square, its simplicity serving as a canvas for the upcoming training sessions. Yet amidst the unremarkable terrain, Naruto's discerning gaze caught sight of scattered demonic seals, their complicated symbols dotting the surroundings. Eagerly committing them to memory, he recognized their potential value for future endeavors, ensuring their significance would not be lost in the annals of time. A mischievous grin danced upon Naruto's lips as he cast a glance at his ever-perverted sensei, whose own grin mirrored his excitement. Their eyes met, sharing an unspoken understanding and anticipation. The training ground, secluded from prying eyes, existed in blissful isolation, its location a closely guarded secret known only to the duo. Hidden from the watchful gaze of the elemental nations, it offered a sanctuary for their endeavors, shielded from the world unless they chose to divulge its whereabouts. With a playful gesture, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's golden locks, before striding purposefully towards the heart of the training ground, beckoning his eager student to follow. We still have 7 weeks before we have to return to Konoha. Also, Tazuna and his escorts should be here within the next couple days to start the reconstruction of Uzushiogakure. You are to not leave from up here until the 7 weeks are up. I want you to seal 100 Kage Bushins into a sealing scroll so they can help Tazuna with your Mokutan, as they'll be meeting them when they get here. I'll return after when they get situated and they begin the reconstruction. I also might be able to get someone to help you with the Hiration. The Tokubetsu Jonin who is overlooking Zabuza and Haku knows the technique. He isn't on the level as Minato's, but I'm pretty sure he will be able to give you some pointers. Finished Jiraiya as Naruto took everything in that his white-haired sensei said the last part piqued his interest. I understand. Even if this Genma person is able to help me, the side effects of using the Hiration is still too much for my body, said Naruto as he scratched his chin in thought. That may be true, Gaki. I'd recommend using the Kagebushin from here on out while using the Hiration. That should help the mental aspect even if it's a little bit. I want you to at least practice the technique during your daily workout and our daily spars. On that note, it's time to start your workout. Jiraiya finished and the blonde gave the toad sage a mock salute before creating 10 Kagebushins and getting to his daily routine. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with by the time I'm done with him. You'd be proud, Minato Kushina. Your Gaki is going to surpass us all one day. I just know it, thought Jiraiya with a smirk as he looked at his godson doing his workout. For the rest of the day, Naruto and his clones worked tirelessly on their exercises, practicing various jutsus and improving their chakra control. Jiraiya, meanwhile, watched from the sidelines, occasionally offering advice and corrections. The Sannin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride watching Naruto train. It was clear that the boy had inherited his parents' determination and strength of spirit. As the sun started to set, Naruto finally ended his training, collapsing onto the ground in a heap of exhaustion. His clones poofed out of existence, their energy returning to Naruto and leaving him with the knowledge and experience they had gained throughout the day. The blonde lay there panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat and aching from the intensive training. Despite the pain, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He knew that each day of training was bringing him one step closer to his goal, to becoming Hokage. After a few moments, Naruto pushed himself off the ground and staggered over to where Jiraiya was sitting. The white-haired man looked up from the scroll he had been studying and gave Naruto a nod of approval. Good work, Gaki. "You're getting stronger," he said. Naruto grinned at the praise, rubbing the back of his head. "Thanks, Ero-sennin," he said, earning himself a glare from Jiraiya. Despite his grumbling, the Sannin couldn't hide the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Now go get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow," Jiraiya said, giving Naruto a gentle push towards his sleeping bag. Without further ado, Naruto stumbled over to his sleeping bag and practically fell into it. As he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. Despite the hard work and the pain, he was getting stronger. And with Jiraiya by his side, Naruto knew that he would one day achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Meanwhile, Jiraiya watched as Naruto fell asleep, a thoughtful look on his face. "He's growing up so fast," he thought. "Minato Kushina, your son is going to make you both very proud." With that thought, Jiraiya finally turned his attention back to his scroll, the sounds of Naruto's soft snoring providing a comforting background noise as he continued his study. The next morning, Naruto woke up refreshed and ready for another day of training. As the cycle of training, rest, and growth continued, Naruto was unaware of just how close he was getting to his dream. But for Jiraiya, it was clear as day. Naruto was growing stronger with each passing day, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them all. The days began to blend together, each one filled with rigorous training, Naruto constantly pushing his limits and expanding his knowledge under Jiraiya's watchful eye. As the weeks passed, the changes in Naruto were not only physical but mental. His movements became more precise, his understanding of jutsu and strategy deepened, and his chakra control improved dramatically. All the while, his bond with Kurama continued to evolve, their bitter rivalry slowly transforming into a reluctant partnership. Occasionally, Jiraiya would leave the training ground to meet with Tazuna and his team, discussing the progress of Uzushiyogakure's reconstruction. Naruto would look down from the mountaintop, watching the slow but steady revival of his mother's birthplace. It filled him with a sense of pride and hope, a tangible symbol of his growing strength and potential. During these times, Naruto would use the opportunity to train with his Hiraishin technique. True to Jiraiya's advice, he used his Kage Bunshin to minimize the risk. His progress was slow, the technique was complex and demanding, but Naruto was nothing if not determined. He could feel himself getting closer to mastering it, the sensation of space and time bending to his will becoming more familiar with each attempt. Finally, after several weeks of intensive training, the day Jiraiya had mentioned finally arrived. Naruto watched from the training ground as a familiar figure approached the mountain base. It was Ganma, the special jonin who oversaw Zabuza, and he was here to help Naruto with the Hiraishin. Naruto couldn't help the excitement that bubbled up within him. This was another step forward towards his dream. Determined to make the most of this opportunity, Naruto greeted Ganma with a firm handshake and a bright, unwavering smile. As he started his training with Ganma, Naruto could feel Jiraiya's gaze on him, full of pride and a hint of nostalgia. "Minato Kushina, your son is on his way to make history," Jiraiya thought to himself, "and I am honored to be a part of his journey." In the following days, Naruto would continue to work harder than ever, his dream of becoming Hokage never far from his thoughts. And through it all, Jiraiya would be there, guiding him, supporting him, and watching as the young shinobi he had come to see as his own grandson grew stronger with each passing day. The training with Genma was intense. The experienced Jonin didn't hold back, pushing Naruto to his limits, testing his understanding of the Hiraishin and helping him refine his technique. Despite the frustration and occasional bouts of exhaustion, Naruto was grateful. Each day brought him closer to mastering the technique, a testament to his growing strength and skill. Jiraiya, meanwhile, had his own tasks to attend to. He regularly met with Tazuna's team, overseeing the progress of Uzushiyogakure's reconstruction. It was hard work, but seeing the village slowly coming back to life filled him with a sense of fulfillment. He knew Naruto felt the same, the young shinobi often watching the progress from the mountaintop, a determined look in his eyes. During their spare time, the two would often spar, their friendly matches becoming increasingly challenging as Naruto's skills improved. They would exchange blows, test each other's strategies, and push each other to their limits. Despite the hard work, these sparring sessions were a source of joy for both of them, a chance to bond and learn from each other. In the evenings, after a long day of training and work, they would sit by the fire, sharing stories and lessons. Jiraiya would often talk about his days as a student under the third Hokage, the adventures he had with Tsunade and Orochimaru, and the lessons he learned from his own journey. Naruto would listen attentively, absorbing every word, every piece of wisdom. A few days later, Naruto and Jiraiya found themselves within the confines of the secluded training ground nestled deep within the heart of UZUMAKI. The training ground was equipped with powerful demonic seals specifically designed to contain and control the Kyuubi's chakra, ensuring Naruto's safety and preventing any harm to the village. Jiraiya, a seasoned shinobi with extensive knowledge of the Kyuubi's power, understood the immense challenge that laid ahead. He knew that harnessing the Kyuubi's chakra required not only physical strength but also mental fortitude. With Naruto's unwavering determination and his own expertise, Jiraiya was confident that they could guide Naruto towards mastering the Kyuubi's chakra. The training ground became a sanctuary where Naruto and Jiraiya forged an unbreakable bond. Jiraiya's role as a mentor extended beyond teaching techniques. He became a source of guidance and support for Naruto. Together, they delved into the depths of Naruto's emotions, exploring the essence of his character and understanding his unique connection to the Kyuubi. Naruto's unwavering spirit and his ability to empathize with others played a crucial role in mastering the Kyuubi's chakra. Unlike previous Jinchuriki, Naruto possessed an indomitable will and an absence of hate within him. This purity of heart allowed him to approach the Kyuubi's chakra with empathy and compassion, easing the process of control. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto began his arduous journey towards mastering the Kyuubi's chakra. They started with simple exercises, gradually increasing the intensity as Naruto learned to channel and control the immense power within him. Jiraiya taught Naruto meditation techniques, enabling him to find a state of inner balance and tranquility. However, as Naruto tapped into the Kyuubi's power, he encountered challenges that tested his resolve. The Kyuubi's chakra was infused with its inherent hatred and anger, which threatened to overwhelm Naruto's own emotions. But the demonic seals within the training ground acted as a failsafe, preventing Naruto from losing control completely and sealing the chakra back within. As Naruto's training progressed, he gradually learned to harness and integrate the Kyuubi's chakra. With each milestone, Naruto and Jiraiya grew more confident in their progress. Eventually, Naruto achieved a breakthrough, successfully mastering up to 3 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra. The balance of power within Naruto and the Kyuubi began to shift. Naruto's own strength and determination allowed him to control the Kyuubi's chakra without being consumed by its negative emotions. Instead of being fueled by hatred, Naruto channeled the immense power towards protecting his loved ones and the village he held dear. Throughout the training, Naruto came to understand the significance of inner harmony. It was not just about controlling the Kyuubi's chakra but also about embracing and accepting all aspects of himself, including the darkness within. As Naruto delved deeper into his training, he confronted the darkness that resided within him, symbolized by the Kyuubi's chakra. He realized that true mastery required him to acknowledge and accept all facets of his being, including the negative emotions that were a part of him due to the Kyuubi. With Jiraiya and the Kyuubi's guidance, Naruto developed techniques to confront and manage the darkness within. Through intense mental and meditative exercises, he learned to find balance and harmony, transforming his inner turmoil into a source of strength. Instead of fearing the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto began to see it as a tool that could be wielded for the greater good. Naruto's journey to mastering the Kyuubi's chakra was not without setbacks. There were moments when Naruto's control wavered, and the Kyuubi's chakra threatened to overpower him. But through his unbreakable will and the support of Kurama and Jiraiya, Naruto persevered. He refused to let the darkness consume him, constantly reminding himself of his purpose and the people who believed in him. As Naruto continued to train and refine his control over the Kyuubi's chakra, he witnessed the transformative effects it had on his abilities as a shinobi. The immense power granted him heightened strength, speed, and endurance, making him a force to be reckoned with just with the Kyuubi's power alone. Naruto's unique connection to the Kyuubi allowed him to tap into its vast reserves of chakra, giving him an edge in even the most challenging battles. Naruto's training within the secluded grounds of UZUMAKI not only allowed him to master the Kyuubi's chakra up to 3 taels, but also deepened his understanding of his own heritage. Being within the birthplace of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto felt a profound connection to his ancestors and the legacy they left behind. He realized that he carried the hopes and dreams of his clan within him, and by mastering the Kyuubi's chakra, he was honoring their legacy. Naruto's journey to master the Kyuubi's chakra was a testament to his unwavering determination indomitable spirit, and the guidance of his mentor, Jiraiya. Through countless trials and challenges, Naruto learned to control the immense power within him, channeling it for the greater good. His journey not only helped him become a stronger shinobi, but also allowed him to embrace and accept all aspects of himself. As Naruto emerged from the secluded training ground of UZUMAKI, he carried with him a newfound sense of purpose and a mastery over the Kyuubi's chakra. The legacy of his clan and the trust he had cultivated with the Kyuubi no Yoko would forever shape his path as he continued his quest to protect his village and bring about peace to the shinobi world. As the weeks passed, Naruto's progress was undeniable. His control over his chakra was more precise, his understanding of jutsu and strategy was deeper, and his physical strength along with his speed had increased significantly. He had mastered many new jutsu, and his use of the Hiraishin had improved dramatically compared to where he was. Naruto was not the same young shinobi who had started this journey. He was stronger, wiser, and more determined than ever. Finally, the day arrived for them to return to Konoha. As Naruto looked at the mostly rebuilt UZUMAKI, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. It was a symbol of his growth, a testament to his hard work and determination. It was a reminder of his dream, his goal to become Hokage. As they prepared to leave, Jiraiya looked at Naruto, a proud smile on his face. "You've done well, Naruto," he said, clapping a hand on the young blonde's shoulder. "I'm proud of you." Naruto grinned, his determination burning brighter than ever. "This is just the beginning, Ero-sennin," he said. "I'm not stopping until I become Hokage." Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's determination. "That's my boy," he thought, a sense of pride welling up within him. "Minato Kushina, your son is on his way to becoming a great Hokage. I promise you that." With that, they set off on their journey back to Konoha. Naruto was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him.